1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. 2025 is looking to be an exciting year for us all. But before that, let's recap on what happened in 2024. It's been an exciting year, so buckle up, sit tight, and let us first start with the APAC region. It's been a blast for the top teams in APAC as we did end up seeing the roster shake up a bit. Crazy Raccoon was the only team from APAC to win multiple monthly final championships, winning in March and July. They also had an impressive showing at World Finals, only losing to the eventual world champions in the finals. This year, Milk Rio from Rival has joined Crazy Raccoon, taking Shitampo's spot. An interesting change for sure, but we'll find out if this is for better or for worse.
And Crazy Raccoon, the kings that once were, will return to a world semi-finals.
Speaking of Shitampo, he'll be playing with a duo he's never played with in his entire career. Playing for Navi last year, Levi and Suzuku will be the guys helping Shitampo in his attempt to win his second world championship and prove to the world he doesn't need Tensai to win. And what better org to sign them than the org who's won 3 world championships in Zeta Division? They are looking to be serious contenders for the top spot in East Asia. But will they be able to prevent Crazy Raccoon from being at the top? In the EMEA region, teams are looking more than ready to bring home the trophy for their region for the 3rd straight year. The world champions, Humble, who after many weeks of contract discussions will be retaining their roster to protect their belt. Boss, Luki, and Semantic look to be just as deadly as the previous year, where they made 4 grand final appearances. While they're only able to manage a top 4 placement of the Champions Invitational, they should still be one of the teams who could do it all again.
Moya in a press and there it is!
Semantic!
3 seconds!
He's got it!
Semantic gets humbled around the solo mission onto the safe with the Colette Super.
Regional rival SK Game will be bringing back a familiar face from their 2023 run. Joker, Yoshi, and now Ope have shown that they could be the dream team SK have been looking for since joining the scene. SK had a solid run last year, but from what we saw at the Champions Invitational, don't be surprised if they manage to replicate or even surpass that successful year. South America was a pretty interesting fight to the top last year, as 2 Brazilian groups were fighting for their life to claim the only world spot last year. In the end, the top team was decided by a critical blunder. Space Station's former roster, consisting of Adinho, Firecrow and Kyodog, managed to come out on top in the end, even playing in every grand finals match last year. But their world's run came to an abrupt end after dropping 2 matches to Pioneers and Totem.
He can't contest. Adinho tries as he might. Space Station as they're blasting off again. And the Empire holds strong.
2 talented Brazilian players are expected to make a statement heading into the new year. Icecrow had a solid rookie season last year, making a monthly finals appearance in all 4 of his showings and winning a match in all but 1 of them. Teaming up with Cow and Wesley, there's no telling what he'll be cooking in his sophomore season. Last, but certainly not least, we have what was the most chaotic region last year in North America. Lots of surprises were had that started a new era in the region. Starting with our North American leaderboard champions, 2023 was the start of something great for Zeus and Luffy. But the addition of RBM in 2024 earned them 2 monthly final championships as well as a top 8 finish at Worlds. The hard work paid off as they ended up getting signed by one of the most well-known orgs in the scene, Tribe Gaming.
RBM survives. Zeus chasing down Motep here, and SA's hopes and dreams crushed here on day number 1.
And we saved the best team for last, as Space Station Game will be making a return to the North America region. This time, they'll be signing a roster who should be considered a world's contender. Bobby, Chino and Sans will all be lifting off together in their stellar journey of bringing home the trophy for North America and finally shutting up all of Europe for their lack of success. Hopefully you're all caught up to date on what's happening in the scene lately. This is surely going to be an exciting year of Brawl Esports, and we can't wait for you all to be a part of it. Best of luck to all the teams competing this year, and we're looking forward to all the amazing matches we'll see this year. This is Trav, signing off, and as always, keep brawling. We're back better than ever for another year in the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With a new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
Shot would do it. His gadget won't be enough to get the kill. But
This time,
SK
our
Gaming.
new beginnings start here, at the first month of the spring split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl.
What's up, Brawl Stars fans? Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship. This is the North America Monthly Finals, and it's the first one of the 2025 season. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and joining me today, I have our three wonderful casters. We've got Ark, we've got Uber, and we've got Kenny, and we've got 8 teams from the North American region to get through today, gentlemen. But let's just check in, see how you're feeling. Kenny, I'm glad to see you smiling. How you doing, bud?
It's good to be back. North America is finally here. Honestly, this region ended off in a bang last year, so I think we're picking up at a perfect time. It's going to be an excellent start to the year.
And Uber, what do you think?
I mean, I think this region has been taken by the ears and vigorously shaken until we have completely different rosters, a real shuffle up across so many of these different teams, but a region that still is extremely deep in talent and experience. I think this is a hard year to call, and I'm very excited to see what our new look rosters in NA have been cooking in the offseason.
Oh yeah, we'll have those on full display as we get through the action today. Here's our bracket, starting off with the quarterfinal. We've got our first 4 matches all set, and we're kicking things off with Tribe Gaming. Good to see him in the saddle and against a bit of a new blood team here. Kenny, take me through it.
It's going to be an interesting one, and like Uber mentioned, just to break it down for folks that were with us last year, just jumping in on the action, a lot of these players and orgs have all been kind of mixed up. So this Tribe Gaming roster was the #1 seed from North America last year. They pick up this crew and put their belief in them, and I don't blame them for it. They were excellent last year, had a strong performance at World, but I will say, SKC are a pretty strong team. I think they got a little fight in them.
I mean, look, I have to agree. The Pioneer Space Station Gaming matchup on face looks very, very good. We're set for incredible semifinals, I think, whichever way you slice it. It's going to be confusing for fans of NA in the past who've seen all these names together on different rosters now, just trying to keep track of everything. And I just want to maybe put it out there and say some of these teams, may not have had the chance to quite come together, quite gel the way they have in the past here. So our expectations essentially kind of get flipped on their head. We have to make predictions. We have to have some sort of expectation, but I'm ready for utter chaos. I'm ready for my expectations to be subverted quite frequently today, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, nothing like the fires of battle to temper the steel, really forge these teams. And if you're looking for some team to follow, you want to zoom in on just one of them, because there is a lot coming at you. We've got Team Elevate for you. Now, popular roster, a lot of great players on this team. Uber, break it down for me.
Yeah, look, I mean, this team, look, in any other region, I might call it a super team, right? Because it is like a mix of players from different rosters in the past that have all come together. Can't say it in NA because there are some teams that on paper honestly look even stronger, but this is such an interesting team. As Livia, of course, was on that Tribe roster, Juan Carlos made a name for himself at Worlds, if you didn't already know, of course, but from that Space Station team. And Zara was such a crucial part of that STMN roster's success. So the three of the 4 top teams, 3 of the 5, I guess, top teams in NA come together to sort of form the core of this roster with players that have just fallen short last year, whether they made it to Worlds like Juan Carlos or whether they just missed out.
Well, there's a super team for y'all to follow if you just want one. But if you're looking to support all the teams and all the scene, you want to grab yourself some of the sprays that are available in the shop. Guys, we're running out of time. You've got them all. I think I've asked everybody. Everyone managed to pick up their sprays, Kenny?
I have. I supported my teammate Code Arc with this decision, but I also got to see kind of a sneak peek in the Brawl Talk. They showcased some of them in the background, so I'm pretty excited for the new ones as well.
Yeah, you guys did get a look at those. What did you think of them, Mooper?
Good. They're less logo oriented now. They're like more like graffiti writing of the names, which is kind of cool. But if you do want the sprays that like sort of have those team logos, I picked up the SK one because I'm a bit of a fanboy. Grab that one and make sure I can make use of that, of course, in game. But the ones that are coming up also look great. It's nice to see a refresh of our team sprays. Even more ways to show your support in game.
All right, we showed our support for which teams we think we are going to see through to the quarterfinals, onto the semifinals, and only one difference across the entire board there. Uber, I'm going to let you explain that one.
Okay, so look, I mean, I think this one could go either way. Obviously, Pioneers and SSG did play in the qualifiers, right? They played in close qualifiers, and it was a fairly decisive result there. Again, though, like there have been some scrims happening throughout the course of the week. You know, I'm hearing through the grapevine that, you know, this SSG team is looking even better. It's hard to bet against that core of Bobby and Sands with, longtime friend Chino coming in. But that Pioneers roster, of course, in Fade, Tyrant, and Zulan are, they're kind of a household name. I want to point out, though, that most of the players on these two teams missed out on Worlds last year. Like, these were teams that fell short in NA to like the young blood, the new crop coming up in this region. So, these are players that are still fighting for recognition and now trying to get themselves to Worlds after many of them missed out last year.
If they're hungry, that's extra fuel in the tank. Let's see how the players are feeling heading into this first competition, this first monthly of 2025.
My expectation is get the finals. I see the bracket and I think we are prepared to get into the finals, have a really good matches, and I'm really, really happy for be part of the Brawl Stars team.
We definitely have high expectations. Like I said earlier, I think any team's beatable, and I think we're, like I said, feeling pretty confident, and we're putting a lot of energy and just like resources into it. So I think we'll do good.
Algún equipo que yo le quiera ganar, sí, yo creo que es a Elevate, a Juan Carlos, Sar y el Divi. Y más por la rivalidad que hay entre Juan Carlos y yo, que siempre como que cuando acabamos una scrim me dice que malos somos. O sea, nosotros después de haberle ganado toda la scrim, no ganan solo un set, y ya dice como que malos son o algo así.
I'm not good at trash talk, but I guess I could just say to my old teammates, Zulan, Fade, and Tyrant, I hope you guys win as much as you can this year, as long as it's not against me.
Expectations for this year for my team, Kansas City Pioneers. We definitely want to make the Brawl Cup, is basically the mid-season tournament. And after that, hopefully in the double half of the season with double points, make Worlds as the #1 seed in North America.
High hopes from all of our players for the competition this year. Cannot wait to see whose dreams will be coming true and who will have to fight again next month to make it happen. But let's talk about what the community is talking about. That's going to be over on event.brawlstars.com, where our community is watching, tuning in, and hopefully answering some of our quiz questions. Answer enough of those right, and we'd love to feature you here on our stream or across the Brawl Stars Esports social media. So if you're over there, hey, what's up? Good to see you guys. Anyway, let's get into our first match. I know that's what you're waiting for. We've got Tribe Daily. We got our SK Kalalas. I got two hype guys rolling into it, but let's bring it again. Tribe Gaming, SK Kalalas NA brought the power that time, and Tribe Gaming, this is the start of a new era for Tribe. They released their old roster, who are now playing for Pioneers. And we've got Killer moving from a player on into a coach position, Kenny.
This team is strong. I think they're the #1 team entering this season for a reason. They left off last year on a strong note, winning a monthly final, going to the World Finals, nearly toppling Crazy Raccoon, which is a little bit of a roster change up this year with one player, but historically has some of the best to ever play this game. These guys have not only proven themselves in North America, I think they've challenged some of the best at a global stage, and I think this is the year that they're looking to kind of take over this region and not just be a team, but be the team.
Starting out at the top seed of our NA Monthly Finals, a great start. Let's check in with Zeus and see what he had to say heading into this.
Yo creo que yo no le he asimilado aún que estoy en Try Gaming como... O sea, yo era súper fan de Soulland, Tyrant, es mi equipo favorito y sigue siendo mi equipo favorito. Y ahora mismo estamos mejores que ellos en cuestión de posicionamiento de las tablas, pero igual yo sigo siendo muy fanático de ellos. Y aunque ellos estén en KCP, yo siempre digo Try por la costumbre, como Try Gaming, Soulland, Tyrant, Libby, Fate, Cory y todo eso. Y la verdad me siento súper bien y espero poder representarlo de la mejor manera ganando ese trofeo del mundial. Si se refieren al pick de Juan Carlos, creo que es ese. La verdad, yo no lo veía tan mal, pero creo que se ejecutó mal. Y el equipo de Juan Carlos no tenía daño. Si no me equivoco, era una Amber, Kit y otra cosa.
Well, with those thoughts on Kit, I'll turn this over to Kenny to take it away. Thoughts on the new tribe, thoughts on Zeus's thoughts.
Look, if Zeus is a believer in the kit, I might as well be as well. I think it's something that's still yet to be proven. I think it's circumstantial, but these guys are some of the best in the globe, so I will take their word for it. Look, the history speaks for itself, though. I think Tribe Gaming are a phenomenal team. I think they are the team to beat walking into this monthly final, and you can see it based on the resume there. I mean, a lot of first places last year in a region that's super volatile, in a year where it's becoming harder and harder to win in Brawl Stars. The fact that these guys had some level of consistency, I think, is what is telling of how good they can really be.
They've got a very high ceiling. They've already proven so much, but on the flip side of it, their first opponents today, SK Kalalas, the NA org. Uber, we've got a lot to learn about these guys. What can you tell us?
Again, not a whole lot for exactly that reason, Rachel. This team definitely, looking through the competitors in this tournament, are the underdog, the less known roster. Many of these players, though, and this team that has the benefit, obviously, of being mostly, Mexican or sort of, Central American based, so they can compete in some of those sort of South American run tournaments. We talked about it yesterday in our SA show. A lot of those like fast tournaments, the weeklies, monthlies, they can get their hands dirty and get involved in. They did manage to topple this new STMN Esports roster, which is Pain, Steel, and Tacos, to get here, right? So I don't think they were even necessarily expected by many to have made their way through, but they actually end up winning that series quite handily. And that STMN Esports roster, maybe not as, how do I put this? Well known as, their previous permutation, but have some quality players and definitely have some expectations. So I do think that's a very good sign. I think this team is definitely capable of taking sets, maybe, even matches off some of these teams, but they're up against the #1 team on paper in this tournament with the best tank player in North America. So I do think it's going to be a real uphill battle for them.
Well, we've got the maps, the game modes all lined up and ready for them. And as we take a look at this, Kenny, I want to know, what do you think a factor is with this new team coming in, able to topple some of these big names here? Is it the unexpected?
I think it has to be, and honestly, Tribe Gaming, I feel like, is one of the trickiest teams to draft into. When you're in that pick ban stage, you have to account for so many things. We have meta brawlers like Juju, Lou, Melody, some of these top brawlers, but like Uber pointed out as well, RBM is phenomenal on any tank player that he picks up, and that's something you have to take into account. They've been whipping out picks like Buzz and Scrims and been super successful with it. They are going deep in the bag, so you have to not only know what they're good at, but you also have to play the meta, and that's what makes them so strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, Uber, we've got this super well-known roster, this team that's been performing together for a long time here now under Tribe Gaming. What are your expectations as you're looking at this matchup?
Yeah, I think, touching back to what Kenny mentioned, there are going to be a number of opportunities that Tribe are going to take to try and play tanks in some of their comps, right? right now we are seeing like the combination of Barry, and that intense healing with someone like Ash, who could, show pretty terrifying levels of mobility from a tank, and like the Poco Frank compositions that are also pretty darn effective on a few of these maps, especially Hot Zone, where it really matters about being, spending time on the objective. But looking ahead into this series, Gem 4's their first map, and obviously like that's one where, brawlers like Melody are still going to be hotly contested, or Lou, for example, brawlers that can really control that space pretty effectively. But Tribe are not a team that like to stack their roster, with those sharpshooters. They'll even play Meg on Bounty, on those knockout maps. Something, like generally want to centerpiece around RBM when they can in general, and I think that's wise. This team fell short because I do think that they were picked apart a little bit, and kind of read into with their tendency to try and go for tanks. But right now, they're stronger than ever. Also, with the gadget changes coming into the game, some of these tanks are going to get even better now that you have potentially unlimited uses of gadgets and they're not limited by a number of times, more so just a cooldown. So there's something to think about more into the future here, but this should be a 3-0. And I think if it's not for Tribe, that's definitely fall short of their expectations, because I do think that this is a team that really should be looking to get off the starter spot extremely fast, as previously the number one team NA indisputably.
Yeah, we've seen shakeups for some of the top teams coming in other regions by some of the newer teams that have assembled and made it all the way to these monthly finals here. So, looking ahead, Kenny, with so much known about Tribe, with so much that, we're able to recite about what they're likely going to bring here, do you think that SK Kalalas might have an edge as far as preparation and their relative unknown?
I wouldn't call it I wouldn't call it an advantage. I think SKC are honestly practicing like one of the better teams in this region. I think they're contesting with a lot of teams really well. I've been kind of studying closely how they've been doing against some of these top teams, presumably coming into this. The Tribes, Elevate, SSG, a team they nearly beat in that upper bracket. Came down to a 2-3 result. That's what sent them to the lower bracket. That's the better version, or kind of the previous version of what STM and Esports were. STM and Esports, a team they even beat this year. And I think that's a team that a lot of people were looking forward to. I think SKC are borderline a top 5 team. I think unfortunately for them, they're just running into this Tribe Gaming roster, and until proven otherwise, I'm going to put my faith in this Tribe Gaming team.
Well, let's talk about that. Yeah,
I have to echo that, Rachel, very quickly. Like, it's pretty hard to see where SK Kalalas have an edge outside of being like a relative unknown, but these teams scrim each other, and word gets around in the Brawl scene. Also, SK Kalalas had to play in those, the closed qualifiers, so the monthly qualifier rather. So they're games that can be viewed. The Tribe Gaming should really have all the spears that they need to bring to this battle in order to win it out there. And yeah, like I said, if I start to see them struggling on certain maps, and if they have some sussy drafts, like that is something that we are going to be critical about with them, because this is this is an NA representing team. Like, I don't think there's any acceptable result that doesn't involve them blitzing through this game and starting to think about whether it's Pioneers or Space Station that they have to fight for that grand final spot.
And just waiting on one player here to provide you some context at home, but I do want to dive into that a little further, Uber, because one of the things we did shout out for Tribe Gaming, Killer, formerly a player, now moving on into that coach slot there, providing a lot for his team in this role. What do you think he's working on for this matchup?
Yeah, look, I think that it's important to know that Killer has definitely been sort of filling this role for this team for a little while. Even last year, like they loosely, I think, had a four-player roster, and they were able to sort of, make those substitutions in here. But right now, think about what we've been seeing out of these drafts, right? Let's think about what is being prioritized. A big conversation that we were having yesterday was about, are we banning Juju? Are we picking her first? Or are we expecting our opponents to pick her first, allowing that and developing a strategy around it? That's what a lot of coaches, I think, right now are considering, because using a ban slot on a brawler that is universally good across all maps is fine, but some of the niche heroes that are busted on certain game types like Gem Fort will then creep in. And then you have to answer like that particular strategy. I think we saw it yesterday on Heist, right? Where we had a Draco on Heist, and they were sort of all leading with this Draco running on to the safe, and it was like really hard to beat. So when you ban someone like Juju, you do potentially allow some cheese strategies in through the pick and ban that can catch you off guard. So you need to try and read what your opponent's doing. Don't just come with a cookie cutter approach to this draft phase. Make sure you're being reactive, responsive, and securing every single edge that you can. A coach's job in Brawl has never been more difficult. Like, they really are earning their stripes now, because they need to research, they need to understand tendencies of opponents and find axes upon which they can attack some of the vulnerabilities. And lesser known roster like SK Kalalas, that gets more difficult. You have to dig a little bit deeper for that information and for that insight. But again, I think this team is more than capable of doing that. They do have Sugus and Killer, who both have access to a vast array of resources in order to give their team the edge.
Yeah, we actually have another interview quickly with Zeus from Try Gaming, so let's check in a little bit further on their mentality in this matchup.
Por lo menos yo, lo que hago cuando salen mapas a jugar, si sale algún mapa que yo tengo que jugar en el partido, lo juego y lo juego por mucho tiempo. Y juego con los personajes que voy a jugar en el partido. No voy a jugar un Mortis en atraco porque pues no voy a hacer eso en el partido. So, todo lo que hago es intentar para que me ayude a mejorar para el día del partido, y los días del partido yo intento dormir lo máximo posible. Si tengo que dormir 12 horas, duermo 12 horas. Y así e intento comer también mucho antes, porque para que no me baje la energía. Y ya, creo que eso es todo.
Zeus, that's just some generally good life advice. Eat just a little bit ahead, don't get sleepy. 12 hours though, I dream of getting 12 hours of sleep. You guys got your requisite 12 hours as casters, correct?
I have kids. What kind of question is that?
Yeah, it felt cruel the moment it left my mouth. Like, I'm so sorry, man. You're right.
No. I think I got like 6.5, 7. So
that's
I'm
pretty good.
That.
I respect that. That's a good.
I did have a 2-year-old summon me at 2:30 a.m. over the baby monitor, but you know we bounce back. We keep rolling. I've got great gameplay to keep me alert and awake. You know what I mean? So you know, who needs caffeine?
That's true. You time it out in Brawl matches. Every little time you gotta wake up.
You're crazy for that, Rachel. Cannot believe it. Oh.
Yeah. No, I don't know that life. I got 2 cats. They wake up at 5:30 to be fed, and you know what? They don't care if I have games on my phone or not. These guys.
Actually, my eldest loves Brawl Stars. He's a big fan of sitting with me while I play. Big fan of the star drops because he likes the different colors they can be, and he gets very excited when he gets a red or yellow one. So thanks, Supercell, for addicting my kid to your gacha, but no, it's fun. It's a great way I spend time with him. Again, hopefully, as he grows up, he'll have a game like this as an example to learn how to be a fantastic Brawl player. At some point, there might be some penalties handed out here if we can't sort of get into game on time. So I don't know what the detail is with that, but for those that are, listening to us, we're just hanging out, we're talking game. Obviously, at the start of a tournament, when there's not been any gameplay yet, there's a little bit less to dig into contextually. And I think that, I don't know about you, Kenny, Rachel, but we've definitely sort of wanted to talk a little bit about the metagame right now, because I do think at the start of a year, there's just so much, so much that is hidden away from the public a little bit, or those that aren't sort of deep in the scene. And I think we got a taste of that yesterday, which kind of made for some really exciting gameplay. So fingers crossed we get some more spice in these matches. But I wonder if Tribe are going to show that against a team like SK Kalalas, or whether they just keep that for the more crucial matchups.
Yeah, I have to ask actually, and add on that factor and then pass it on to you, Kenny. With so many changes coming down the line, new brawlers, new balance changes, has anyone been keeping anything in their back pocket that they're like, well, use it or lose it now? I've got this secret strat, this thing I always wanted to try. Are we expecting to see any of that towards the end of the season, Kenny?
I don't think any of these guys are truthfully going to hold back. I think for a team like Tribe Gaming here, especially where they've got 3 maps that are almost identical to their potential semifinals, both of these teams have practiced these maps a ton. There is a lot on the line, and I think for a team, especially like Tribe Gaming, there's so much depth to them in terms of the brawler pool they can get to. I think that's one of the things that we pointed out earlier that makes it a little trickier for something like an SKC, where they're good players. I've seen the mechanics. These guys have been on fire for a little bit here, but now they're starting to really compete with some of the best here. There's no established, best brawlers, iconic brawlers for them. Whereas somebody like RBM, first brawler I think of Ash, who's phenomenal, somebody that Uber pointed out earlier. That's the one I literally have highlighted in my Gym Fort notes right here, because they play it so much, they're successful at it, and there's something perfect about when a brawler is good in the meta and also good in somebody's hands. I definitely think that's something that's going to be pointed out for SKC. Those are the kinds of things that these analysts, these coaches are having to look for. And, you know, just between what we said here, there's already a lot to juggle. This is just the surface level stuff too. I mean, these guys go above and beyond to do their research.
Well, they're going to get a couple more minutes to go above and beyond, and we'll let Luffy hang out with the bear, because we're going to take a quick break and get our players sorted so we can get on into our first match. Don't go anywhere again. We'll be right back with more Brawl Stars.
I keep the baby nice, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance, sauvage et fier, je danse, personne
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We're just getting ready for our first quarterfinal match here. That's going to be between Tribe Gaming and SK Kalalas, their NA division. Now, we're take a look at Tribe here before. First of all, the backgrounds, love it. But as we were talking about this team, their history in this space, what they're likely to bring to this competition, I think both of you individually said you're expecting this to be a 3-0 result if we do get to kick this off soon. And you were breaking that down for us, Uber. A lot to do with the current meta and Tribe Gaming's choices. How do you think they arrive at such great decision-making ahead of each match?
Yeah, like I said, I think a component of this is definitely in scouting. So that is where your coaches and analysts go and look at what the opponents seem to prefer to play. There are so many brawlers in Brawl Stars that, frankly, you know, no one team has like a style that they're stuck in and that, you know, can be exploited. At this level, you're expected to be able to play any permutation of the, 87 or so brawlers that are in the game. So the best place to start is to develop a comp that is best for you, that you think is going to be ideal, and you try and map out what an average pick and ban phase might look like based on the most commonly picked or banned brawlers. Now, if that doesn't go to plan, or if, you know, the bans and picks don't work the way you expect them to, that's where the coach gets involved and goes, hey, Juju's open, or we can get a melody here and we can pivot into, you know, some kind of, you know, gust combination where we get a shield or something like that. So there's an element of prep and then there's an element of like raw agility during that draft phase. And the draft phase is really quick. So like you don't have time to like agonize over things. You've got to jump in and make those calls like we are now, I guess.
Yeah, looks like we're taking off with Gym Fort here. Great to see the map showing its face. This one's a really interesting one too, Uber. There's a lot of bans that I think are almost musts for me. I think Juju's in that mix. I think Lou can be in that mix, especially into a team, depending on who has first overall, of course. But if we see that Tribe gets a first overall, I mean, getting your hands on Lou could be important just because of how tanky they end up playing every time.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And you know this, like you're SK Kalalas, like you're gonna walk into this game like, okay, like what have they got in store for us here? Gem Fort is obviously a map where you can make extensive use of those side lanes because you can get brawlers all the way down them and try and wrap around. And we often, as a result, start to see the map split, you know, sort of left to right as opposed to north to south. Sometimes teams want to overload one bush, and that can create an interesting scenario as well. We'll start with the bans here. I think that's definitely going to give us an idea of how we should be going forward. I think it's been talked about, but we have the Max already taken away. The Buzz gets banned by Tribe, no less. Stu taken out, obviously hypermobile, and we know that Janet is really powerful right now, so no shock there to see her. And Lou, of course, is pretty popular here just to really control that center part of the map.
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but of the regions, Buzz has shown up quite a bit whenever it's involving this Tribe Gaming roster. I am a little surprised it's them banning it, but that might be something that they know, that deep down in the scrim play rates and all that jazz, that this guy's shown up maybe even more than I thought he was. Surge, a first overall pick. This is something very frequent for these guys. This is kind of their default safe pick, if you will, on that 2-3 turn or that first overall. It's very good at preventing aggressive brawlers. Obviously, Surge at that tier 1 weak, but as he progresses up through his stages, once he's at 2, 3, 4, he can dive on people, he can defend against these really aggro brawlers. So I think it's a very safe selection first overall, but SKC with a Sandy and a Barry on the other end, now they can set themselves up for potentially a thrower for those indestructible walls, and they could power up an aggro of their choice later on the line.
Yeah, I think that this composition is really saying we want to play in the middle of the map. We want to be here around the gem well, and we don't want to have to retake that space. We want to claim it, and then we want to control it. The hypercharge for Barry is incredible. So much coverage, great healing, and of course that Sandy super now as well, giving a speed boost with the hyper to people inside of it, but in general it's great for that space denial. Here's Ash. We talked about this team and their reliance on tanks. We have a very strong side laner like Surge, who's terrifying when they're leveled up, given how their shots split within that fort itself. And the Ash here gives you that rundown, that all-in potential with a burst of speed that can often be really unexpected. You know, I like this look from Tribe. SK Kalalas have a pretty straightforward approach here, but what they kind of lack is, you know, range. That's the problem, I guess, with Sandy. She's got stopping power. She can stun with that gadget, or rather he can control that space, excuse me. But, you know, when it comes to someone at longer ranges that wants to try and keep tanks honest, they don't quite have that yet. And the Amber comes in to really light up the map, clear all those bushes in the middle and make it harder for this shorter range comp so far from SK Kalalas to hide away.
Tribe also are unafraid of picking this Ashe. I would say just generally, it's going to take a lot to deter them from this pick, especially on this map. It's something they frequently go to. It's one of their strongest brawlers already, and in today's day and age, with this hypercharge out, I think he's one of the better tanks in the game anyways, so it's a good shout regardless. I think they needed, like you said, a little range, and the thing I was kind of looking for too, they've got a couple good control brawlers, but real no damage output. I mean, Sandy is great at getting a stun, playing that defensive side of things, but not necessarily going to be some top frag for your team. Same can be said for Barry. So I don't know if this right side has a great synergy. I don't think this is going to be your everyday composition, but I almost think it was necessary to grab some DPS for them.
All right, well, here we go. We have our comps basically locked in here, and decent draft, I think. SK Kalalas, I think the damage that Tribe Gaming setup has is pretty impressive. Their composition might be a little bit harder to pilot here, but I do think, like, you know, Zeus on the Amber is going to be quite powerful, and the Rika, like you sort of mentioned, lets you just kind of dominate that side lane a little bit. But this is the problem. RBM is already looking to pinch here. Ducky only has 3 gadgets. There's one, and RBM shrugs that one off pretty quickly.
It's a huge contention in the mid, but so far so good for Tribe. Zeus will narrowly survive. 174 HP is what it's going to take. Luffy can expand now on this right-hand side. That's a great matchup into Surge as well. Surge is going to do really well into these lower HP brawlers or these tanky brawlers. He can push them away or just get them with a couple taps, and Rico is definitely vulnerable to that.
Well, Bilal, a little bit scary now as the little help has come on in, and RBM has just dominated this side of the map. So this is the issue. Tribe Gaming now can basically dictate the pace. They tell SK Kalalas when to jump and exactly how high. Luffy here, of course, has that window of invulnerability, dives on in, doesn't give up his life for it, but it doesn't matter because Zeus has already got 9 gems. RBM can throw himself at SK Kalalas, and it doesn't matter. Now, of course, we have that countdown ready. Rafiki want to come forward, does have the hypercharge, but really that's much better defensively or to use to control this space that Tribe don't really need to compete for anymore. RBM sees Bilal, he goes for a multi-ball launcher, it's not enough. Little Help is going to devour Rafiki, and that's that. First round, cleanly taken by Tribe.
That's what you expect of the #1 seed. I think SKC are a good team too, like I mentioned. I really don't think these guys didn't get here by accident. I think they more than earned it. They played some really good teams, had a close match against SSG, beat STM in the Esports, 2 very established teams, and some players even on that STM in roster that have gone back a long ways. They got to find their footing though. I don't know if it's the nerves or what it was. I do think Tribe probably have draft here, to be honest with you, but nonetheless, SKC just not showing a lot of life there.
And this is the problem. The same issue still applies now. I mean, Tribe can overload one side of the map here, and there's no safe gem carrier here. If you're trying to use the Rico in a side lane, then who is so supposed to carry your gems in the mid? Like, you don't have any good range off any of them. Like Darky, I suppose. Once those supers start to get rolling, you can do a heck of a lot more to sort of control that space. So we'll see that here. Ducky with the super, so should be able to clear those bushes. That will be pretty fortunate and will allow SK Kalalas to see this Ashe coming. But Tribe have a lot of damage, and, you know, SK Kalalas are playing a pretty dangerous game of having to basically stay grouped up, make sure that all of these Rico shots are hitting so they can keep the tanky lineup of Tribe honest.
Controls everything on this map too. I mean, you can see the sides of the walls there that are indestructible. Some of them are not, but all of those L-shaped walls are not going to get broken down in this. There's no wall breaks. So once you kind of take over control in the middle of the map, it's going to be really difficult to retake. The one thing that kind of counters that is that Surge jump. At least you can get a dive in or put a little pressure on somebody that's just hugging a wall. That's kind of the only easy access point I would say to get in there, other than maybe a Sandy invisibility.
Okay, so high likelihood we have come out of that round. And that we have a result. Now, as to what that result is, I can't tell you, because if you joined us yesterday, you'll know that, yeah, we basically have become slideshow commentators in some of these situations. So bear with us now. We'll keep you as well apprised as we can of the set and map score as we go. But it looks like that was an SK Kalalas round, so their composition, Kenny, did eventually prevail once they had that control.
Yeah, it is the control-based comp. I mean, ultimately, that's a big part of this, and I think that's such an easy surface-level thing to say, but I can't illustrate enough, especially with the mechanics that these guys have. It is really difficult to overtake. So, going to be 1-1 overall. We are heading into a Game 3. We'll shortly await and see what goes down there.
Yeah, again, I think we'll it looks like there's about 7-8 gems on the side of Tribe right now. 6, excuse me. Yeah. Zeus has been able to get into the middle of the map, and this is a problem when Ashe is running rampant in your backline. It's pretty scary. Ducky does at least get the Sandstorm down, and RBM will sort of be revealed amongst those bushes, but it's a big lead for Tribe already to have, especially as Luffy has netted himself a gem as well. Ducky's got to get pretty close.
You had some serious... I was just about to compliment you on the eagle eyes. I mean, that was incredible to spot out of the corner of the tablet there. But Tribe are going to take a lead here. SKC just trying to do their best to group together as well. But this is where Ash is going to shine. Barry expanding, but Luffy's still going to be able to get a kill here. One more gem, and they're going to take a countdown.
I mean, SK Kalalas are controlling that space on the right side of the map perfectly, Kenny. It's just not the space that they want to control at all. That's not where the objective is, unfortunately. Riki, just pure weight of healing, is able to win that fight out, but now it's very risky. You're out in the open against an Ember. It's about as bad as it gets in terms of raw matchup. So this will be Tribe Gaming taking away the round and the set. Gem grab goes to Tribe.
That's what we expect out of them. I mean, the expectations are even higher this year than it was for them last year. They'd been signed by a gigantic org in North America. They are the guys to beat right now. SKC obviously contending a little bit there. I kind of expect some of these sets to be a little back and forth. It wasn't my favorite draft. I think it was 3 really good brawlers, but sometimes you got to have a little synergy going along. I like the well-roundedness of that Tribe composition.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see, well, we didn't see, but you can see in your mind's eye, if you will, how SK Kalalas' composition could be really oppressive once they get some of those supers online. In theory, you dominate one of those side lanes, with the Rico, and you dominate the middle part of the map with the Sandy. 3 gadget charges is obviously plenty. And then the whole while, you keep your team really healed up. But I do feel that you might prefer, someone who's a little bit tankier than the Sandy to be the centerpiece of this composition. If you're going to, use them in such a way. I know that like having the stun is really good, but that's not enough to stop RBM. Maybe if the Sandy is a different tank, for example, then all of a sudden, you're getting a little bit more value out of that berry heal. It's a little bit hard to shift them off the map, and you don't have to strictly play just towards getting those Sandy supers down in order to be as oppressive as that comp wants to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much of that second game there where SK Kalalas did manage to pick up a game win, but you talked a little bit about how that composition did surprise you. They were able to pull some stuff out with it there. Kenny, I wanted to get your reaction to kind of, before and after for that matchup and what your thoughts are.
I mean, that was kind of my expectation, to be honest with you. I think the composition that we saw them draft favored Tribe. Again, to kind of point out what Uber was saying, I like the well-roundedness of this, and sometimes I feel like pro players get stuck in picking the good brawlers, the brawlers that are open. Sandy, a great brawler in the map. Rico could be really good. Barry doesn't necessarily synergize them as well. I think they're not bringing the best out of all of those brawlers, and they're kind of just throwing a hodgepodge together, whereas I feel like Tribe had a calculated approach. And honestly, credit to SKC, they still ended up winning a game, and I really didn't think that would necessarily be an easy one for them to win. So they still made that set 2-1 nonetheless. I don't think they're out of this by any means.
I will say that, that's a pretty challenging sort of lineup to draft against. I think, Tribe were able to take the last pick and, find a brawler that's especially good at canvassing, a wide area. You scout pretty well as that Ember if you want to. So they're playing sort of for a worst case scenario where okay, there's a Sandstorm in the way. How do we put pressure down on these guys? How do we damage them? Ember is pretty good at doing that, but we're going to move on. Center stage now. It's time for Brawl Ball. So a little bit of a different approach, but those brawlers like Surge, still expect to see them be very powerful. Sandy's also quite viable here. Brawlers that have some form of CC or invulnerability frames or mobility are really highly valued, and both teams have banned the Juju out here. Neither really wants to deal with it. I think the Maisie ban is super interesting. She definitely had her time in the sun and definitely has a lot of fantastic pieces in her kit in terms of being a mid-range fighter that has a dash, you have a stun, you have decent damage at long range here. Tribe banning out a lot of tanks though. They're okay, they might have a tank in mind here that would be susceptible to both what Nita and Jackie can do.
Maisie ban, I think, is a very calculated one too. North America have used it a lot. Surge is who I thought they were going to go with. This is something they've frequently done, like I said, whether it's Gym Fort, Center Stage. There's a lot of maps where they feel that Surge is kind of the dynamic playmaker. They're looking for a way to shut down those tanks, and it's also removing a piece of the equation that could counter a future tank they want. I've seen them pick Buzz on this map quite a bit. They've had some real interesting bans. Juju's a no-brainer. I think they just want that out of the picture, but they also take out Jackie and Nita, which are a couple ones that could really mess with the tanks that they want to play, and I think that's why they end up banning those.
Okay, so once again, Sandy, gets picked up here. You have these relatively shorter range brawlers, but it's so good to have Stu on this map. Again, if you can have a speed zone that's uncontested. That gives you a pretty big edge. Of course, Sandy in a pinch can give a speed boost as well, under the right circumstances. But yeah, Surge and Sandy. These teams are kind of showing us a real preference to go towards those brawlers right now. And we can see like Surge in the right hands, a pair of aggressive hands that, doesn't really fear, is pretty good. Berry here, great to have a thrower on these Brawl Ball maps. Usually mix one in there. The fact that, Berry does put some pressure down in terms of damage, but also can heal is good. Tribe really want to save this last pick, for as long as they can, but they are going to have to give SK Kalalas a chance to respond to it. I'm expecting something tankier, but we'll have to wait and see.
Ash on my mind for sure here, one of their favorites, and like I said, they could pull something crazy out of the bag. I think Maisie was actually going to be in their equation as well, to be honest with you. It's something they've also done a lot. It's not just a them thing either. In North America, I've seen a trend with this brawler a good bit. But yeah, Ash is a favorite. I think having the rats into something like a stew can be very helpful. Obviously, if a sandstorm drops that's rude sands, it's going to eradicate those pretty quickly. But I think they've powered up their Ash, and I think this is another instance of where this is a well-rounded comp. It's 3 good brawlers. They synergize really well together, but you never know what you're gonna get. North America loves to bring out the El Primo. They love a little flash, a little pizzazz. The ultimate goal scorer has entered the fray. I am super excited for this.
All right, obviously El Primo is very good at opening up the map. His super destroys those, barriers and blocks. He also can take the suplex gadget and essentially strip the ball from someone while yeeting them backwards over his head. So very, very good on Brawl Ball in general. Like you mentioned, a great goal scorer. There's some cheeky tech that you can do, with that El Primo on this map. But just want to make it very clear, Tribe Gaming have locked the exact same composition, almost, with the exception, of course, of that Amber not sort of being here. So they definitely really want to apply that pressure here on this map. Let's see what they can do. Ducky's already wrapped around, but Tribe are going to probably work together as a bit of a death ball here and make use of the berry heals. But okay, that's one suplex already used as Rafiki makes it pretty hard for Tribe to get that healing benefit. And they should be able to walk this one in. Rafiki, healthy enough to shoot that in.
Whew, a little closer than I would have wanted it to be, but I do think SKC played that quite well. They throw a brawler over their shoulders, tag team it, and then can work their way around. One of the benefits, I think, with this team is they have Stu, who's going to be able to cycle a lot of supers and therefore super shots. And additionally, El Primo is great on offense and defense, but Tribe responding quite well. Zeus now expanding positioning for his team. RBM with the kick forward. It's just a lone Sandy. Bilal does get the sleep off. Ducky steps up, intercepts the ball. They actually kick it away. Phenomenal work coming out of the red roster.
Now, this composition is really good for SK Kalalas. They have a stun to strip the ball. They have a suplex to also remove possession. Again, those gadgets will eventually run out of charges, but if you can turn one of those into a goal, then that's great. Even 2 of them together for a goal, that's perfect. Of course, the very hypercharge here means that Tribe can definitely play around this area with a bit more impunity, and Luffy is threatening to jump on top of Ducky and blow them up here, but Tribe are not in a position to try and go for a proper goal, and the Rude Sands is going to reveal them, forcing Luffy to use that super in a defensive aspect. RBM backs away, but might not be able to stop Rafiki as they go for a super to open up the map. Here come the little helpers with the hypercharge boost, so there's a lot of them, and they chow down on Rafiki.
Ducky still maintaining a little positioning here, though. Zeus trying to keep his brother afloat. Ash gonna die to the fire. Luffy does have the ball in his control, though. El Primo gonna be shadowing this left-hand lane. That's a tough one going into a surge, even with the gadget available. He's just gonna take this ball and run with it. Bilal now approaching. Ducky's still on this right-hand side. Rafiki falls. It's a hypercharge going down. Ducky dashing forward. Gets the elimination, and Bilal can just walk it in. SKC responding in set number 2.
God, it's hard not to like this composition from SKC, honestly. Like, the amount of, capacity they have with their gadgets to be disruptive. It is not easy in Brawl Ball to take possession of the ball from someone. You need a certain set of abilities. You need like a Daryl super or something like that. You cannot simply just take it off them. But having suplex, having sweet dreams, really effective. And then you just balance this out, I think, with, Stu, who can really run away with the game if you let him. Great looks from SK Kalalas, and I like their draft.
I do too. I think it's a very legitimate one, and I think this is much better than the last map that we saw. This is a team with a lot of talent. It does feel like they have the potential to take a set off these guys. I don't know about winning, but for right now, they're looking great. RBM goes down. Zeus still moving forward. Luffy has the ball available. It's a one-on-one situation. Ducky survives just long enough to bring Rafiki back in, so he's going to be able to grab this ball and keep it under SKC control. But hidden in the grass is a lot of Tribe members. This is going to get a little scary for SKC.
Okay, Root Sands, though, going to at least light this part of the map up for SKC. Rafiki has to be careful. Their Surge is already at level 3, so hitting extremely hard. And again, yeah, if Luffy can get Rafiki in his sights for long enough, that El Primo is simply going to cease to exist. It'd be like he was never there. He's got to be very careful. Ducky spotted out on the right-hand side of the map. RBM eats a stun. That is not how Bilal wants to be using that gadget. Just to stop an Ash that shrugs it off anyway and can keep going. Nice suplex from Rafiki, but Zeus finds a nice little, I guess the galaxies with this particular skin, but the ice cream drop to secure the kill and trade it out. Now RBM has to get back into the map, but has a hypercharged trooper at the ready, so that threatens to overwhelm one or more brawlers. Great Rude Sands reaction though. All the little helpers are taken down, and now SK Kalalas are able to come forward with momentum and player advantage and a goal to boot.
Rafiki is playing out of his mind. The defense and offense coming out of El Primo has been a huge instigator for why they've been able to stop goals that should have gone in and score ones on the other end. That was such a great return. Now Rafiki getting in on the action once again. A dive in, this time not enough for a kill. The Rats eating Stu up, and now Luffy can branch out to this right-hand side. RBM gonna take his time, heal up with the ice cream on the ground, and Zeus gonna join his teammates here. Tribe are gonna play as a unit here, and now SKC have to find a way to stop.
All right, at some point, Tribe have to overwhelm and get a goal. It's kind of hard to do both. They do expend some abilities here to try and control mid, but it's another Rude Sands. RBM's going to be too low for this. Oh, okay, nicely done. Gadget popped, health now restored, and a hypercharge used just for the stat boost for RBM. Oh, they get a second. Rafiki's down, and finally Tribe are able to break through and even up this round.
OT looking probable. 7 seconds on the clock. Rafiki does have a dive. Luffy activating hypercharge, but he's got this ball. He's got nasty intentions with it too. He misses though. RBM able to juggle this ball. Luffy working it forward, trying to get the frags for his teammates to pass
Danger.
up. Rafiki dives away, but the kill is too easy. Tribe Gaming match up in set 2.
Oh, man, great adaptations for Tribe here. They have to really play a very particular way around that Rude Sands. And if they overextend into a position where they're caught out by that one, it can really hurt them. The respawn time in Brawl Stars is short, but man, it is not short enough. If Tribe end up getting caught on the wrong side of the map by that stuff, they can't die in their own half, is the simple way of putting this. Dominate mid, control it with this damage and try and close out the game. But SK Kalalas have their gadgets back. The suplexes and the stuns will be there in plentiful supply.
Keeping an eye out on Surge here. Already has a super, so he's going to be a tier 2. That's a very early amount of time to get that in. So he's going to be much more of an asset for this Tribe Gaming roster. Rafiki left-hand in, just lurking. He's been a player to watch too. Been super impressed outside of that maybe one mistake in overtime with the misconnection. That super, he was going for gold. I got to respect it. They are an underdog in this, so you got to make big plays happen sometimes.
It's a great movement from RBM, but Ducky actually wraps around and pinches. Same issue with Gemfort. You can sneak up that side lane. Zeus! Unreal! He was stunned! And he's able to shrug it off and still find the goal because he put some healing down on the ground for himself.
That was great preparation, great teamwork to get that ball up in time. They knew Zeus was going to have just enough in the tank. The Sandstorm going to be showcasing the entire grass. There's nowhere to hide. Tribe Gaming cluster together. They're expanding though. The Zeus hypercharge goes down. Luffy dives away, and now RBM marching up the map. Ball still in the middle here, and Zeus is going to be able to grab this with ease.
Yeah, and RBM can disrespect Bilal, force out a gadget. He knew he was going to get it there as well. Here comes the elbow drop from Rafiki, but he's lost his defender now. He's left suplexing a player that didn't have possession of the ball. RBM hits the gadget, gets a top up in health, and try and close out our second set.
Another close one. A 2-1 in sets, and SKC are showing their teeth a little bit. Again, I think this team has a lot of talent. This time the draft came through much better. I thought there was a more impressive showing in terms of the set. They're certainly going to have to pull off the impossible. A reverse sweep against the #1 seed will be something for the making here in our month #1. But Luffy, RBM, Zeus, everybody contributing there. Ducky on the other end did have the kills. Rafiki maybe not as much, but I still think they played that set rather well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm happy with it, and I thought the composition was good. The idea, excuse me, was really good. But if they get forced into situations, SKC, where they end up using those gadgets in ways that don't advance their game plan, like they're using it just to stay alive, for example, or just to, disrupt the player without the ball, then it gets a bit scarier because those gadgets do go on cooldown. You don't have them immediately available for another use, when their actual intended use case comes up shortly after. Rafiki also has a tough job on this map. Playing this El Primo, someone who's really susceptible to Surge and can honestly just get burst down by them awfully quick. So I like the idea. I think the composition had all the hallmarks of one that could work. It was just so reliant on gadgets and supers, and sometimes they don't come up when you need them.
I do have a question too about this particular game mode, and especially when we saw Rafiki just playing so incredible in it, with all this extra stuff to think about as far as angles, passing, defending the ball, on top of the positioning, on top of the kills. What are you excited to see from a player that can really master Brawl Ball?
I think Brawl Ball plays out pretty interestingly. I think there's just so much to juggle, honestly, Uber. I think there's so much to keep track of, and I think that's why it kind of makes that El Primo job harder, right? He's playing defense, he's throwing people over his shoulder, he has to nail his supers. It's a good blend of just game awareness, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a really unique game type. Also, Bounty, I would consider to be pretty similar. On face of it, it looks like, you know, just kill the other guys more often than we get killed, but there is some nuance here. Controlling the blue star at the start of the round, and, you know, setting up the game to decide, you know, who the attacking team, quote unquote, and the defending team is really important, because there are some compositions here, especially on maps like this one, where you're favored being the defender. Like, you're favored when the enemy has to come to you. And there are some setups where you don't necessarily, some maps, some comps where you don't necessarily have an inherent advantage there. So sometimes you want to craft your composition to snap that blue star up at the start of the round to force the other team into an offensive stance straight away. That's an advantage that can snowball out of control if the attackers take too many risks, get picked off, and give over even more stars. But ban-wise here, a lot of those sharpshooters taken out of the mix here, because Tribe, you know, they like tanks. They don't like long-range shooty guys. We have, 3 or 4, if you count Byron, of the most prominent sharpshooters already banned away.
In terms of the brawler pool, this one's going to shape up completely differently. So maybe good news for SKC. Shooting Star, like you mentioned, does have that same strategy. There's a lot that goes into the thought process, and honestly, a great breakdown of that attack and defense kind of mindset. Because it's true, especially at a professional level, they're not going to be nearly as gung-ho as, say, some of your ladder games. These guys are very calculated with every move they make, and a kill goes a long distance every single time. So having that Star lead does change up entirely team strategies. Lola, an interesting one here. One that I don't see too often, and I don't think I hate it, simply because there's so many of these sharpshooters already removed. We have no RT, no Angelo, no Piper, no Bell, no Byron, and no Gus. I mean, there's a very clear direction that those bans were headed, and honestly, off the top of my head, Mandy, Nani, kind of the only 2 sharpshooters that show up here frequently left.
And I think Tribe are expecting a Gene Max composition here from SK Kalalas, so they are trying to sort of choose their brawlers accordingly. Lola is very spammy, especially when she has an ego out, right? You can really just canvas one part of the map. It almost feels like a longer range Meg in terms of how you can control that space just under threat of, you know, getting burst down. Carl here gets picked up for SK Kalalas. So not only do they have a strategy to bring Tribe to them in the Magic Hand, they have a strategy to bring the fight to Tribe with an all-in from the Carl, and there's the Max. So Gene Max Carl, very straightforward comp that really wants to use that burst of speed to close the gap and to clobber Tribe.
Great read out of you. I think when we see Gene, especially considering the bans that we've got, Max is oftentimes the point where they're going to go. I think Carl to go with this is good for piercing through Lola's ego, and also for that blue star. They're going to get a free gadget off the rip of the game, and they basically get a guarantee of taking the lead early. They just have to be careful not to overstep too much, but they get access to the mid. On the other end, though, Melody is going to be great for kind of traveling throughout this map. You can get from one end to another in a blink of an eye with that super. It's a great brawler overall. I don't think I really fault Tribe for taking this, especially if they can get into the back lines. Somebody like a Max, somebody like a Gene, not going to be able to easily defend themselves if Melody's cooking with a hypercharge or musical notes.
I think one of the weaknesses of this Gene Max composition, Kenny, is getting dove on, getting engaged on themselves. SK Kalalas' setup wants to be the one that sort of dictates the rules of engagement. Okay, we're going to get our Max Super and we're going to use it to go aggressive. We're going to be the ones that sort of set the tone. Tribe might say, actually, we've got other plans. We're going to get you low enough with our long-range pressure from sharpshooters, and then Luffy's going to dive in and sort of take these eliminations. And see, already, very aggressive positioning makes so much space for RBM here to shove Bellel back into a position where it's hard to farm that super.
Some great shots coming out of Ducky here early. Zeus already backed off. A phase shift pretty preemptively, but does keep him up. Almost necessary. A super to kind of expand that positioning as well. This is going to be the yin and yang that we're facing. Every time that Max super drops, it's going to allow them to expand a little bit of their territory. That way they're not getting backed up into the backside of their spawn. What a super coming out of Zeus, though. It looks like Ducky just survived, and they're going to be heading to the back spawn once again until they get another super.
I mean, Tribe have to do this because Rafiki has that sort of flying pickaxe that allows him to get the blue star off the rip. And there was an overextension here that allows some stars to be handed over. The Lola just gets a little bit too close to the Carl. It's something you've got to respect. This is where, though, Tribe do want SK Kalalas to be held on the map in their own half, but they are giving up a couple of kills here because they're simply not respecting the amount of damage that can be put out. Ducky also has really kept Zeus at bay. Despite being completely outranged, they've been hitting some brilliant shots.
I think maybe staggering themselves a little bit too. Tribe Gaming haven't really moved in as a unit yet. It's been Luffy going in, RBM going in. They're looking for these off angles, and they haven't quite gotten the ones necessary to grab a kill. Luffy already low HP here too, does have a super available. They are able to shred through Carl. Ducky with a hypercharged super, and a 2-star lead for his team with 30 seconds. This is going to be up to Tribe. If they want to take this, they have to do it as the clock expires. They're not looking to do anything else but end with a lead.
Yeah, we're ready for the all-in here, though. SK Kalalas can come forward now and really try and start the fight. We do see Gene with the hand on line. Zeus going to get pressured here, but is able to bring Rafiki down. Now it's an even game, but Blue Star goes over to Tribe. It's going to be Luffy falling here. Maybe not a chance to make use of the gadget to get extra shielding. Never saw a hypercharge from the Melody either. And there's really just not enough time for SK Kalalas to end this now. A couple seconds left, but RBM falls and the plan kind of falls apart for Tribe.
Shows what happens when you get that blue star early. It's not a traditional comp, but honestly, that Carl grabbing that blue star allowed them to set the tone. They can dictate pace however they see fit, and even though Tribe were the aggressors pretty much the whole time, defense successful for SKC. They didn't give up too many stars. At best, I think there was a 2-star gap between Tribe Gaming and SKC as that progressed, and once again, going to be starting with much of the same. Going to be going for a flying hook early, grabbing that blue star, and now they're backing off. They're playing this together. This isn't a composition I think that SKC wants to have anybody go ISO ball. They want everybody to stick together and play as a unit.
Luffy just has to get close to sort of build those music notes up, but it also requires a Melody to take a fair bit of poke damage. Rafiki hit by the slow there by Zeus. Dangerous, but it just means they can't come forward. Phase shifter aggressively. This is what I want to see more of from this SK Kalalas team. Ducky just closes the gap, and all of a sudden, the fragility of this Tribe Gaming composition gets exposed when SK Kalalas can go aggressive.
Got plenty of time to work with, though. Bilal does have a super, and honestly, just the threat of flashing it, maybe more than actually using it. Speed going down. Ducky has to survive. Luffy low HP and blasts his way through Luffy once again. Now they're up 5, but they're stuffed in a corner here. RBM and Zeus have to hold their position long enough to get their teammate back.
Another good phase shifter forward from Ducky. Look at they take space. Luffy has to tank shots for RBM. This is going horribly for Tribe. Rafiki dives on in, and this is perfect. SK Kalalas know just how much of the map they need to give up, and when it's time to move up and punish Tribe trying to take so much space here. It is a real tight work that you have to walk for both sides, but SK Kalalas have navigated this really well. I mean, Zeus has tried to triple tap Rafiki down, and there's a Sugar Ray attempted across the map. It doesn't really connect. Here comes Ducky once more charging forward. RBM's going to dodge these taps. The Max is now out of ammo, so they've got to rest for a moment. A magic hand though is scary. Here's the hyper from Luffy. Can he turn this game around now? He's got plenty of shield, but the health is a little bit low, and Rafiki's being careful about how he tries to engage. Nicely done. Luffy doesn't get any more for his troubles, and there's only 13 seconds left.
And they've got a long way to climb back. Luffy flanking left. Rafiki goes down. They're going to have to cycle so many kills now. Bilal is out of it. 5 stars is all they need. And top right-hand side has 6. Luffy going for gold. It's not enough, though. Bilal and his teammates hold strong. And SKC are going to get a 7 on the board.
I like that. Great job for SKC. You've got to be pretty level-headed and, even-keeled to win out against that kind of frustrating sharpshooter setup that threatens to pick you apart over the long round. They play to their outs perfectly. The Gene Max composition is popular, and this is why. It's so flexible. You've got area of effect healing from Magic Puffs. You've got the ability to get your hypercharge online should you need it with that max hypercharge. Carl is just great for getting the blue star and for starting fights. Of course, Protected Pirouette gives him that extra durability when he goes in with that super. There's just a lot to like about this SK Kalalas setup. It's not reinventing the wheel, I don't think, but it's a very solid comp. And Tribe, as powerful as their brawlers look, couldn't find an answer.
So powerful they looked, and in every other match in the qualifiers up to this, Tribe looks so strong here. But what is it that SK Kalalas is doing that is making them look not as strong? Because their choices are good, but is the draft failing them a little bit here, where their sharpshooters a little too banned out? Was that a great call by our Kalalas?
I think it was honestly a little bit of a misdirect. I think they do have some really good brawlers that can occupy space, and I think that's something that you pointed out, Uber, during it. Between the max speed, the phase shift, the tail spin, the flying hook, I just named 4 mechanics immediately that allow them to be in a corner at one moment and expand, occupy space, and that's a big deal. I think having that presence on the map changes things up entirely. You know, we kind of had to do something and get creative. That was one of those moments that you mentioned pre-broadcast where you have to get creative sometimes. You prep and prep and prep, but sometimes something weird happens and you just gotta adapt on the fly, and I think that was an example of SKC adapting perfectly.
Yeah, and again, I don't think they came up with a comp that has never been seen before, right? I would have liked to have seen Tribe, you know, respond. As soon as you see the gene picked, I think you probably know they're trying to draft Max. Like, you don't normally see them separately, right? So Tribe could have tried to, you know, take the Max away with a pick of their own and made that adaptation here. Kaboom Canyon, though, coming up. The Gale ban is an interesting one alongside the Crow. It makes perfect sense. Obviously, controlling the middle of the map is really important. That's also why Eve is banned away, because she can traverse in and out of mid fairly easily. The jump pad for Gale on this map is very troll. Lets you just get on in there. There are other ways of obviously doing that. But Colette on a heist map. This is SK Kalalas. The first pick, Kenny, that doesn't really tip their hand. She's just such a good brawler on this game type in general. The hypercharge is pretty nuts. She's exactly where you want to be, I think, for a first pick. That says nothing about what your comp is supposed to look like.
Agreed. And I'm going to be looking out for Angelo here too, another brawler that can kind of go over this water and also has a pretty favorable matchup into Colette. I think Colette is worth the risk either way, especially knowing your opponent, Tribe Gaming, who are likely looking for those tankier players. You know, something like a Daryl, very popular on this map. Honestly, the matchup into 8-bit for Colette can sometimes be pretty decent because she can shred through his higher health points. That's something that Colette does very well. But the sharpshooters can outrange Colette, so there's a little bit of give and take with that. It's not a perfect pick, but I think it's so worthwhile considering the game mode. She absolutely destroys high saves.
Okay, 8-bit hero, of course, very important. Once you have that mid control and you can set up a damage amplifier, you are going to be pretty terrifying. Really nice long range. That extra credits hit on the safe can nuke it down pretty quickly. So Tribe have, you know, a safe attacker. That's a great option. And the berry here makes me feel like they just want to set up shop in mid-map and never let go of that space.
Looking out for wall break options here now too. I think Brock might get in the equation here, or Colt, somebody that can kind of disrupt things a little bit. Both of those solid for high safe damage. They've got the range, and especially into Barry and an 8-bit turret, they're going to want to get rid of that. Rift seems to be their choice for that. I think Piggy Bank is where they're going, and this is where we get real creative, Uber. Sam coming now. I've seen it before, but I mean, by no means is this an easy one to play.
No, obviously Sam is pretty deadly on the safe with the way he can throw his knuckle dusters at the wall and be able to pick them up pretty much instantly. Great, obviously, to have a speed boost on a tank to run people down. It is risky and it can be exploited, but the Colette is, you know, on the side of SK Kalalas, so you can't pick an obvious counter, you know, to this Max here. The Cordelius, though, is very good. A brawler that obviously, you know, we normally associate with being pretty aggressive, trying to take fights, win 1v1s, be the ultimate duelist, but on Heist, being able to drag an attacking brawler into the Shadow Realm instead of allowing them to go ham on your safe is really important. We've seen Cordelius used against like those Chuck compositions as well to counter a team that is trying to go all in. So RBM will be on ducky duty for much of this game and we'll be looking to control them, the Sam, make sure they can't get up on that safe for free.
Yeah, Cordelius is simply full stop defense. They're going to have to rely on 8-bit and Barry to get high safe damage because Cordelius doesn't really cut it in that category. But he is phenomenal when it comes to brawlers aggressing towards him, dragging them in the Shadow Realm. He is the ultimate hypercharge eliminator because he simply removes them from the equation. Rafiki already going down the sidelines, working this right hand in, doesn't get to the high safe, but does get a trade. As a result, Ducky's able to expand a little bit, take down these walls, and now there's nowhere for this 8-bit to really hide his turret in the middle of the map. I think that's a big play there for Ducky and his teammates.
I love the Griff pick. It is such a good look here. Now there's nowhere safe either for the Berry to stand and to heal. Now you're going to be at risk of getting, you know, burst down by a lot of this Griff damage. Also, the Colette now can attack the safe from here, right? She can just walk up mid and pretty comfortably, you know, use that super to get that, you know, guaranteed uncounterable damage down. So very, very powerful setup here. You know, at this point, you're feeling very uncomfortable as Tribe Gaming. You don't really have like a inherent advantage on the map. Your Cordelius is out in the open, completely outranged by the entirety of the opponent's team. You know, Sam, okay, maybe outrange Sam, sure, but Sam's going to be running you down. There's nowhere to hide your Berry. The 8-bit also, as durable as he is, feels pretty fragile against brawlers with any sort of speed or the ability to close the gap on you. So SK Kalalas have done an excellent job setting up, I think, the most favorable possible situation according to their drafting.
At this point, if they lose, it just shows Tribe mechanics are phenomenal. I mean, truly, I'm really impressed with SKC. This was a team coming into this that I really thought could take a set. 3-1 is what I had jotted down in my notes, just based off the belief that I have in SKC. I think the mechanics are really strong. They've been drafting really well. Leading up to this event, they're one of the more impressive teams in the region to me in the draft. Sure, they don't have the long standing of some of these other rosters. There's a reason they're the 8th seed, but I think coming in this year, they possibly got a bright future ahead of them. But they've got a Titan on the other end right now. Tribe Gaming contesting. Everybody just working for a little bit of mid control, and this is where RBM's going to shine. Couple tags, they get rid of a huge factor. Colette immediately eliminated. Luffy survives, and it's just Ducky and 8-Bit in the mid, and this is going to favor Ducky for sure.
Yeah, I'm impressed, though, at how well Tribe have been able to defend. They are behind, and okay. Big damage on Bilal there. They might have only got one tick on the way in onto that safe. It's unclear. Either way, Rafiki chilling in the Shadow Realm right now will eventually emerge, as they do here, and immediately throw those Knuckle Dusters in towards the safe. They're taken down, but at some point, Tribe have to get out of, Hermit defense mode, and I don't think that cashback is going to help. Here comes that safe pressure now, something that was threatened by SK Kalalas for the entire round, and they have done more than enough to sneak this round away.
All right, SKC, one game away from taking us to a 5th and final set. Give me a little bit of a flashback to yesterday where Loud were the clear team that we felt like was going to win, but you just never know in Brawl Esports. Credit to these young gentlemen on the other end. SKC doing really good work right now. I think Tribe Gaming clearly got a match on their hands, and they're going to have to really persevere here. They got to take 2 straight if they want to end this match in the 4th set.
Okay. Ducky here obviously wants to get up and break that second wall, but not until it's safe, not until he is not at risk of getting blown up by this Gary straight away. Also, the Piggy Bank has applications on SK Kalalas' defense side by taking out that sort of safe part of the map for attackers in the bottom corner. You see the bottom right here is in the top left. So he can use the Piggy Bank to blow that up on his side of the map and deny like a safe little haven, which is being used right now by RBM. Away. There are obviously indestructible boxes there in front of RBM, but again, you can make it harder to set up. Okay. Well, we do at least have Tribe looking to try and take control of the middle part of the map there, and they really need to be immovable from this area. RBM going deep helps, I think, with that. That means Rafiki and Bilal have to double back to defend here, but I mean, Zeus is probably pretty scared of that Sam. They're trying to like swap lanes, and I use that term loosely, away from the Sam. And now Bilal will be outranged by Luffy. RBM just drags Rafiki into the Shadow Realm. That is a big win, but again, you've got to turn this into safe damage.
I think it's the one thing they're lacking right now, but RBM doing everything he can just to kind of give his teammates a little bit of an advantage. He's dragging people to Shadow Realm, getting these kills, and this is where Zeus is going to shine. A lot of damage pouring out. Luffy looking down this safe, and it's going to get them a ton of damage. This is a massive lead, by far the biggest of the set so far.
Yep, absolutely. This is dangerous, though. RBM, big damage. Does use the jump gadget there to potentially avoid some more oncoming damage. It doesn't allow them to survive quite long enough, though. Rafiki is low, but Ducky is going to be a problem. There is just too much damage on the board here for SK Kalalas. Their safe, though, is very, very low. Bilal, though, starting to rectify that. Nice little hypercharge super goes in, gets a chunk of damage on that safe, and even Ducky with a parting shot as they walk away. Make this a little bit of a closer game, but we're running now into the red zone. 30 seconds left in the round.
They can come back from this. You can see what a Colette super does. 10% baseline, and that doesn't include damage gear. Doesn't include hypercharge. We just witnessed that can do. And it's 60% to 37. I mean, 1 burst of damage. 1 burst is all SKC need.
All right. Ducky having to inch back just a little bit here. At some point, SK Kalalas have to come forward and actually fight for this game. They can take us to a 5th and final set with a good push here, but Zeus goes in. Great super. Rafiki can't quite get purchase on the safe. It's not enough damage, and Zeus will make sure that there's enough of a buffer for Tribe Gaming. We've got an even set.
Match point now for Tribe Gaming as well. The #1 seed in North America with a chance to close out here. There's certainly been a ruckus so far, though. SKC giving themselves every opportunity possible. Truthfully, outside of that first set's draft, I mean, even then, they were still making sets 3 games. I think a lot of credit to SKC, but if they want to prove that they're a big dog in this region, they need to get a win in this game.
Okay. I think they have the right comp here, honestly. Can they maintain this mid-control? There's the Piggy Bank going to be used. This is able to knock Ducky back with the gadget, but it doesn't stop that Piggy Bank from being deployed. So the map now is fully opened. And and Tribe Gaming are posturing forward a bit more aggressively, but that was a beautiful time to collect here. RBM is able to drag Rafiki into the Shadow Realm and really needs to get a clean elimination here on this Sam. I think they need to walk away with that brawler advantage when they emerge, and Ducky is right there. RBM uses the gadget, doesn't quite dodge the damage, but still a player advantage being maintained for Tribe.
That interaction gave him 10% though, so SKC will hold for now. Rafiki putting in some work. This time the super not as successful. Zeus will survive. Luffy getting healed, and RBM still lurking this grass. He's using all of the invisibility to his advantage, just trying to stay out of sight of the enemy team, and now he's immediately going to shadow Rafiki. He's going to be on that lane with him the whole time if possible. He's the best way of shutting this down. He's getting aggressive. Now he's popping up in Ducky's face, a jump away, and he will get the trade. RBM survives. Zeus going to be able to get a little safe damage, but we've entered a base race.
Yeah, it's getting pretty hectic now. SK Kalalas still with a lead, though, as Bilal goes forward and gets some safe damage. RBM in the Shadow Realm should look to take Rafiki down once more, and they do. This is getting scary for Kalalas now as the damage booster comes in and the extra credits will be used on that safe. And SK Kalalas are going to fall here in this series. There's not much that can be done as Tribe Gaming find a window to unload their damage.
Beautifully played by Tribe Gaming. They end up holding strong at the end. Smiles coming out. They can breathe just a little bit, but credit to SKC. I think this is a team that shows great promise. I was impressed with what we saw in their debut for this season here today, and it's somebody I'll certainly be keeping my eye on for future months.
Have a look at here's our count back at the end of the game. Ducky did a heck of a lot, but here is the problem. As good as Rafiki and Bilal have been, and they've had plenty of safe damage to offer, they are getting dragged into fights. They are being forced to duel with RBM, with Zeus even to some degree. RBM is saying to Rafiki, no, you're fighting me. You're not attacking a safe. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Takes him into the Shadow Realm, beats him up, comes out with a player advantage, and sometimes is able to get even more value by finding yet another pick here. So the Cordelius, used in maybe a less conventional way than, just to shut down certain brawlers that want to all in, but it worked beautifully. The guy is a brilliant tank player, but on the Cordelius, he can also turn up when he needs to.
Little side-by-side comparison of RBM and Rafiki. I believe the Barry was with Tribe, though, so it's going to be 13 kills for RBM. And look, I think if he didn't play that set very well, I think that would have gone south for Tribe Gaming. I think if RBM is not able to hold Sam back, not able to convert as many kills as he did, as shown there by 13, I mean, that's a whopping amount. That's a huge game changer, especially for a brawler that can't do high safe damage. If he's failing, I think the team's failing.
Yeah, there were a couple times even SK Kalalas managed to slip behind enemy lines there in Heist. And tell me a little bit about what that means as far as their communication as a player that our teams are going to have to keep an eye on for in these matchups. A little bit tricky, a little bit sneaky when it comes to his map awareness.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you've got to bear in mind, when you're in the Shadow Realm as Cordelius, you actually can't see where people are in the overworld at that time. So your teammates kind of need to give you an idea of if there's anyone that's going to be around you when you pop up. You kind of want to know that in advance so you don't just get blindsided by it, because people in the overworld can see where you are. So that's really important. So that map awareness is pretty crucial to some degree. I mean, in pubs, you have to guess, which is really hard. But RBM emerging after getting rid of Rafiki, who was on the sand, by the way, and then I think turning around and getting rid of the Griff, getting a second kill and then going after the safe. That's basically where this game gets broken open, where SK Kalalas can no longer defend. And then the 8-bit comes forward with a damage booster, extra credits, big damage on the safe, and it went from 50 odd to 0 in seconds. That's all it takes with this comp. Once the dam bursts, it's over.
Yeah, we're taking a look at a 3-1 win here for Tribe Gaming, moving on to the semifinals in the bracket, but certainly does not tell the whole story or even a fraction of that head-to-head matchup. SKC really bringing it to them in that quarterfinal match. Looking forward to seeing more from SKC throughout the 2025 season. But it's Tribe we're going to see moving on today. Of course, they've brought us some great games already. Uber had a chance to reflect on that, but Kenny, anything you wanted to add?
No, I mean, this is kind of what we expected. I do think this upcoming match, though, will be much tighter every time these two teams play. Obviously, monthly qualifiers going one way. Pioneers win that 3-0, which ultimately that's why I'm going to pick them. But it always feels like a 3-2. This is always something special. It's a rivalry that's gone down for years. This is one that is a must tune in for the weekend.
Absolutely. And we'll do that right after these replays from our last match. See you on the other side.
Ooh, this was the last South America monthly final where I don't remember what happened. I think like a gene pull happened, or like a Brock. I think Brock popped off or something. Semantic got a hypercharge. 2024 World Finals, he got like a hypercharge to win the game. Or they were already winning. Wait. Yeah, I just think he got a hypercharge to win the game, I think. I mean, just Kit right there doing Kit things. You either pop off or you do very bad. And for Juan Carlos, it wasn't too pretty.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We're getting back into the Brawl Stars Monthly Championship Finals. This is the North American region. This is Pioneers versus Space Station Gaming in our next quarterfinal. And this is good to have you back. Ark, welcome. How are you doing? Did you enjoy watching that first match from the spectator seats?
This is Ark. Yes, indeed. It was quite a banger, actually. I thought that it might have been a bit more one-sided than it actually was in the end. So, curious to see how Tribe are going to fare later on in this bracket against whoever comes out on top on this matchup. But what a bang we've got for the match number 2. Honestly, quite a privilege, isn't it, to go back in time in our time capsule for this. It's honestly just such a treat to see these players go up against each other. But again, as Uber was saying coming to the show, massive shift-ups in these rosters. It's quite the challenge to get your head around, isn't it?
I mean, it is. Yeah, it's going to take us some getting used to. But I like that Ark is using the term sort of go back in time, because these are teams that had to fight through LCQ in order to make it to Worlds. And in the end, neither of them were able to do it. That's right. I mean, we saw STMN, that STMN team sort of didn't even get there, right? Didn't have the chance to. Tribe, which was the Pioneers roster, were expected to, again, represent their region and fell pretty horrendously short, ultimately. In their matches, they did not get there after losing the totem. So these guys here are out for redemption. I make it as simple as I possibly can. Both of these teams are looking to maybe get some respect back, because they were the kings of old, many of them in this region, and now they've been eclipsed by newer, up-and-coming talent. But look at Zulan. He's a spring chicken. This guy's not old, he's not washed, he's not a boomer. His glory days are not behind him. He needs to, though, revisit them with this team. They need once again to reach for, again, the heights that they once occupied.
I've got to say as well, that match in the LCQ went to the double match point, remember, as well. It was literally one game in which it was all that was going to be needed for Tribe to go to the World Finals. As such, that loss meant that they were not in the World Finals for the first time since Brawls existed. They were in the 2019 World Finals, and everyone from that point on, this was the final year that they were not able to do it. And Fade joining, of course, tried to lift the team up a great start, a monthly finals win in March, and it just dwindled down towards the end. And Reply Totem got a 2-0 lead as well in that LCQ match, and then Tribe brought it back. And I thought S Libby was the man to do it in Bounty, just going to town on that Mandy pick. It wasn't enough, and it was a big, huge upset for 2024, not seeing Tribe at the World Finals.
Well, let's see if Space Station Gaming is the team to bring it to Pioneers and their roster today. We've got Bobby, Chino, and Sans. And Bobby, all the way back from 2019, back on Space Station Gaming. But tell us a little bit more about this roster coming together. And, whoa, that is a long way around there, Uber.
We don't talk about the 2019 Space Station situation because there was some controversy around it. But Bobby obviously is a player who's been around for a long time. Last year, they were so close to making it to LCQ. The fact is that STMN Esports roster were frankly just losing out to Elevate Pioneers on a regular basis. They were not good enough to be considered a top 3 team, top 4 team even in NA. They did have a chance though, and they fell short. Even with they had to win. I think they had to win the July monthly finals last year, and they lost in the grand final. Heartbreak for them. Chino's been brought over from a Luminosity team that has consistently failed to really show what they're capable of, at the world stage. So Chino's looking for a redemption. He's looking for a team that can help him go all the way. But this Bobby and Sans duo have been together for the longest time. They're great players. Sans is the kind of guy who, you get him onto the stage, he will pop off. Bobby as well. At the start of every season, we get a nice tweet from Bobby. He's very motivated, very poetic. He takes his stuff very seriously, very passionate. And I think this team in general, should be fighting for these accolades. They should be fighting for top spot in this region, even if last year they didn't really come close.
Yeah, and as I understand it, Bobby and Sans, long history on the same side versus Chino. So coming together for this roster here, Arg, what are your thoughts on the trio now?
Yeah, it's an interesting clash. I mean, when you go back to, sort of 2023 and you sort of see how often they would run into each other, I think it makes a lot of sense for, for Bobby and Sans to pick up an opposition that was really giving them a tough time. I mean, that's how you kind of enhance your team. But it wasn't the cleanest of qualifications, to be completely honest, for Space Station Gaming. I mean, I was expecting to see a bit more of a convincing one for me. So I've got some reservations for that regard. We were talking about predictions earlier on, and for me, that's kind of what it came down to. Pioneers made that look very straightforward in the qualifying stages against Space Station, a 3-0 sweep. No sets gained by Space Station. I think just the one game in that third set that turned out to be the final set, and obviously that meant the Pioneers came through that upper bracket stage. So for Space Station Gaming today, they got a lot to prove.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad showing, I think, in that Pioneers game, Rachel. But I hope to see them sort of bounce back, in this game. And the scrims have been good. That's what I've heard. I've heard good things about them over this last week. But no surprise here to see many of you at home favoring Kansas City Pioneers. We're off to a bit of a crowd favorite, I think. Canal Grande to kick off our series. It is a bounty map, of course, that is characterized by that strip of water that runs straight down the middle. So many of those brawlers who can literally walk on water will be prioritized here.
I think Tyrant needs to prioritize the camera angle, mate, to be honest. Very interesting approach there.
He just wants to look like he's brooding over Gotham City or something. I don't know what the idea is there.
Bounty and Canal Grande then bans looking decent so far for me. The Anjo and the Eve band quite key there for Space Station Gaming and the Juju. Pretty much the top 3 bans you can realistically have on this particular map. On the side of Pioneers, banning out the Brock, the Lou, and the Grey. And obviously the coin toss on their side, so they're not choosing to opt towards any of the biggest of the heavier hitters, hoping to be left something really on the side there from Space Station. But they did pretty well for me to really shut a lot of these ideas down. Artie, very safe pick. The legs, of course, doing a lot of work in those lead stages, especially in that mid area. This map for me is all about fighting for that mid. With the Juju ban there, throwers are definitely a consideration. I think Sprout's more of a later pick idea, but for me, Larry and Laurie certainly can be used in a bit more of an earlier stage in that draft. But Barley as well, I think the additional heals that brings as a brawler can really do quite a lot. It's just a bit of an early stage to really go in with it too early. You want to save it for your sort of second and third picks.
Again, a Larry and Laurie that comes too early can get countered by a Barley, or a brawler with that long range pretty quickly, right? That's the scary part. I've even seen Sprout play it on this map. In fact, it's Livy used to do it all the time. So in a Space Station here, keep that in the back of their minds. They say, okay, well, that's a pretty solid brawler in RT. Outranges a lot of our brawlers. Obviously very good in an all-in fight. They still, though, want to take the Carl. They still want to, like we saw in that previous game, have the option to take the fight to Pioneers should it be required.
Oh, now's the time. I was kind of not really sure about it myself, but compared with the Carl, it's a bit safer. I think not the worst of places to draft the Barley, but interesting to go towards that and not the Larry and Laurie. But again, for Space Station Gaming, those additional heals really are what you have to have in order to have a controlling, affirming position in that mid. And spamming those out early doors is not the worst of strategies because, again, the earlier you can obtain that high ground, so to speak. Oh no, it was going to happen, wasn't it? It was going to happen at some point here today. In the hands of Pioneers as an organization, but not in the hands, of course, of Juan Carlos, who made it so infamous in the 2024 World Finals.
No, mentioning his name might be a bridge too far. You know what I mean? He's not on this team anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've got to let him live it down.
Bro, it's coming into the game pretty soon as a PFP, so I think that the game team themselves won't let him live it down. Daryl going to come in, an interesting idea as well for Pioneers, certainly. Timing that super through the middle of the map, that channel of water can really enhance the range at which Daryl's able to close the gap. Very similar to Carl in that regard, but Carl's going to be going for that first blue mid star immediately with a flying hook off the bat, but certainly Daryl's a decent shout to have, and combined with the kit too, can be really difficult to take down. Nita, the Bruce Bear, Bear, the stun, I think, is what they're kind of thinking then on the side of Space Station Gaming is a bit of a countermeasure for it. But certainly, the Daryl and the kit combined is probably an instance where I actually don't mind it here for Pioneers. That additional slow with the tar barrel of the Daryl can really make you very susceptible to being just eradicated so quickly. So I think Space Station Gaming needs to keep their wits about them against this comp.
Yeah, I think having a stun that can stop the Daryl in his tracks is so important for this composition. And obviously, that is something you have limited access to, but only if Bruce is on the field. Again, I mean, getting a stun on Daryl means you're stunning 2 brawlers for the price of 1, assuming that Kit is going to be stuck to them. So here goes Tyrant. Straight down the mid, of course, as, without those legs, they can traverse these areas. And obviously, it's going to be very, very hard to attack their legs as another way of dealing with the RT. So very reasonable strategy, although very rare do we see RT sort of used in this particular fashion. Fade wants to control mid if they can, and Sands really won't get any damage unless Fade moves into the middle part of the map. Or, well, they do this. Zulan dives in, and here's the barrel roll to follow it up. I love it. It's less about the defensive use of Kit and more about using them to lock someone out of the game. But after that trade arc, Space Station lead with the blue star to boot.
Yeah, Blue Star can be so influential in those moments of very quick turnaround towards the end game. Of course, just waiting for the gameplay to catch up with itself just a little bit here. Stan's got super as well. Going to be quite key to really have something of a deterrent for Fade. If he wants to roll in, then that Bruce Bear slaps straight on the ground, and stun can be quite a good way to try to make you more susceptible to being taken care of by your teammates. Certainly, of course, Stan's they're not looking too happy with how things are going at the moment. Very close game, though. All tied up in terms of the stars for the most part, so we can kind of catch up with the scoreline. But again, so much history behind these two teams. In that regard, they know very much about how each other like to play and when to really come together to try to have the best opportunity to come out on top here.
I mean, absolutely. I like the Kit response here to the Carl. It means, like, one thing, Carl is weakest when he's getting dove on. Because if he's not supering, he doesn't have that damage reduction from Protective Pirouette. He doesn't have that extra damage in the AoE around him. So if you hit super the Carl and then roll in with the Daryl, it's very, very powerful. Space Station, though, sort of despite this, have been able to stave off Pioneers for the most part now, and they have a bit of a lead. It is a gigantic Hyper Bear on the battlefield. That is terrifying. Bruce does come in, finds a stun, but again, just the legs of Tyrant, so nothing to write home about. It's going to be a healing tonic thrown down here by Bobby to try and stay alive, and everyone is grouped up with that AoE damage. Nice looks here from Space Station. They're ready to be all-in. They're ready to be dove upon. They got the answer.
I couldn't help but chuckle there when Fade came in the middle of the map, the final seconds, straight through the mid channel, but too low to really help much towards those final seconds. I was wondering whether the Kit may jump on him to try to bring him back to life a little bit, but the timing was really against them in that regard. Space Station Gaming then taking the first game, but a pretty close one in all fairness. Tyrant already dropping the legs immediately just to try to get into the mid. Blue Star over to Space Station Gaming. Well, they're going super aggressive onto Fade, and I don't see why not. Fade's too low, can't really do much about it, as the top side of the map, Tyrant really going overly aggressive here.
Yeah, this might cost him. A flying hook used by the Carl towards the top of the map here. Tyrant, though, actually supers on out, but now it's going to have to come back as normal RT, so it doesn't have that close range, capacity to damage you through those walls. They now have to, play a little bit more standard. But Space Station have a blue star lead now. We have the poke element of Pioneer's composition, and that modality that RT offers is coming in handy as Tyrant wants to shove them into the back of the map, and it has to be a last call used arc to get SSG back into the middle.
More healing tonic from Bobby. Dan's Bear as well to hand. There's the jump from Zulan. It doesn't connect, but for how long? Sam's going to be exposed here. Bruce Bear for the save. And it's going to be the Space Station stay firm there, and I thought there was going to be a trade in all honesty.
Yeah, me too. Zulan just didn't get the follow-up he needed as quickly as it was required, and that really hurts. That puts Pioneers even further behind in this game. Fade, of course, has a hypercharge ready. Zulan is going to do the exact same thing, by the way. They're going to... Oh, okay. Instead of running it back now, they have to try and combine with Fade. This means that it's all in from the Daryl. Zulan, though, is going to be ejected from them as Fade is holding on to that super. Does pop the hyper. Zulan wants to get closer, and here we go now. Is there enough healing available? I don't know. Space Station still maintain a lead as Chino limps away, and reinforcements have arrived.
That was looking so gnarly. But Space Station Gaming holding firm with 3-star lead, but this is going to be a big push coming in for Pioneers. Huge splash there from Bobby, the hypercharge coming in. Now the Kit Daryl connection, the roll in. Sounds exposed. They choose to go for Bobby and Chino. Chino dashes away, and Space Station hold it strong and gain the set.
Like, Night work for the GOATs. You know how it is. Sans, Chino, and Bobby getting off to the perfect start in their 2025 campaign. Being able to take Canal Grande, which is a treacherous map even for the most experienced of teams. They've got a little bit of everything. They protect, they attack, and when it's time to get in there, they give them a smack. I like the fact that they can fall back, play defensively around the bear stun, plus Bobby with that healing tonic. But if they want to try and fight, they want to go aggressive, they get in there with the Carl, they get in there with the Nita, and they get the job done.
Yeah, solid stuff, really, for me. I think the Space Station Gaming did a really good job there, just kind of holding firm, especially with Bobby on the thrower pick on a map like this. I mean, Barley's very good, but it is still a support brawler, let's be honest. I mean, against the Kit, against the Daryl, that was a brawler that I had my eye on as being very susceptible to this comp. And for that reason, you might consider bringing in Sticky Syrup Mixer as a gadget as opposed to the healing tonic, just to have a bit of a defensive deterrent. But relying on his teammates that he knows so well to get the job done when those moments come in. I mean, look at this. What a flank from Fade there to come straight behind this. And I mean, really is all credit to Space Station Gaming here to hold as firm as they did. I mean, if Chino went down there, though, that would have been the difference maker for me. And that's why I had my heart in my mouth. Such a good play that just wasn't quite rewarded.
I enjoyed that thoroughly, though. Really competitive. And like you mentioned, Ark, yeah, I think Pioneers had the right idea, but when it came down to the execution, they pulled up short on a couple too many occasions.
Well, the ability of Space Station to kind of pivot in real time to call that out. Which player is their in-game leader? Who would you attribute that to? Or do they kind of have a group communication going on Space Station?
I think for me, it's kind of got to be Bobby. I mean, 31 monthly finals, 8 of which he's won, so far. I mean, that's more than both his teammates combined. On the other side of the field, though, I've got to say for Pioneers, I mean, that is, Zulan on 16 wins out of 32. So he's got as many of the entire roster combined on the side of Tribe. On the side of Pioneers, again, that's going to happen a bit. Bear with it. It's still very early days seeing these players in such different roster names. But yeah, certainly I think Bobby has to kind of be that leader. I think Sans, though, is really quite the rock for me over the years on this roster. And for me, it's time and time again, he just continues to blow my mind. As we go into Heist Safe Zone, bans are in. It's going to be the Bell, the Angelo, and the Crow for Pioneers, to the Juju, the Bell, and the Eve of Space Station Gaming. Good stuff. I mean, certainly it's definitely a map that can cater towards Piper. A bit of an early stage in the draft to really counter down and go for it, especially for Space Station. For Bobby, he'd probably like to pick up that Piper. We know what he can do with it. He's the most dangerous player in this region on it. But again, you got to know what you're playing into when it comes to that kind of brawler. Is quite risky. And yeah, Melody first pick. That's my concern. That's the first pick brawler to have straight away. The Juju's banned, but Melody on the safe, oof, that's already danger.
Yeah, I think Melody and Colette are your 1 and 2 here. And you're just competing for those for the most part. Barry comes in again. Space Station absolutely love this brawler, but I think his hypercharge has really taken him to a whole nother level. Not to mention the fact that, of course, his gadget gives him a bit of self-peel by knocking back any sort of assailants. Barry is absolutely terrifying. And Space Station have really lent, on their throwers on that previous map of, Canal Grande. So we know that Bobby looks really deadly in that situation. You might want to round the Space Station comp out either with someone who wants to all in or someone that's going to give you range. But Pioneers are not going to have a chance to respond to this last pick from SSG. So I'm hoping, it's a spicy one.
Yeah, it's interesting in North America how much they're playing Berry on Heist actually as game mode by comparison to some of the other regions. But I mean, certainly with the Colette, it's going to be a really frightful thing to see when you consider just how much healing that can provide the mid. Like Colette wants to come back to with that super, the hypercharge combination as well. I think that, Space Station Gaming have got the chance for even like a third and final pick kind of tankier idea combined with that bear if they wanted to really kind of overthrow the safe. Amber, of course, Pioneers, very dangerous if left untouched on the safe, especially with the Melody combined. I mean, that is going to shred through like nothing. The 8-bit, oof. Some serious dangerous stuff coming on here on the side of Pioneers. I'm really quite scared and not overly convinced on the Lou, to be honest. I mean, it is very, very solid on defense. It's going to really shut down an idea for that Melody, for that Amber. But I think that you kind of have to... You have to go a bit more on the aggressive for me. I don't know. I mean, it's going to have that work cut out on the Lou on defense for sure. If they can manage that, then fine. But I think it's going to be very tough to juggle both a Melody and an Amber in that regard.
I can see what your problem is with this comp. I definitely see where you're coming from. That Lou pick to round out the draft for Space Station feels like they are accepting they're going to be the defensive team here. I think that they can't afford to pick up like a tank, God forbid, or anyone who all-ins because of the threat of the Amber. Like you're forced to run straight on this map, just a little bit too much for anybody to want to risk facing down the Amber at her effective range. So, going for someone that, maybe can do a bit more space control is fine. You still have like a Colette that's amazing for that safe damage, but unsurprisingly, KCP have adopted the role of attackers on this map and already are starting to put the pressure on. But Melody cannot interact with the safe at this range, really. Zulan is just trying to keep those notes up and keep that damage coming.
Well, Zulan's already in a very good spot at the moment. And SSG playing it slow, keeping the heals coming in. Sans now has super, so they can spot an opening. Go on the aggressive to get Bobby in position. That's really quite key. And no real rush to do so just yet for Bobby. Would like to get the hypercharge as quickly as possible, but it's not going to grumble if he's able to push forward and get at least a little bit of a 10% start to the safe. Both sides are playing a good game because they're just waiting for that moment to shine and just to get through the busyness of what's going on in the middle of the map here. I mean, ultimately, you want to lock in.
The problem is that once Fade gets a damage booster here, Sans and Chino can't just shrug off that damage with the healing. Right? All of a sudden, they have to be a little bit more careful, I think, because Fade can burst a lot harder now, more than Sans and Chino might be able to get healed up in such a small amount of time. So they've got to be wary now. They're much less interested in taking any of that damage. So Chino already goes to half and he's taking hits from Zulan. It looks like he wants to get aggressive, Ark. I can feel him getting his engine started now. And Pioneers know that this might come down to an all-in. One last push. One single push, in fact.
Zulan will be the initiator for sure, but you've got to time it so carefully to get on the safe and have so much damage because the timer is quite ripe for the Space Station Gaming to get a response in. It's dangerous for Pioneers, so they want to try and get everyone whistled down as low as possible. And for that reason, Sans got to come in clutch with this defense. Big taps from Fade on Sans as well. Now, Zulan strikes straight onto Bobby, and Bobby goes down, wasting super in the process. This is going to be disastrous now for Space Station Gaming on this defense. Sans coming in, good heals, actually. A pretty solid defense, all things considered, better than I was expecting. But in the meanwhile, there is going to be healing happening on that top right-hand side with that Melody pick. Chino knows it. It's got to shut it down because now Zulan comes in for the strike, and he gets the takedown. He's on the safe.
Yeah, and it's going to force Space Station to try and trade this damage out, but they simply can't. I love what we saw from Zulan Ark. He goes in initially, but not fully. Just gets the Colette and then baits Space Station back onto their side of the map. That was beautiful. It wasn't a full commit for Zulan until he realized he could sneak behind the SSG guys and get on that safe. Really nicely done. Really disciplined play from the team that had to set the tempo to get value out of their composition.
So tense, really. For Pioneers, they just played it spot on. I mean, it looked obviously for a long time like a stalemate, but that is all leading up to the perfect moment, the perfect time to strike. For SSG, they maybe just left just a little bit too late. Maybe need to go a little bit touch more on the aggressive, but they can't overly aggress. If they do that and lose control, then it's going to happen, but be immediately over rather than be as close to the wire as it actually was. Now they're starting to do that. They know they can't just stay in that backside, in that back spawn. They've got to come forward just a little bit, get Bobby on the safe.
Okay, here comes Sans coming forward and also extending the radius of that healing zone, and Bobby does get that free time to collect super onto the safe. It's good for 10% of that safe damage. Obviously getting a little scary once that hypercharge is involved. Zulan here is still respecting what SSG can do because you can dive in with this Melody, but there's so much healing now with that bearing in play that you cannot guarantee success with that all-in. Good damage here from Fade, though. That damage, booster getting deployed here really changes the math a lot. And Tyron can obviously light that field on fire and counteract the effect of the heal for a time. But Pioneers are happy, Ark, to just to sort of play this early game slow, even though they're behind by 10%. They don't seem to be stressed out.
Yeah, it's a good start, but plenty more still to come. Fade has now got hypercharge and might have to use it on defense here. Now he's going to pop it straight into mid. Don't mind necessarily. Bobby's actually going to use a super to go in for it as well to eradicate it. He values it that highly. Now pushing forwards with these heals again from Sans. Zulan goes in and just takes Bobby out. Oh my word, takes everybody out. And now the hypercharge on the safe. Oh my word, Pioneers exploding into this one. And how much time is there realistically for a response? 50 seconds, but at the moment, Space Station Gaming are all over the place.
I mean, you could give a Space Station the length of the entire Mesolithic era arc. I don't think it's going to matter because they don't have the kind of comp that lets them charge down the field like we just saw from Pioneers. Zulan, by the way, can just do that again. Shields off this. It was a hypercharged super from Lou there that bruises up Zulan, but there's no kill as a result of that. So a bit of poke damage comes back from Space Station, but they really can't throw a downpour of damage onto the safe like Pioneers just did. They can't walk in the amber in order to do so. They've got some map control and they're using these Chino supers in order to achieve that. Now they got to come forward. It's time to get aggressive as Sands pops that hypercharge, but Fade has another damage booster. 10 seconds left for Space Station to try and even this up. It's a tall order arc.
Oh, huge beams on the Sands and he falls down. There is time here, 49, 47%. Just a little tippy tap here from SSG can be done, but they can't do it. The defense stands strong. Pioneers get a set and put one back on the board.
And again, it's a little bit like I mentioned at the start of this game. It might come down to one push being the difference. And as soon as Zulan noticed that Bobby on Colette was a little bit out of position, close enough that he could connect with her with a couple of dashes and guarantee an elimination, he went in and it got better from there. He's able to follow up off that into a full team wipe on his own, ending up with 7 of those eliminations over the course of this game. Fade with top damage, no surprise there. Great control being exercised by a damage booster for the 8-bit, but Pioneers, they drafted specifically around a certain plan. They bide their time and they execute it. That's why they're some of the best.
Just to back up my man Sands there, like, okay, like 0 and 70, right? But his job is primarily to heal, okay? Like, but look, I mean, like, what difference does it make when you got Zula making plays like that? Absolutely disgusting. And especially when you consider just how much Space Station Gaming seemed in control in that first set. What a way for Pioneers to really kind of, you know, fight back in that regard and have something to say about it. I mean, you don't want to speak too soon when the Melody shows its face in the draft and say it's already over, but that was the brawler which did turn the tides for me.
Now, when you're Space Station Gaming, when you go up against Pioneers and you see what they've brought in that first game, did you see any scramble? Did you see any adaptation between game 1 and 2 that might have given them the edge to fight off this comp, or was it kind of a done deal?
They know what approximately they're probably going to get from this SSG team, and they've also, Rachel, probably scrimmed a ton. When you're playing against Zulan, you know he's probably going to be playing a really aggressive brawler. He's like tank player. You see him on a lot of Rosa or even got El Primo. He's going to want to get in your face. So you have an approximate idea of what you should expect from the draft based on scrims, and you just try and pick a comp that answers it well. You got the Colette. Colette is so good here, and she's really flexible, but there wasn't a super cohesive game plan around that. Knockout, though, is up next, and we're headed over to Out in the Open. And there's options here. You can play for that late game strategy as the gas encroaches, or you can try and set up a composition that is just good in every phase of the game. And Gus, I think, is a pretty good part of that, right? Having, you know, the ability to shield a player, send in, God forbid, a Melody to just go ham. There's a ton of stuff that Space Station might need to be wary of here in terms of how they pick their first 2 brawlers.
Honestly, I can never be mad with Gus' first pick. It's just really, really solid. You can just combine a lot of synergy with it as well into brawlers like Pearl or Melody as well, depending upon the map and mode. But Knockout, notoriously, Gus can just do wondrously well. And the Cookie Popper gadget, you know, really, if you're just holding out for your shot to really build up that bar, can just eradicate very, very quickly if you land those 2 shots consecutively, followed by the gadget very, very quick. So I think Pioneers got the first pick bang on. RT as well, especially when the gas closes in. You're going to see that brawler have a great amount of time with the legs dropped and the kit. I mean, with the coin toss where it's currently at, I don't mind necessarily kit in this position because they're going to have the final pick, the final combination of what they want to have the kit to. I'm still on the fence a little bit. I kind of see kit being played out a lot this weekend and last weekend for that matter. But the win rates are not great. I think, speaking to Kenny prior to the show, if memory serves correct, I think it's like a 35% win rate. Up, he did say, from 25, so there is progress being made, but I still don't think it's nearly as good as the play rates are warranting. Janet, for me, is a much, much better shout. In fact, I think it's smart from Pioneers to take that out of the hands of Space Station because that combination with the kit would be devastating. The hypercharge for Janet now is really elevating her into such a fantastic spot in the meta, and I think her gadget kit has got a lot of options too to both evade and put pressure on your opposition, so I'm much preferring the draft so far from Pioneers.
I also think that, you know, your gadget, if you're, you know, going to use that sort of drop the beat gadget, will reveal kit if they're trying to use the cardboard box to sneak up on you. It denies the invisibility, which is really important on such an open map. You'd think kit honestly kind of struggles here, right? Because there's all this expanse that a really relatively fragile short-range brawler has to cover, and it gets even worse when Zulan can reveal Bobby even through that stealth. So this is a great comp that Pioneer is going to keep Space Station at arm's length and say, if you want to try and dive us with the kit, you had better have an incredible delivery system, and Daryl might just have to be the answer. A tanky brawler with a gap close that will allow him to get in the face of Pioneers. Will it, though, be enough? Because we saw it from Pioneers on map 1, and it wasn't.
Bo is a bit of an oddball brawler, to be honest. I mean, I've always vouched for it, actually, much to the dismay of my co-casters. I don't really feel like this is the best map mode for Bo either, so that doesn't really help me kind of like fight the case. I've always loved it in Double Swoosh. I've always felt that it gets a relatively good amount of map control. But here, I don't know. I mean, these are the pros. Dodging those mines is not really the toughest of things, but especially when you got like communication like this and everything on the line. It's not really too much of a threat, even in like the late stages of knockout. But this is how you play against the kit. You want to really rush the spawns early on. Do not allow Chino to get super to then connect to Bobby, which is kind of what's happened already. So they were trying to focus on him, but now this kid is going to come in. They've got to really all come together now on the side of KCP to really get Chino and Bobby taken care of, because this could be very, very dangerous.
Oh God, the damage from the yarn balls, it's over 3,000. That is just terrifying to deal with. And Space Station have what it takes to all in this setup. I think KCP realized that they had to try and take some space away from SSG when they refused to step out onto the map. So I get it, but my goodness, the Kit and Daryl combo there looked unkillable.
It's disgusting stuff. Normally though, it's kind of more of a cheesy ladder strategy, and that's why, I'm just a little bit surprised that it's as effective as it was. Maybe being a bit fast to the punch to really shut down Chino would have helped somewhat, but didn't really seem to be like that was the issue. For me, SSG just powering through and getting done and looking like a comfortable round, let's say. We kind of catch up with the spectate side of things. This kit strat though, it does have some pretty strong weaknesses, especially just like if you get one singular takedown. I mean, that's all you really need to kind of have the house of cards come tumbling down here. So it can work, but it won't work all the time.
And that is fair. I mean, there are ways to play around this sort of all-in style, but your windows in order to do so are pretty limited. And Pioneers, pushed up the map, which obviously ends up, giving Kit the chance to build that super up. Instead of maybe just sort of sitting out in the middle and waiting for SSG to be forced out. So I think that's probably going to be part of the strategy, because frankly, the composition from Pioneers wants to be in the open. They want to fight that more pitched battle. I know why they pushed up to really try and punish, because they knew that likely SSG had a comp that in the end game would just be advantaged if Pioneers didn't take the chance to build those important supers. So we'll see how that goes. We're struggling to get back into the lobby here, unfortunately, folks. So right now we are going to go again off players' reflections. I'm glad we've got some pairs of glasses here I can try and read off of. It's your boy Sand, the pride of Bakersfield, if I'm not mistaken. Now ready to dish it out, and it is Space Station's forced it back into their corner of the map again, but this might all just be the plan, because once again we're doing the thing, charging on in, and my goodness, that is sickening. It's sickening, Ark.
Yeah, pretty disgusting. I mean, at the moment here, I think just basically getting the right players to just charge up their utility. Yeah, but they've taken everyone out so quickly on the side of KCP. They can afford to leave Zulan here and charge up their supers, charge up their utility. I mean, let Bobby get super for the next round, and also Chino. I mean, they're really, Zulan can't go into the gas right now. It's not even there yet. It's been so early. He can't even just submit. And it's going to look, Bobby and Chino now have got super for the next round. Do this exact same strat all over again. And KCP just don't seem to have an answer.
I don't know if there is a good one. This comp doesn't, it keeps people at arm's length, but it doesn't actually have the crowd control to force Space Station back. When Bobby goes in, he's going in. There is no question that that's what's happening. Here we go. Hypercharge pops. So now Bobby gets some damage on those rolls in. KCP have done a better job of staving this damage off now, but Fade is still going to fall. Tyrant, unfortunately, what goes up must come down. So far down. In fact, he's 6 feet under. What a dirty, dirty set from SSG. Oh my goodness. I've not seen one like that, and I've seen a lot of Brawl, Ark.
I mean, I'm still not overly convinced, to be honest. I think there was some options with the Gus shielding that they could have maybe just been able to utilize a bit better. But this is one of the reasons why Kit and that combination can be so daunting to face into. But at the same time, oh wow, I mean, look at that. Not a single thing to say on the side of Pioneers. I mean, that is just really quite disappointing. But I don't think, for me still, that the Kit comp is just unbeatable, I think that sometimes, especially if you see it in the drafts, you kind of expect it to be paired with Daryl, especially in knockout as a mode. And Bo wasn't the pick. I think that's what I want to bring it back around to, is the Bo was the third and final pick for Pioneers. They could see the entire picture on the other side of the field, and they didn't do anything about it. They picked Bo.
Sorry, I mean, Space Station. I mean, Pioneers are playing chess. Space Station playing 4D underwater mahjong. They're not operating on the same axis here, I think. And you've got to be ready for these kind of cheese picks, especially if you've scrimmed this team for a while. I was wondering if we'd see these strats brought out straight away or held back, and I guess we got our answer, Rachel.
Well, I'm wondering, we're heading on to Hot Zone next, and unlike some of these teams when they're super evenly matched, it's going down to the game. These sets are swinging one way or the other here, so heading into Hot Zone, I wanted to know, Arg, where you're thinking this is going to swing to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like old times, isn't it, really? I mean, a back and forth is exactly how you want this match to go. Dueling Beetles and Hot Zone, of course, and I mean, this is really a map that you've got to get your bans right for. Certainly for me, Juju, I want to see it pretty much banned all day long. I mean, every single time yesterday where it wasn't, it got good results. Berry here, I think, has to be valued incredibly highly as well. It's a tanky region, you know, and we were talking about, you know, tank players on the side of Pioneers earlier today as well. I think FaZe is another player on that roster now, which can really bring a lot to the table in that regard. So I think Space Station Gaming got to be very cautious as well to really put up a good fight against any of those eventualities here. But the heals, especially Poco now, combining with a lot of Frank, we're seeing that having some good results in Hot Zone specifically. I quite like the old-fashioned strat of bringing in a Jesse mid on this particular map, which North America really championed so nicely last year. Haven't really seen too much of it this year, and I think for good reason. The meta's not quite in that place currently, but certainly there are some options available for both sides here. See what the bans are, and if they go for the long-range affair, Lou I think is quite highly, you know, considered here for a ban too, which it is on the side of Pioneers, along with the Stu and the Juju, the Griff, the Poco, and the Barley, which does leave a lot of heavy hitters open. I mean, I'm looking at you, Barry. First pick, funnily enough.
Amazing. Okay, amazing. So good at a ton of stuff on this map, but controlling the side lanes with really good range. But when she has to go in with that super, it's devastating. That hypercharged super as well, also firing those rockets out gives you like really good damage. And she's got great mobility. She can get away from people. It's super, you know, like the dash slows people down. There's just so much to work with here. Berry Ash is open. Just want to throw that out there. You know, also Pam, Byron, those kind of brawlers are there. So you know, despite Poco not being available here, despite there not being the really safe long-range throwers, yeah, you've got to go for something like this. And Zulan says, okay, we're looking the Berry. We need to deny this potential tank and heal thrower strat.
I mean, for Space Station Gaming to pick Macy first and not Berry, to me, says that they've got something up their sleeve. It's just whether it kind of works. I mean, Macy is very underrated into big tanky brawlers, and Berry, of course, is looking to heal those big tanky brawlers. So I don't mind the Macy pick. It's not that wild, but it is a little bit wild considering just how high the win rates are for Berry. I think Pioneers here probably throwing in Amber because, like, they want to reserve the tank that they're going to combine with this. I would say it's probably going to be a Frank, but I mean, let's see. That's kind of just how I'm reading the draft so far. I think to pick a tank with that Berry combo, which we were expecting at this stage, it kind of tells too much towards Space Station Gaming here. So they've got the Macy. They feel pretty comfortable with that. I wonder whether they might even double down on a tank counter in that regard, but Macy's not the worst of picks, in my opinion. It gets a hard rep. Mortis is wild, but makes sense when you consider they're trying to read the idea of it being a Frank, because Mortis would play exceptionally well into that. So I think Space Station Gaming might be drafting here really quite well, although it might look a bit like crazy on the outside. I think there is some method behind this madness.
Pretty reasonable against the Ashe as well. Rounding this out with an RT, I think gives you like really powerful, like annoying side lanes that can pinch on Pioneers and, you know, really set Sands up to sort of play on the point very well. Maisie obviously is weakest at close range because that's where her shots travel the slowest, but she has so much in her kit that really makes up for that. You know, Shockwave, that super, really, really good, and being able to stun on your gap close or your escape mechanism is really good. So I feel like she's all round very powerful, but it's not really been since like 2023, even earlier than that we saw her used ubiquitously. Surge here gives you a really strong option, but they're short ranged. I don't know how easy it's going to be for Fade to operate in those side lanes, especially not before they really start to get some levels. It is something that has the stopping power though to deal with this Mortis if Space Station can't get full value out of that mobility.
Well, for me, Pioneers changed the script big time. As soon as that Mortis came out, they're like, well, okay, well, we're just going to not feed into that idea. Let's go Search. I mean, that's going to be a really, really great product to have, just to mirror the Mortis and really not allow it to do much. I was a bit surprised that we didn't see still the idea of just going with the Frank, because Fade's an amazing Frank, or Draco. Wouldn't mind Draco at all with that very combination, because he's just so good on those brawlers. But I think it makes kind of sense. You know, you've allowed Space Station Gaming to dig somewhat of a hole, and they've got a good answer for it. If they don't feed into Fade, that's the best chance to really make this Mortis work. But it's going to be very hard to do. Fade is going to stay on Chino this entire game.
Chino just sniffing at them constantly. Space Station have spent enough time rotating on and off the point to get a decent lead here, but Chino goes down now. This kind of rewrites the script a little bit. Bobby's got great damage. He's going to go in. Okay, not quite close enough, but still able to finish off Tyrant, because the slow means that Sans and Bobby can work them down. And very quickly, Mortis is going to be back in the fray. Fade and Zulan don't really have the ability to push out and fight at length, and Bobby built another super with that double catch there. So, don't like the look on Zulan's face. Oh, I'm the only one for SSG to win. Oh, I'm going to gloat about it all day long. Oh my goodness. Surely, Space Station here off to a good start.
Look at Bro getting so excited, and we've barely even scratched the surface yet. It's
it's map 4.
Mate.
It's map 4. We're in there. I'd like to think that we are, like at least ankle deep in the sauce. But yeah, fair point. Still some game to be played, and if that Mortis doesn't work out, then I don't think the game plan for SSG works out. But I've got to do something to fill these gaps, mate. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, fortunately, we haven't got to listen to you much longer, mate. So we're back into the game.
You have to listen to what he's talking about. I'm paid to talk about a game. Hello?
Right, very close match. Honestly, Shin trying to get behind this, not going to work. Too low HP. We're coming in again with some good value, but look at that. Great teamwork there from KCP to come together here, but they've got to be very cautious still. I think that if Chino can cycle against this comp, it can really open up some space. Great taps from Sans. If Bobby can just dash in and get some more supers, but no gadget for Bobby now. That's the problem. And now things are starting to get a little bit hairy as the hypercharge from Fade not going to find too much. A little bit of a scratch on Sans, but it's the time that's ticking. 10% is all that now Pioneers need to get this game.
Chino just opens with a super, so no chance to actually get value out of it in terms of that survivability in the fray. And Pioneers are able to outlast them here. They get the levels on the surge that they need, and frankly, Space Station can't be nearly oppressive enough in the early stages of the round.
I was enjoying you getting so giddy for a second there, mate, but that is looking like a solid set so far. Not to say that SSG can't turn this around. They absolutely can. I think that Bobby hasn't fully cooked yet on this Macy pick. I think that absolutely that's a brawler that can very much turn the tides quickly. And the Mortis, again, I mean, Chino's going to have a tough time against Fade regardless. So if they can just open up some space where Fade's not available to really be there, then Chino can go more to town. You got a hypercharge towards the end of the last game, but it was just a little bit too late. That's the sort of utility that can really just open up so many opportunities for your team to get back on the zone. And it's very tough to retake in a map like Dueling Beetles anyway. So not too necessarily sold in the RT pick yet for me. It's not a bad one by any means. It's a very safe pair of hands, but it's just not as flashy as some of the other stuff that we're seeing. And I think the difference maker for me is going to be the Mortis or the Maisie.
Yeah, last round, I think a lot was pinned on the Mortis being able to get value, and they just didn't, right? You need to cycle those supers. If you're going in, you have to build a super, which generally means you need to be connecting with multiple enemy brawlers on those hits. Now, normally we're seeing the Berry and Surge play somewhat close together, right? Obviously, in order to, maximize the effectiveness of those healing pools that are getting thrown down. But, see what's happening. Pioneers are that guy's the lead here. Chino's just, tough here to try and cut through this healing, but that was beautiful. Bobby with that off angle, able to bring Fade down, and there's a chance at least for Space Station to try and get into the game, but it's not looking good. I'll say that much.
Not looking good, bruv. But the heals are strong from Zulan. Time pushing forwards now, and Tara's an amazing Amber. I mean, he really is one of the best in this region. Chino popping the gadget, trying to get some value for himself, going in, and as quickly as that, going back out again, taken care of by KCP. But they need to get back on this zone. They are losing control. Space Station Gaming have been starting to gain back this deficit now and looking quite even apiece. They lose control though. It can turn as quickly as that. Not too much to say whilst we get back into the spectate, but so far, PlayStation Gaming doing good. Retake Sans going to fall now, however. Bobby with a hypercharge is a very dangerous thing on the Macy with a hypercharge, and you're able to cycle it pretty easily as well in that particular brawler. So definitely a daunting prospect for KCP to be able to retake with Bobby so firm in this mid.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to shake this Macy loose, I think. Obviously Zulan does have that hyper ready, so you can really generate a great defensive zone on the map. And I don't like the look on those faces. I changed my mind. Perhaps we got a little ahead of ourselves there, but just having a look at what KCP had available to them in terms of those hypercharges, it's fair to believe that they would be able to come back in. My guess is, we're probably going to have a set 5 here. Let's see. I'm hearing in my ear that SSG won that round. Let's go.
Yeah, I think they're getting but this is where it gets like the reactions don't match the results, right? That's the thing, and this is where sometimes SSG for me in the past have faltered. Sometimes just being on the brink of a victory can actually kind of be the very thing which makes it turn against them, as the nerves can set in. So they've got to stay composed enough here, and at the end of that game, they kind of display that they were not very happy with things, although it's quite the opposite, of course. So let's see. Pioneers with a good start, 20% in climbing already. Stan's now going to get burnt to a crisp. Crisp from Tyrant. Now Chino is the one that's popping off. Can't really go in for another finalization on Tyrant though, because the ambush shots around him with the gadget just really quite a good deterrent. And now Fade jumping just the right time, getting in. Chino, probably low as well. Chino's doing really well though, gotta say, but it's not translating the objective.
Okay, Zulan here, trying to maintain some presence, but he knows he can't really step out on that point and fight for it. Oh, lovely. That is a great gadget from Zulan. Chino just bounces off him, and that's exactly what Pioneers look to do. Beautiful berry gadget. Now that hypercharge build up, of course, for the Space Horsey. And Sands is taking a ton of damage on the way in. He just eats those shots. He can't be happy about that one. Pioneers have a lead that looks almost unbeatable at this stage, Ark.
Very confident. Chino's down for 20 HP now, trying to heal as best he can. But Zulan's got hypercharge there as well, ready to go in and save his teammates. Sands trying to make a dash for it. There it is. Perfect timing as well. Keeps everyone alive, and the pressure still on to Sands, onto Bobby, as Pioneers get the game and get the set. We're going to be going all the way to a fifth and final to decide this one.
Look, fair enough. Wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. You can see the tensions starting to rise. Listen, I did think it would be over. I genuinely thought it would be over based on how it would look. But you know what? I never let the truth get in the way of a good story, Ark. You know what I'm saying? We're here to tell a story. Yeah, we're here to tell a story.
As much as I love Torrent's 14 kills there. Really great game, wasn't it?
I mean, look, I really, really enjoyed this. I do think that the Macy is such an interesting pick, and she does a lot of things relatively well, but just the one thing, like, what is the idea? You want to control that space and have good damage? Well, you can do that, but if you get pushed on by a Surge who, like, obviously, can output more DPS than you if you aren't counting supers, I thought that Zulan played this really well. Look at these gadgets, man. Chino just getting thrown around the map. It's so frustrating to play Mortis when you're constantly being displaced.
Tyrant as well, the Dancing Flames gadget. I mean, that was a strong deterrent of that Mortis pick a lot of the time. And Zulan, the heals just at the right times, really, for his team. I mean, we saw yesterday in South America, sometimes the berries would swing a bit late to the punch, and you've got to be so quick, almost preemptive when it comes to those heals for your team. And Bobby just going to stand up, take his breath blend, just stretch his legs, I think, because that was the moment that they knew that they could have sealed it.
Well, this was the only matchup that we had any sort of disagreement on with our predictions. And Uber, I got to give a shout out to you. You did call this and being pretty close. I'm rooting for you now to squeak out beyond us all. But if Space Station were to do that, what do you think they need to take into this final match here?
I think like the game plans are quite good in general. But I think sometimes like they're expecting Bobby to be a big difference maker in so many of these games. You notice like every brawler that's like key and instrumental to the comps, Bobby's been put on. It's a lot of pressure, right, for that one player. Before it was like the Daryl, right, that had go forward. Before that it was like the Barley they were playing on Canal Grande. So I think creating a comp that sets Bobby up for maximum success, if you want him to be the guy that sets the tone, the guy that is the linchpin in your setup, then try and make it as easy as possible for him. Not to say he's not capable of a difficult challenge, but this is a long series now. Mistakes start to creep in. If you pin it all on one guy, expecting to do it all, sometimes that is a failure point for some of your strategies.
I hate to be the one to say it, but when you look at this Space Station Gaming roster and the fact that it's predominantly STMN, like from last year, I mean, they had sort of two instances in the grand finals and semi-finals where they lost on 2-3 score lines. They're not good at tying up the fifth and final set. No monthly final wins whatsoever last year for STMN, and also for Chino and Luminosity Gaming as well. And Chino lost again in the grand finals 3 times last year. This combined roster does not have a good streak last year of really wrapping things up cleanly. That's my biggest concern here. Pioneers, of course, now, off the back of that last set, have got a little bit of a wind in their sails now, and a bit of a spring in their step. But they've got to still maintain this forwards. And this could be one of the toughest moments thus far today to really get this right. The draft is going to be so instrumental now. You can see how well they played that in the fourth set that we just witnessed. And that coin toss, I think, really played a good pivotal role in that, and being able to just choose that final brawler. I mean, you can see how much of a difference it made when the mortar showed itself, having that surge pick to really counteract it, and that got the job done. And I think it's caused a bit of frustration actually on the side of Space Station Gaming. Now sitting back down and taking the time with it, but I mean, that doesn't look like the face of the people that are looking excited for this 5th and final set. Whereas Zulan's looking quite comfortable, I would say.
The team names are different, but this matchup is the spirit of STMN and Tribe. Two teams that did this with alarming regularity, took each other to set 5s, these epic battles. And you know what? They always, for whatever reason, seem to happen in the first round of monthly finals. In quarterfinals, these two teams were fated to get paired up against each other time and time again. We actually so rarely were treated to watching these teams fight in grand finals because they always ended up on the same side of the bracket. And here we are again. The more things change, the more they stay the same. It's the big 2025, and once more, Pioneers and Space Station Gaming, they're fighting for survival in the very first round of the tournament. No easy games in NA, folks. That's the truth of it. The deep region with so much talent that's honestly been built up over a long period of time with support from these great orgs as well. Now we're headed into last stop. It'll be gem grab in our decider set.
Yeah, slight delay there as the players went into the wrong match, but now all good into gem grab. Last stop. Where it is literally the last stop for one of these two teams. The bans are in Lu, Juju, and Stu. The Pioneers are the bans to the 8-bit, the Kit. The early first draft of Janet would be a very tough lane for that particular brawler. Going into that particular brawler, I should say, 8-bit, Kit, and the Amber banned out. Amber certainly looking at Tyrant on the side of Pioneers. A very strategic ban there from Space Station Gaming for sure. And Kit ban, okay. Possibly seen something in the scrims that I don't like there, so I can understand it. I don't think it's probably the best Kit map for me, but nonetheless, a mid position and role to be taken now by Pioneers, in my opinion. An 8-bit would have been a lovely one for that, but Gene is available here. Not a bad shout. The vision gear, great for being able to seek out and destroy the visibility side of things, but Bell can be their choice. So that's going to be open for Space Station Gaming if they want it now in its return, because I would imagine that Bell will take that mid position role and looking for something now aggressive for that side lane. Something maybe tanky could be the choice here at Pioneers, but it is still an early stage in the draft.
Yeah, someone who can really abuse that side lane and cause a collapse, I think is going to be really valuable. We've seen Ashe used to this effect. In the past, we've even seen, when she was stronger, Tara on this kind of map, someone who gets up close, does a bunch of nasty damage, and of course her super just kind of blows the game wide open. Lola getting picked in here. I think this is both a reasonable side laner and in some cases a safe mid. I do think the classic Bell put nest eggs on the gem well and deny the enemy team is pretty darn good. It means that Space Station have to win a fight, come forward and clear those nest eggs. You know, it's the only way they can do it safely here. But again, with Amber out of the picture, and no access to Lu to control that space, we are looking at those powerful side laners. Because again, Janet can be a very reasonable mid, although Max also might fit that slot pretty nicely. I give you an all-in option if you want to speed things up and run at the enemy team.
Interesting stuff here from Space Station Gaming. I wasn't massively sold on the Bell pick for Pioneers, to be honest, because it is quite a tough brawler to make work when you lose control of the mid, or trying to find someone on the side lanes to help your teammate out can waste a lot of time with Bell, whereas a brawler like Gene for a mid can do it very, very easily, much more simply, but can be overrun. So Max to join Space Station Gaming's comp here is such an aggressor, on this particular map, that the Bell's gonna have a tough time playing into. I really like it for that reason, and Draco as well. Really bold stuff here from Space Station Gaming. Not going to have too much to say on the healing side of that combination with the Draco. They're not really too bothered about that. They've got the last stand gadget, which will primarily be the meta of what Draco brings to the table here. So just going to really rely on the aggression and the speed. Of course, Janet with the hypercharge. I mean, you can't really grumble with that comp. Just wasn't quite expecting Max for the mid, but I can absolutely see how it can work and be a tough one for Pioneers to play into. They're going to be going in with Crow to respond. I mean, it's not bad. It's not too flashy. Kind of what I was expecting either.
Look, the slowing toxin counters out the speed from Max's super to some degree. So if you are still trying to get some space, you can use that. And obviously, if you're in a situation where you have to die the gem carrier, or you need to get a timer reset if you're behind, you can go in with that Crow hypercharge, even just the super, and try and go and get the kill. Decent scouting of the side bushes as well, I think. Obviously, because that poison ticks, it's longer before your opponent can actually become revealed again, within those bushes. It's a little flimsy, this Pioneers comp. I wouldn't say it's particularly tanky. It's definitely a different approach here. Once more, they are going to have to try and keep Space Station at arm's length. On some maps, it's worked really well with the berry, right? The berry gadget to knock off the mortars, it's been great. On some maps, like Knockout, they were not able to do a damn thing about the Daryl rolling in against them. So once again, as always, folks, it comes down to execution. Pioneers don't necessarily, I feel like, have the gadgets to give them that kind of space, really. I do think the slowing toxin is going to be something that is subtle, albeit very important in those key moments when Space Station want to go forward and get a gem lead.
I'm going to stay reserved on the Crow pick for now. That's not quite the match that we're going to be taking for now, but I'm going to stay reserved just for a second because, like, the slowing toxin can be a good deterrent of the max speed. I get that. It's not what I was expecting. That's the problem. The hypercharge, absolutely devastating for sure. I was expecting Pioneers to really come in with a bigger, tankier option to really kind of overthrow this max speed and try to have something of an advance of their own there. That's not kind of what I was expecting, but it can still work. The mark already placed onto Bobby. It's going to be good, but look at that. I mean, Zulan's already struggling that lane side. It's unusual for him to even be playing in. Normally FL mid, but this is already showing some pretty clear warning signs. But is Gem still in favor of Pioneers? So somehow they've been able to get that objective play more in the mid. And they've just forced Zulan to the left-hand side lane, it seems.
Yeah, look, Crow is really good against Draco with the gadget here because if Bobby is under the effects of the poison, he dies instantly as soon as that last stand gadget expires. So a little bit difficult for Bobby to, really get close, and he's got to cover a lot of ground here. This is a really open map. I think it's a massive risk to take the Draco here, honestly. And it's a pretty even game. Sans can control the map pretty effective with, of course, with that Janet gadget, and Max is always decent to be your gem carrier. But guys, I just want you to close your eyes for a sec and just imagine all these brawlers running around the map and what they're trying to do. I'm seeing... let's have a seance here. I'm seeing Bobby have to use a phase shifter backwards to avoid some Lola shots. Yes. The Draco not quite getting close enough. Hard to see how the super gets value. But SSG have to find a way to break into the game now. With the countdown starting, I don't like how this round looks for them. They've been able to even it up here, but Bobby is just going to die because there's no gadgets. And there it is. Gem number 11, folks. And SSG don't really have a great way to start a fight.
Not really too much to say, really. The marks were already placed early on. It's going to be very tough to really push into this with the amount of time that's left. Gems are spawning, however, still in the mid. It's KCP that are all over that side of things, now with 13 in the pocket. They need a reset on the side of SSG, and the max speed will help to really close the gap, but it's not going to be an easy thing at all. Now, Bobby and Dragon Ball, but look at the mark there. Just immediately taken care of. Fake and jump in, hypercharge. I mean, everyone's just dropping like flies. The hypercharge stands, no time to pull it off. And that is a game, and then most importantly, a match point now for Pioneers.
Oh, buddy. This is scary. I think Pioneers are playing the more safe composition arc, and I think in a map 5 with the pressures really on, that's kind of where I'd like to be too. Nest eggs to create that spacing. The ability, of course, to slow people down as Crow. All go in. You have modality there. And honestly, a very reasonable mid in this Lola. Space Station are the ones that have to make all the moves. They're the ones that have to take risks here. And frankly, that seems to have put them behind the 8-ball in this particular game. We'll see how it plays out, of course, now as our slideshow continues, as Chino wants to dive on Zulan, but likely will die to 1 or 2 taps if Tyrant is going to collapse on them. It's a great chance to practice my fortune telling. It's going to be my profession when Esports is done. I'm going to set up a little seance booth outside of our gaming events instead, invite you all in and try and tell you what's going to happen in your life.
Well, Tyrant's 5 gems. Now the speed coming in. Bobby making a big push for the left-hand side, but I think pops the nest egg as well. There's Zulan doing some good time there. Last stand for Bobby, not going to really survive too much longer. Good amount of awareness from Zulan to place those nest eggs early on. Chino on the right-hand side, trying to push his way through, but low HP and some taps from Fade. A good pinch there should seal his demise off. Has got super coming back in off the spawn, but again, PlayStation are behind. 4 gems now to the 7 of Pioneers. Look how deep Zulan is. Like, it's kind of funny to me how Pioneers have just kind of adapted away from like the norm of this comp and are just basically trying to be all over the map and be as sporadic as possible, really.
Bobby saves his super there. He knows he's going to get dove by Fade, but the poison that ticks down on him there makes this like really difficult. So oppressive. All right, Bobby, how to train your dragon. Ideally not like that. Otherwise, Animal Protection Services might have to get involved. I won't lie. It did not end very well at all. 6 gems here for Space Station to work with. 1 more is all the Pioneers need to try and walk away with this one. And Chino gets blown up. That's the gas now coming out of the well. Bobby's trying to come forward, but Ark, it's looking dire. We've got a countdown for Pioneers.
Yeah, for me, SSG, they're just kind of running at this. They're not really together. They seem defeated already, but there is still time for a reset. But look at this. The aggression is too much. Everyone from the side of KCP just going in and can go on the aggressive fade jumping in. And one final Hail Mary from Sands. It's not going to be enough as Pioneers hold firm and take the match.
Bruh. Oh, come on. Oh, dude, really? Oh, Space Station Gaming, I'm busting my chops. Come on, boys. What? The draft is just as rough. I mean, get that Draco across the map. I don't know, buddy. Yeah, set yourself up for disaster there. Pioneers, though, beautifully done. I mean, they read the tea leaves very well going into this draft. The Belle is such a nice pick, and it's one we don't see quite as much lately, but man, she still delivers where it counts in that map control, in that durability with positive feedback, the fact that Fade has the option to go aggressive and strip gems should it be needed. Pioneers ran rings around Space Station in the pick and ban.
Again, I wasn't massively sold on the Crow pick, but I had faith in it, and the fact that Space Station Gaming didn't tie up against that match point they had in the full set, I felt coming into this one that they were defeated. You could see on their faces, despite even getting to match point, the pressure of that very thing almost turned against them. Get the comparison here between Torrent and Sands, and it really is quite a night and day difference. I mean, Torrent didn't even go down. 12 kills to the 2 of Sands. 41% DPS is something to say about Sands, but again, the results speak for themselves. It's Pioneers are going for the semi-finals now. Space Station Gaming have to try again next month.
Some brilliant calls from both teams in the draft phase. Obviously, Pioneers coming out there in the end, but talking about just in-game, their aggro or their restraint, would you say is a better feature of their gameplay when you're watching them play out their arc?
For me, you get a balance of it. It was tough to say from the final set how it kind of went down, but certainly, in Heist we saw a lot of reservations there from SSG, which kind of they did adapt to in that second game. They did realize, okay, we need to go a bit more on the aggressive here and try to assert ourselves better in this mid, and they still got punished by Zulan on that Melody pick. It was just ruthless. I think for me, the drafting was very, very smartly done on the side of Pioneers there, and they adapted to things as well. When SSG showed their hand on something, they were like, okay, we're going to split the script, actually, and not feed into what you thought we were going to do, and bring out something you weren't expecting. That kind of worked for me, time and time again. So I think for me, yeah, it came down to the draft, and SSG just didn't really look comfortable in their own skin.
Yeah, an impressive opponent, though, Uber. I want to give you the final word on SSG. Let you feel your feelings and take a look at the bracket.
You name them something different, but they're still the same SDMN team, aren't they? My God, they do this all the time. Bro, last hurdle stumble, so hard. I mean, even worse for them, right? It's a bitter pill for them to swallow, and they have been force-fed so much of that medicine over the years. Not a great way to start, obviously falling out already, but typically they get paired up against their nemesis again in the first round. This time they're just not able to overcome it. All right, boys, next month, I guess. Good luck to you.
We shall see Space Station Gaming perhaps next month, but we are going to see coming up next Elevate and Synchronic Gaming in their quarterfinal match right after we check out these replays from our last matchup. See you.
Double. Burger? Dead. No burger for 5 seconds.
Got him.
Nice.
Well played.
Good job.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. You're watching the Brawl Stars Championship North America Monthly Finals, the first one of 2025. I've got Ark and I've got Kenny to take us into our third quarterfinal matchup here, which is between Elevate and Synchronic Gaming. Now, these two teams, very exciting to see them matched up. Elevate full of players that have had a taste of Worlds and are looking to take a big old bite at it this season if they can. Also the third member of STMN. We saw his two teammates playing out on Space Station Gaming, but diving into Elevate here, Kenny, what can you tell me about this team?
This is the team I'm maybe most excited to see play today, to be honest with you. I think they show a lot of promise and just a lot of question marks next to them. This is kind of a collection of players that were left behind in a sense. Other rosters formed and all of them were free agents. It kind of resembles a similar story to me as the Humble team last year. And obviously that doesn't mean they're going to win a world championship, but at the same time, they're really talented. They're very good. So I'm curious to see how this collective that doesn't really have any history together kind of join together and play out this season.
Interested to see how it's all going to play out. Interested to see what Easy Livy has to say about this roster. Let's check in with him.
My team prepares for tournaments like other pro teams. We scrimmage every day, usually at least twice. So that's about at least 4 hours a day of practice, and then there's ladder and there's streaming that comes into play as well. But just basic preparation. I'm sure when the monthly final gets closer, we will practice draft a little bit more, and we'll have to figure out a system that works for us when it comes to drafting. I think this year will be at least the same amount of chaos, if not more than last year. For the team that I have my eye on, that might have a breakout season this year, is probably SK Kalalas. I think that's a really good team, and I think that the world doesn't really know how good they are yet, but I think that they will put up a fight versus anyone they play.
Great to hear from Livy there, but not the only player on the team we want to check in with. Juan Carlos, and what a Kit fan, Ken.
Yeah, he is. I mean, obviously, this is something he's gonna have to live with. It wasn't the best brawler in moment in the world for him. In fairness, it wasn't him that drafted him, but nonetheless, he has to live with it. I do respect that he's kind of played into it a little bit. I mean, that's a lot of internet trolling that he's gotten. So honestly, it's hard not to pull for the guy. He's had a lot of success in the past. He's come close, but yeah, moments like that unfortunately define careers. But I think he's good enough to kind of reverse that.
Not only is he good enough to maybe reverse it, he's certainly clever enough to lean into it. We got a great clip of him here. Let's check it out.
0-0 pain at Juan Carlos, 11 DPS. 11 DPS with 0 kills. Yeah, he's playing Kit. Come on. Try something different. Jump on someone's back. He hasn't even landed a super. It's really disappointing from Pioneers.
It's all your fault. I hate you. I hate you. I can't believe I'll let my team down. I'm never playing Kid again in my life.
Oh, Ark, I knew they were great players. I didn't know they were great actors as well.
I think Ark woke up the same way this morning based on how Kid's been played this weekend.
Yeah, literally. I mean, I was casting that match as well at the World Finals, so I mean, it was certainly one of those things that I'll never quite forget. But like you say, Kenny, I'm with you. I mean, fair play to the guys who really kind of ride the memes and just play along with everyone else. I mean, it's quite incredible how much that really has resonated amongst the Brawl Esports community, and yeah, some assets now going into the game from the back of that very storyline. So, I mean, if nothing else, I mean, they didn't have the greatest of World Finals in that regard, but some great memories nonetheless.
Hey, if you can't live forever in achievements, you can live forever in narrative, something to strive for as well, and it's a chance that Juan Carlos can do both with the roster they put together this year. But first step is to get through Synchronic Gaming today. Now, this is a roster that we know a little bit less about. These players, though, Nathan and Razuin did play together a bit on Mystic. What else can you tell me about them, Kenny?
These guys have been around the block for a while. They don't have necessarily the success that Zars, Livy, Juan Carlos have had, but nonetheless have certainly competed. As you mentioned, they've been a part of Mystic Esports, and these guys have all had pretty good experience playing to each other in some kind of combination. 2 of 3, now 3 of 3 with Genie joining in here. All of them are seasoned veterans. Like I said, they haven't had that pop-off moment, that substantial kind of result, and I think that's a big reason why Elevate to me are going to be favorites. I think this is the first one of the day where I'm predicting a 3-0 outcome, so I think any set that these guys can take would be a bonus.
We've got our maps, we got our game modes, and Ark, I gotta know, do you agree?
I think for me, there's definitely some things to be said about both sides of it. For me, Synchronic have got some stuff in the pipeline. I mean, we've seen as well. Nathan had a pretty decent Blast Brawl event. Knocked out STMN Esports in the quarterfinal stages, got to the semifinals where Elevate did really sweep them in that regard. But I mean, I'm with Kenny. I expect to say that they are the underdogs, no doubt about it. But in this early stage of the year, we don't know how these teams are going to fare and how they're going to sit. And like we mentioned, Elevate are that kind of roster of players that didn't really have a home. They're all coming together. And yes, last year we saw that same story with Humble, who went on to win the whole entire season. But this is the new year. We don't know how it's going to fare yet. It's still very, very early to tell. So I'm going to be reserved, and we don't know in that regard. I think for Synchronic as well, from the qualifying stages to present to now, it's definitely a different lineup in that regard. So there's going to be some adaptations to be there. I mean, one thing's for sure, I just hope that Genie comes away with some prize money, man, because I want him to upgrade his mic. He needs to get a new mic. I know he's rocking the distortion, but for me, I really hope that guy comes down top. Love the content though, and it's always very entertaining to watch him in that regard. But coming in for his team here, and some good history as well with amongst his teammates that go back a long way into real ones and also Mystic Esports as well. But no doubt about it for sure, though, Kenny, Elevate's still very much the favorites in my eyes.
We'll see how it turns out, though. Never know with the new year what's going to happen. We've already had some close calls here today, including that quarterfinal number 2. For some of these guys, even have previous teammates that were competing there. But now they're on their own, setting a new standard and a new storyline for themselves. New opportunity to kind of write a narrative and prove why they deserve to be the ones that are a little bit better than some of the past teams they were on. You heard as Livy in his interview in kind of our pre-day warm-up, but in his interview, he mentioned, I wish the best for my past teammates. I hope they win a ton. I just hope it's not against me. And I think all of these guys have a little chip on their shoulder, and I think that's going to be a common narrative in North America in general. We've talked about it. All these teams have mixed up. All of these organizations have mixed up their players. I think every one of these guys have something to prove, and I think that's a strong motivation.
Well, Synchronic in the qualifying stages, going for the lower side of the bracket. They were beaten on the top side by Havoc, and that's certainly going to be on their minds. It was a sweep as well, so quite a convincing way for Havoc to enter the scene. But let's see. Sticky Fields, first pick of Mace, it's kind of a bit wild, I'll be honest. I mean, Juju is available, not necessarily the best maps, but very, very pushy. Yeah, pick it up. I don't blame them at all. Certainly a very strong tank counter as well. Agree, going through the bushes can do a great amount of work. Sometimes it's not the worst of ideas to eradicate the bushes and just actually change your draft. And I mean, Amber wouldn't be the worst of brawlers to do that. I mean, we saw yesterday in South America how effective just even having the Brock was against Juju on certain maps. I think in that regard, it was Shooting Star, very different map and mode. But nonetheless here, it might be on Elevate's mind here just to kind of eradicate as much as what Juju can bring to the party. Max going to join the Juju. Definitely a dangerous thing here, but Elevate not going to shy away from some tanks, I think, even into the face of a Juju. But let's see what they go for here.
Can never be too upset with the Juju selection. Maisie shows up a little bit more, I would say, in North America practices than it does anywhere else in the world. They're going to pair this with one of the most powerful brawlers right now in my mind, Barry and a tank. This is kind of what you have to look out for. I kind of think of this map like rock, paper, scissors a little bit. There is going to be some tanks, some anti-tanks, and sometimes some wall break combinations. So they're playing into the tankier side of things. Going to try and shred through their opponents, overrun the squishier Max, the squishier Juju. They got to make sure this is well-rounded, though, because this could get out of hand if they don't play it right. They're doubling down, though, Ark. Another tank entering in. We saw what El Primo could do earlier. He's flashy. He can score goals. He has a gadget that can kind of end offensive threats. I really like El Primo in general, but it has to be a favorable matchup for him. He's not an OP brawler by any means.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about because, despite the Juju being present, it doesn't seem to deter Elevate whatsoever to still bring in a tank in this regard. And Mortis is the answer. from Synchronic. I mean, there's a lot going on the side of Elevate. They've got the wall break, they've got the heals, they've got the Macy tank counter as well, which is going to be a great counter into the Mortis, into the Max as well. Having that additional slow, all these kind of utilities on the side of Elevate that I think could be very quite strong here. I love the El Primo pick. I mean, North America plays it so well in Brawl Ball especially as well, so definitely going to be a trying time for Synchronic Gaming here, but not to say that Elevate are going to have a stomp. I know that you think that might be the case though, and I don't blame you for it. I think this is actually one of those sets which might be an opening here for Synchronic to be able to get something on the board early on. Obviously with Brawl Ball, you know, one little break away is all it takes. Look at this already going right down the side of things and leaving things wide open. Well, Juan Carlos is to get the easiest goal I've seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds and was already a bucket. Is Livy now able to expand? They've got a super down. Raz just going to be trying to dive in here, and Mortis not cutting it. This is Livy is going to go and try and get a little more space for his teammates, but there's so many health points for Juan Carlos that they're going to end this in 28 seconds. Goodness gracious.
Come on, Synchronic. I'm trying to give you some hope here for the chat. I'm trying to pick you up just a little bit, but you're not really helping. I mean, that was literally one of the fastest Brawl Ball games we've seen, well, certainly all year. That is the fastest. Nothing that I can recall casting in this season has been faster than that. Was that 28 seconds for the entire game? That's ridiculous.
28, and Juan Carlos, if he hadn't let go of that ball, may have had another goal there. Genie couldn't have stopped him. As Livy there quickly to scoop this up, Genie doesn't even get an opportunity to use that super. So Juan Carlos is going to march it forward a little bit. I think they're going to have to buy a smidge of time here, but they've definitely got control of the map.
Yeah, undoubtedly a goal there. That was a mistake from Juan Carlos, but again, I don't think they're overly worried based upon just how quickly they gained the last game. Grigori going to come in now and cause some problems, but very quickly taken care of by his Livy and Zar. We're now hunkering down against these very hills. A nice tailspin as well there will deter Raz. He's going to have to come back in and heal up, and in the meanwhile, the aggression is there for Elevate, trying to force this ball through. Bit of delay as we can't quite see whether it's going to be going over the line or not, but it looks to me like it probably should. The amount of bodies that are there, it would take quite a substantial defense, but it does seem that was the case, and the ball breaks 3.
Yeah, it looks like they did get that goal. I think it's 1-0 on the top left, so it was really hard to tell. That ball was kind of floating in the air, but I think that's how we got so far back in a reset with all these brawlers. So I'm working under the assumption I think it's 1-0, and Nathan's now powering up his teammates, so we're contending in the mid, doing our best obviously to work with that, but a Juan Carlos hypercharge should be enough to punch this one through, and that's absolute domination. The easiest set I think we've seen all month.
But Synchronic, I respect the fact that you feel like it's time for me to take a break. You know, I get that, you know, but I'm okay. I've got the stamina to last this one out to a 5th and final set. You haven't got to think of me. You got to think of yourselves. And right now, this one is very quickly running away. That was the set that I felt may have been an opening, may have been a chance for Synchronic to get off the mark with something to really say in this series. But, I mean, that wasn't even close, Kenny. That was a stomp, and we haven't even got to the stomp that you're expecting to see from this. Just 3 for Genie, and Genie came into this kind of roster, you know, as a bit of a late comer. So, yeah, I mean, for Nathan and Raz, not the set that we were hoping for them, and stats that say very much the same story. And I don't think the draft was crazy bad or anything that really stood out to me as being problematic. It was a bit of the way it was played. The Mortis getting behind things and just leaving everything wide open for the Primo just to overthrow.
And that was gonna be my question for you, Ark. In those like 30 seconds that we saw from that first game there, in that brief we saw of the second game, was it the mechanics, was it the positioning, or was it just the ability to recognize this great opening opportunity there on behalf of Elevate to kind of close it out, Ark?
It's just an open door. I mean, yeah, sure, Primos are going to be a very tough thing to take down quickly, and certainly when you're, going into the match fresh, a Juju won't have any of that utility, that slow from the Grigori at all won't be there until later on in the match. So it's you've got to get behind your team in that regard. But Mortis is kind of really going around the whole thing and not really contributing much to the defense that had to be present. I mean, that first game, Kenny, really quite disappointing.
Yeah, when I look back at that especially, it really feels like what we saw. It feels like a classic run it down moment. Mortis is really the only one that outputs a ton of damage, can cycle those supers a little bit, but outside of that, Max isn't cutting it. I don't know what you do. Gonna be keeping an eye out here for Layer Cake, and I have to mention it outside of the Juan Carlos memes. Kit is somebody that shows up here quite frequently in North America, across the world. Wouldn't surprise me to see it in the band stage. Juju, a possibility for sure, somebody that I'm throwing out in the bands. But other than that, I think if you're Synchronic, you gotta look ahead. I mean, you gotta basically ignore that ever happened. You're a top 8 team right now in the region. You have to believe in that, but Elevate sure showed us something strong there in that opening set.
Is that why Juan's so excited? Is he thinking, right, finally a place that I can play Kit and make it actually like work? Is this redemption arc happening before our very eyes? I want to see what that was all about, but it might just be that they got the first set and they're feeling happy with that. Regarding this particular map, the Janet ban's got to be there for me. It's the first brawler pick to have, so whoever doesn't have the coin toss really needs to highly consider it. Certainly a map for pros as well. It has been done exactly that by Synchronic, so some good signs. I mean, they're making some okay decisions, but when it comes down to the actual mechanics is where so far in that last set, it didn't kind of work out for them. RT banned on both sides, as well as the Buster, the Gus, and the Gene as well by Synchronic. It's certainly going to open up some throwers potential here on this map, and I'm looking at one only, and it's kind of Juju, not going to lie. I mean, it's not going to have the best amount of slow on this particular map, but why would you not pick it up? First pick, you elevate on a map like Layer Cake. Yeah, sure, the response could be some wall break, but exactly that. Why take the risk and leave it open for your opposition? I mean, Synchronic could have easily left out, I mean, you've got to keep the Janet, but the RT, the Gene, they're not as ban-worthy to me as a Juju, are they really?
Yeah, it is really interesting to leave that open. I mean, Gene, Janet, RT, all great shouts, fantastic brawlers, but are they truly a top 3 threat? Do they kind of craft drafts and shape them to go differently? I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Gray gonna be where they go next. If you're gonna allow Juju go through, Gray feels like a good option here as a support brawler, but mostly for that walking cane. He's got a good blend of that medium to long range and can pull through walls, get the tearing down effect that you want, because otherwise Juju can just kind of lob up shots. I'm curious to look out for kind of a Brock here. I think Synchronic have to get a little creative. We saw the Brock incendiary and breaking down with those gadgets kind of be an answer for Juju. They need to get rid of as much grass as possible, because otherwise she's just gonna have limitless range.
I was kind of expecting maybe a berry, honestly, on the side of Synchronic there, especially if they're thinking Melody to have some support for that brawler pick. I mean, the Gus ban being present on the side of Elevate was quite smart, because if they combined that particular brawl with the Melody, that would have been really quite dangerous. But the Grey has got that teleport ability to go in very much on the spawn side and pick up some scraps, come out with some stars, get some heals as well along the way. The hypercharge allows you to have 2 on the map as well, so it's definitely not a bad shout. That's what we were saying coming into this match.
This is growth.
Yeah, this is the redemption arc of Juan Carlos. It's got to be him on it. If it's not, I will actually riot. There's no way that coming out of that last set, this was the reason why Juan was so excited, because he saw it as being the Kit plays, and you called it as well, so fair play. But if it's not him on this Kit, I'm sorry, but he's let the entire Brawl esports community down, and I'll go out on my sword to say it. It's got to be him.
I know he's putting some time in the offseason with him for sure. And look, memes aside, what happened at the World Finals is a very different circumstance, a very different map, and a very different brawler composition. And it's a really interesting one here. Oftentimes when you see Kit, you think they're going to pair it with something aggressive like the Melody on the other end, or a tank that can kind of walk with Kit. They're purely using Kit to be a kind of assassin. It's not necessarily the support brawler right now, because what are you going to do? Jump on Juju and be a double thrower? Ruffs isn't going to get in their face. They're looking for Kit to use his super to kind of get the animation where he stuns an opponent, and then they line up shots for Juju or Colonel Ruffs. This is a super support comp on the left-hand side. I think Synchronic Gaming have a chance to really, run this down. Hank wasn't necessarily my top option, but on a map with so many walls, this is honestly a more common pick than I think the public would tend to believe.
We saw it yesterday in South America, and I'm going to say the same thing. So if you watched that stream, I apologize, but the balance changes have not happened yet. Hank hasn't got the hypercharge, guys. Okay? You're early to the punch. Give it a couple of days, and then maybe. But I think it's even going to be in the second batch, from what I saw today anyway. It's not prawn ready, guys. It's still not the pick. I think it was, though, for OG in the qualifying stages. It did bring him some goods on this particular map, so I don't mind it. But I also do mind it, you know? It's just not the biggest of contenders, especially against like the Kit. You know, it's going to be sitting back and waiting for its time to strike. And that's going to be allowing the Kit time to get that jump ready to roll. It's just going to be kind of feeding into what Elevate are trying to achieve here a little bit, because Hank is not going to be rushing. It's not going to be going on the aggressive. It's not going to be pressurizing too much. He's going to be sitting back behind a wall, just blowing bubbles. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Kind of wild.
I'm gonna stay prawn ready. I'm gonna keep an open mind here. With all these walls and no wall break, Hank could possibly be a play here. Look, I don't know if it would have been my first thought, and I know it may sound crazy, but I don't hate it. I'm gonna be open-minded about this. I don't think it's the worst solution. It's a little creative. To your point, the homing missiles look pretty sick with the Hank hypercharge. That could be an issue for future players, but right now it's gonna be Elevate who have to deal with it. 2-5 overall, and a good little fun there as we get into this one. But for now, it's gonna be SG all the way in the back.
You just see how much damage Genie took in that opening statement. That was actually disgusting, and surprised he even survived. As already Elevate jumping to the punch, but actually behind on the stars. And that is where the objective lands, and something which Elevate are quickly making up for now. Hypercharged supply drop, not going to be helpful for anyone on this squad. So not really the best of synergies there, but I don't think Elevate are going to be worrying about it too much. Synchronic very much now on the back lines, and this is where it's going to get tough. Nathan has got hypercharge though on that Melody pick. Swipe from Zar, so Gene to keep him low. Now the Grigo coming in the right-hand side as well. Nathan going to TP away from it, but this is not looking good at all here for Synchronic.
Oh, and Zar getting a nice dive in there as well. Genie, once these walls open up, is rendered a little more useless. And with 20 on the clock, they're going to have to find a way to punch their way through. No teleport, no Melody super, and Hank just walks forward. It's going to be a tough call as Zar gets a couple swipes, a kill, jumps onto one. Carlos is back, and now they're the ones walking away with a major gym lead. They're not going to be able to close this distance in time. Well played to Elevate to make a comeback here. And unfortunately for Hank, this is going to be yet another L in a game.
Hope you're taking notes, Juan Carlos, because Zar, he's showing you up right now and showing you what you should be doing with the kit. The irony is madness, but Zar went crazy. I mean, that's how you get it done. You know, no 0 and 11s here to be seen, just only stars above that man's head. Beautiful stuff.
And I do see the potential on paper for Synchronic's comp to work. Zar gonna go invisible, use that cardboard box to creep up this left-hand side, but Genie has a bubble ready. I think Zar's just outside of striking distance though, and even if he does get in trouble, he can always jump away with that super. Without a way to teleport forward or kind of walk it up with all the health points that they have, you know, Juan Carlos is slowly building up his teammates. Note that star power choice. It is over time going to build up as Libby's health. The only thing scarier than Juju is a really healthy Juju.
And Gregory coming in, slowing down Genie, allowing his Livy to get some good shot value onto Genie again. He's having a really tough time with this game. I think statistically as well, not going to be looking great so far. Needs to bring something home at least for that. Could be worse than the kit at World Finals. Just saying, it's a really tough order to make work, and realistically, haven't really seen him get any value so far. Big taps yet again. But it is just the 1 star, no kills or deaths, just in blue on the side of Elevate. The supply drop hands over to Zar. And those things do stack up as time goes on. This Synchronic that are trying to get this spawn trap in motion and get things to a time where they can try to strike towards the end and have Raz going ideally with a dimensional doors and get some stars back for his squad. But 25 seconds on the clock. Not the world of time. Good walking Kane, but they shall tap away. Might not have been the best of plays. Nathan getting behind this. Juan Carlos is going to fall.
Finally, the kills unfold. Took a little bit, but they got the job done. Juan Carlos is going to stay alive in this bottom right-hand side to try and power up his teammates. This is why they're grouping up together so much. On the other end, they need to have a coordinated strike. It's the only way they're going to come away with this.
10 seconds now. Hypercharge yet again. Supply drop. Good. Isolation there from Zar, and should just escape away from Genie, who's slowed down by the Grigri. Couple box for Zar just to be able to just move himself around the map. Meanwhile, Nathan comes in, and it's going to be too late. That set will go the way yet again of Elevate. And I've got to say, I'm not looking forward to these stats, Kenny. Not
in
Synchronic,
fairness,
at least.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna be, I think it'll be probably a little one-sided too. In the second game, the kill count was a little bit closer, but yeah, that game one, I mean, this is just a telling story. And Bounty, you know, a lot of the times we harp on, well, don't only focus on the DPS, don't only focus on the kills. That's all there is to focus on in this game mode. It's all about getting the frags. And as Livy with 5 of them clearly made the Juju pick work, the fact that it wasn't banned, I think it's an easy click for Elevate. They're going to go with a Kit here. And honestly, impressive gameplay from a Kit who's not powering anything up. This is Kit shining all by himself. And honestly, after the weekend we've had Arc, I had to chat about it with pro players last night and get kind of a feel for them. And I think in their perspective, even though the win rate hasn't been there, it's just so frustrating to deal with. And I think this is actually a map and mode where I can see it working more times than not. I think we've been a little gung-ho with the Kit. This is actually an example where I'm going to give it credit.
see, the thing is for me, like, I can't get behind that because I don't feel like Synchronic really were able to stand up to any of the heat of which Elevate threw at them. If it was a bit more of a sided match, that was a bit more balanced, then maybe I can get behind it. I'm still not sold. I'm just gonna be a kit hater.
All I know is I was promised you were gonna riot Arc. It was Zara on our kit. We didn't get that at all, and we had Colonel Ruffs in there as well. Something we didn't quite touch on there. What did you expect to see when you saw that one pick out in the draft, Kenny?
I expected the star power choice that they went with. Honestly, this is an old-timey kind of pick. In Bounty, every once in a while, you'll see Colonel Ruffs come out, and it's when the comp wants to play really close together. You'll see often a thrower, Colonel Ruffs, and one other brawler. Sometimes it's a Gene to go for the pull. Other times, it's just some kind of aggressive brawler. But oftentimes, they're going to take that squishy thrower, and over time, the longer they both stay alive, the more beefy that brawler gets. So it just makes Juju less vulnerable. Juju already the best brawler in the game right now. Now let's add on 1,000 or so health points. Make her even tougher to take down.
For a new draft, it's hard to see or feel as though Synchronic can really bring this one back. Based on what we've seen so far, Heist certainly is a game mode that can be that ability to turn the tide, but I was saying that about Brawl, and then it was the most one-sided set that I've seen all season so far. But Synchronic, certainly, they're not looking very well together in my mind. I know you were all for that kind of Hank pick in the last set. I still feel like that was a bit of a missed draft opportunity. And I want to see them at least have something this time around that can stand the heat a bit more. Because Elevate mean business. They're not slowing down in any way. So the Cordelia span there with the Lily, as well as the Edgar, Chuck open. And that Cordelia span as well is the best kind of counter in my eyes for the Chuck. Not necessarily going to be the first brawler pick, but I mean, it's something to note that there's not going to be the strongest of counters to Lou would be that if the Chuck does show its face. Berry is kind of that brawler that is so strong in the current meta, but it also doesn't say much about the strategy or the combination that Elevate might be looking to employ here. Rika going to come in, sure, not the worst of brawlers at all for Hot Potato, but it's very early in the draft. I mean, this map could be opened up. Sure, that would go against what the Berry's kind of designed for by its very purpose, but I mean, it is definitely a brawler which, if that is the case, and the map does get opened up later on, don't be doing as much.
In addition to, if you go for this wall break to kind of disrupt the Berry, you're also unintentionally hurting your Rico as well. Rico benefits from having those walls, and even though he's a DPS monster on that high save, could be a little trickier. So I'm curious to see how they kind of play this. Are they going to try and run down Elevate? Do they get aggressive here? Melody also on my mind as well, to kind of be an aggressor not only on the high save, but to get in Berry's face a little bit. I think Coletta's safe pick. They're rounding out their composition pretty well, because even though last time and in previous times it hasn't always been Berry plus tank or aggressive brawler, a lot of the times you can kind of expect that. I honestly think Berry on this map and mode is already so good in terms of what he can do that you don't necessarily need some crazy high HP brawler. I think he can kind of stand alone and get some value on his own.
Much bigger fan of the Colette pick for me. Also Synchronic. I'm still a little bit confused, Basil. Juicy for Elevate there. What are your thoughts on this Chester ban, by the way, on the side of Synchronic? Because it's a bit wild.
I've been pondering.
Yeah,
couldn't tell you.
It's a big tank counter, but like, is there something in the scrims that they're seeing there, or some kind of explanation behind it? It's just a bit wild. And you know, Melody's open here as well. I'm really surprised that brawler's not picked up immediately, because that's really quite devastating. Crow to come in, Elevate. I mean, the hypercharge, don't even need to talk about it too much. And the synergy with the buzz is actually quite strong. It's going to keep Synchronic on the defense more often than not. But certainly some big questions around this draft. I mean, considering the story that's being told, I mean, Chuck's still open as well, and the Cordelius ban being there for that reason is just, yeah, it's all a bit wild for me and a bit disjointed. Draco going to come in on the side that hasn't got the Berry. It's going to struggle to really work its way forwards, despite the gadget with the last stand. I mean, it's going to be a tough thing to get into position and get the flames to lick the safe. I mean, you know, Elevate have got such a strong comp by comparison, but even so, a lot of questions regarding this draft.
This is a unique one for sure. I mean, as much preparation as we can possibly do and looking at these guys' practices and who's playing what, sometimes you just never know what you're going to get. This is kind of similarly how do I feel about the Hank last time. I see the vision. I kind of get where both of them are coming from, But this is something I've never seen before, so I'm just going to go in open-minded and see what happens. Elevate have clearly been the more mechanical players so far. This has not been close, to be honest with you, but we'll have to see if Synchronic Gaming can pull something out of their hat of tricks. It's going to be SG starting with Nathan in the mid, Genie flanking left-hand side, and Juan Carlos and his Livy staying together. Juan Carlos going to address Genie immediately. Zar playing back a little bit. This Crow's going to be good for scouting out opponents and some high save damage if they can get a hypercharge. And so far, so good. It seems Elevate more won that interaction than lost it.
Genie now in Dragon form, making a run for the safe, just holding W, but then Juan Carlos has done a pretty decent job on the defense so far, and will continue to do so. Last stand popped by Genie, but another stun there available for Juan Carlos, who does shut it down very, very quickly. And Zar going in and getting some good results as well, getting his Livy forwards. The heals continuing to fly through. Now, connection on the safe. Nathan there, I believe, taken care of now, as it's pretty back and forth for the most part. Now the hypercharge of Nathan, that's going to deal some real damage.
Nathan has to be a source of high safe damage for them. This is going to make it much closer, but a Crow hypercharge will eradicate all of that lead. It's going to be an immediate retaliation by Elevate, and they're the ones back in the driver's seat.
Oh, Juan Carlos there with a beautifully timed stun. Wonderful from him. And now hypercharge still available. Wants to get his super back, though, to Spider-Man forwards. Nathan again, though, trying to make his way towards the safe with another super. That's going to waste it on defense. That's not the way you want to play it. And now Elevate really pushing forwards on the safe. Juan Carlos gets a scratch, but this could still be turned around. There's plenty of time here for Synchronic, but the safe is actually dwindling down there. 1% is all that's left. It's actually going to be enough. Elevate managed to get 3 on the safe there to trickle it down.
One little scoop of ice cream and a little poison must have been enough to bring that down. It felt like it was going really slowly too, so they must have just been slowly over time chipping away with that with the shot. Elevate now on a match point though. Synchronic Gaming have to do something about it. Otherwise, their tournament lives are going to end right here, right now in this set number 3.
It's just a bit of a shame. I was just hoping for a little bit more back and forth, but it's really becoming an uphill battle for Synchronic. Already very, very swift takedowns there from Juan Carlos. Has been fantastic on that defense, really shutting Genie down at every given turn. Nathan there popping the gadget as well. The gotcha gadget for that additional healing, following the shots that will be landing hopefully onto the bodies of Elevate. And he was getting a decent amount of utility in the last game as well. The hypercharge, landing the safe. You need to be bringing those in for your team, but at the same time, Elevate has really been thoroughly in control this whole entire way through so far. It's hard to see how they don't finish this one here.
One interaction I wasn't sure how it was going to play out, Ark, is seeing this Buzz go against the Draco. And note too, Buzz was drafted before Draco. They end up picking this at the very end. And I think the logic is probably, hey, we have gadgets we can burn through. If Buzz stuns us, I'll just pop gadget and stay up. Instead, though, it's been Buzz just getting enough tags and cycling in those supers to keep that stun constant. I don't think Draco's really had a chance at this. Not quite sure what's gone on there. Juan Carlos showing the 0-11 merch. Wow, what a shirt out of the young man. No idea. Oh, there it is. Final score, 3-0. I was going to say, if he was waving the merch in a loss, that'd be a tough look.
Gotta respect it from Juan there, really doubling down. And, again, why not? Why not? I mean, pick yours up, I guess. But a very, very dominant victory from Elevate. You can't deny it. I mean, there was just literally no moment there where I felt like it wasn't going to go any other way. Did want to see just a bit more from Synchronic, especially in the early moments, but I mean, just immediately. It wasn't even like a growing pain, was it? It was straight off the mark, and Elevate meant business. Synchronic were just always tailing behind. I mean, the stats not too far off being even for the most part across the board in that final set, but I mean, yeah, that was the most convincing win of the day, and Elevate thoroughly deserving of it.
Most convincing win of the day. I know when they were drafting it, Kenny, you raised a few questions. You said, I haven't seen this before, but I'm open-minded. I'm willing to see how it goes. So after that match, what's your assessment of that draft there from Elevate?
Look, I've been wrong many a time, so I just try and go in with an open mind a lot, and then frequently wrong. So you never know what these pro players are going to turn out. And honestly, I think this is a weird one too, because going into this, my assumption was Synchronic were a pretty big underdog. And in fairness to them a little bit too, they do have a little bit of a roster swap that happened, maybe 1 to 2 days ago. So I think cut them a little slack in that. These guys have been around the block and competing in kind of a top 8 level for a while. So I still think better days ahead for them. I think now my biggest question coming into this month was how good of a team are Elevate? And that was a heck of a statement. So I think they have strong odds of getting out of this lower side of the bracket we've got going. I don't know. I think they're set for a grand finals possibly.
Well, you called about the bracket. Let's take a look at it here. We got just one more quarterfinal match to go, and that's between Code OG and Havoc here. Two more teams that we get to see duke it out. The winner going against Elevate in the semifinal, like you said. Kenny, we've had an exciting day, an exciting couple matchups here with these drafts. I want to give you a chance for a final word on maybe what you'll see from these last two teams.
I think some unknowns for sure. Code OG, similar to Elevate, have kind of been a collection of past players that have been phenomenal in this region, but, you know, kind of get left behind in the dust. One of them even moved to another continent, so they're coming back to North America for a little bit of a redemption tour. I'm excited to see how it goes.
We'll see if that comeback is everything it can be, or if they'll be wreaking havoc on this matchup. Of course, we got a couple replays from that last match we just watched. When we come back, we've got our final quarterfinal. See you on the other side of it.
This interesting match. Team Queso have the pressure here. I think they can get one kill because they are only losing for 1 star. I don't know what will happen here, but I'm really interested to know. Okay, I remember this part. I remember watching this on the World Finals, and that Joker passed in the score. Oh, this one is another from Luminosity Gaming. I remember this on World Finals in the last year, and that was a really impressive, because if they score this, maybe the result will be another.
What's up, Brawl Stars fans? You're watching the Brawl Stars Championship. This is the North America Monthly Final, the first one of 2025, and we have had some powerful teams putting some lines in the sand, but now we are down to our last two teams in the quarterfinals. We've got Code OG, we've got Havoc, and we've got a match ahead of us here shaping up. Great performances from both to get in the qualifiers to get to where they are today in our monthly finals. But zooming in on Code OG, got a little bit more to talk about because this is a triumphant return from one of their players from the EU space. Tell me a little bit more about this, Art.
If you called me Ark, that's the greatest compliment I've received in a while. But I'll jump in because I'm jelly. That's a great compliment.
And Uber's here.
Oh, is it all right? You know what? You take it. Oh, you Uber. You got it.
I'm Ubering Kenny for this one.
No, you're good. Look, I mean, I know we've sort of talked about this at length, but OG obviously took a punt and went over to Europe. Was out in Italy, tried to compete there over in the EU scene, and honestly, like, did a decent job, but kind of pulled up a little bit short. I think that this return home should be considered triumphant because that is a really difficult scene to bust into. That stint on Foot Esports probably taught him quite a lot. The guy's still got plenty of years left in him, and the roster that he's built around him, they're no slouches, man.
Well, Ben Tornado, OG, welcome back. Let's check in with what you have to say leading into the 2025 season.
So this was the first one that we've done, and it's like the first time I've had a coach that is this involved. I guess. So we practice a lot and just trial and error, kind of, I think, a lot of the time in our scrims. And I mean, just analyzing like our opponents, like the maps, just pretty standard stuff. I think my team kind of prefers like aggro brawlers. So if there's like a way to play around those ones, that's something that we'll like most likely go for. But also at the same time, we want to be on comfort. So it's kind of like a balance between those two. But more often than not, we'll like pick the aggro comp.
He's back. You mentioned it was a triumphant return there, if you wanted to consider it that way. Uber, taking a look at these numbers, it's a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this is only last year. So this guy has a really long history in Brawl, right? He's one of the more, older, sort of more experienced players, in the region. And obviously on that STMN roster, even when he wasn't competing, like in the lineup, he was coaching them. He was standing next to them on the biggest of stages in the world, helping them out with their drafts. I do I don't want to sell this team short. We talk a lot about Bobby, but Charles obviously was a key component of this Luminosity roster, finding great success. And Second Best I thought he had a great Worlds run with Pioneers. They had some struggles, right? And in some games they got clowned on a little bit, but I thought Second Best as an individual looked really good there. So I think that this team is legitimately very good. I think a lot of people want to see if OG can still hang. After last year, I don't see why there would be concerns about that.
Well, they'll be tested against Team Havoc here. All three players made their debut in 2023, but they all got a pretty quick start, finding their way to monthly finals in the following year, 2024. Now they're looking to see how far they can take it in 2025. What odds are you giving them, Kenny? Where do you see them going for today?
This feels like a 3-1 for me, favoring OG. And honestly, in practice leading up, OG's team hasn't been as strong, say, as some of these other ones in win percentage. Havoc have been doing pretty well, but I'm just going to side with the veteran presence, the experience these guys have. Diego Gamer and his teammates have been great. And Diego Gamer even put up a top 4 at the Blast Bash just towards the end of last year. All of these guys have been grinders. They've been around the block. You see some experience there with CT at the time, and even Synchronic popping up for Vegeta there on the right. These guys aren't rookies by any means, but they certainly don't have the accolades, say, of Charles, OG, and Second Best. I'm kind of with you, Uber. I'm going to default to these guys. It's only month number 1, so I'm just going to go with the tested history that these guys have provided.
Yeah, I do think like this Havoc team, the young guns, I think they're like quite talented. I'm pretty sure it was like Evex or Vegeta, I think we would talk about last year when we watched them. They had some incredible games, and we were sort of, this felt like a team that was next up to start to knock on the door of that top 4, top 5 in NA. Can they do it with this roster? Remains to be seen, but I think there's a ton of potential here. They have a clean slate to build their reputations on, and it starts here.
Absolutely. Speaking of clean slates, we got our 5 untouched maps, our beautiful game modes, and this is where they'll be duking it out, hoping to bring it to Code OG here. We talked about a lot of the experience on the OG roster, but with the success that Havoc has found in just the last year separately and hopefully now together, what kind of experience do you think that they're going to be able to bring to bear here based on what they've built up so far, Kenny?
I think one thing to note too is they have found a little bit of momentum and success, especially towards maybe the second half of last year. And like you said, it hasn't necessarily been as a unit. This is still untested, but same can be said for KOG. And you heard him say it. I don't think it's a secret. Second Best loves playing these aggro brawlers. And I think the other side is going to know this. Havoc are going to have to prep in that way. And especially in a meta where aggressive and tankier brawlers are doing so well, I think Havoc will have a game plan kind of ready to take away the strengths of this Code OG team. So I'm curious to see how Code OG adjusts, how all these guys kind of perform, and what brawlers they bring to the table here in this set.
Yeah, look, I think that this is the kind of map, again, like many gem grab maps, we'll be thinking about safe mids, powerful side laners. That's the key to sort of setting up this kind of map. And because of the way that, this map is laid out, you can get a little bit closer up towards your opponents than you otherwise would. I love Second Best with the shout out to Novi there as well. Obviously, yeah, European player. I guess he's with them in spirit. A lot of these guys obviously got to hang out over in Helsinki and definitely forge some friendships there. This Havoc team, of course. Okay, I respect the Eclipse jersey as well. I like it. Okay, these guys both sort of making homages to players out of that European region. I respect it here. Let's see what Havoc have for us. Expectations for Code OG's roster are high based on name, power, but Havoc get to be the underdogs. They get to come in with little to no expectations, and they get to try and surprise us. Here are our bans for Hard Rock Mine. we have the Maisie again being looked at here, and the kit Surge being taken away by Havoc.
This is really interesting set of bans, to be honest with you. I think it's kind of clear that the right-hand side probably has that first overall pick. Obviously, we have a timer, but even if we didn't have that context, I think just based on the brawlers that they banned, they're a little more frequent. Maisie, like I've been saying, is just really a presence in North America compared to some of the other regions. It hasn't been successful in the few times it's been played this weekend, but clearly they've stumbled upon something in this region that makes them feel that it's a ban-worthy pick.
Okay, I mean, we know that obviously, I sort of alluded to the potential Sandy pick when I said this is the kind of map where you can creep up on your opponents a little bit more. Being able to, blow someone out very quickly with, a Sweet Dreams gadget is really impactful. See OG here, up on his feet, making sure that there's plenty of, opinions here being offered up in terms of this draft. Securing such a powerful brawler and Melody, though, seems like a great way to start. Yes, she is susceptible to being stopped in their tracks by this Sandy gadget, but there are windows where you can exploit the lack of availability of that stun and try and get in and make hay while the sun shines.
Really like this Melody pick as well. I think it's one of the stronger brawlers available, and just being able to dash towards the end of the map, whether you're trying to steal gems and get a kill or just trying to run away with a heist, I think it can be a real good way to do that. Great for backlining enemy brawlers, especially some of the squishier ones. And they're going to pair this with a Max, which is something Charles is no stranger to, and a lot of North America, of course, are not either. But I think a key thing to point out, Max and Sandy synergy is also very solid. So I think removing that from the equation, also a pretty good call. It seems like they've got a lot of mobility, which is something great, I think, for Gym Grab.
Okay. Tons of ways you can go with this comp here for the Code OG team. I mean, you have now Melody that gets to play a side lane, and she can really, move up the map while using a lot of cover. Getting into a position where she can quickly build those music notes up and go for it. Talk about raw stopping power, though. Buzz kind of has it all. A hypercharge that lets him basically cross the map with that super until it expires. You have mobility for Buzz that you never really had before. And of course, for the most part, you are stunning people when you hit them with a ultimate, that super, excuse me. So raw stopping power for both brawlers here on the Havoc side. It makes it a little bit scary for Melody to get too close, and the shield of Gus is adding to that deterrent factor.
Spicy draft on that right-hand side. Going with Buzz as the aggressor is definitely an interesting one. I don't think it's the most frequent across the world, but a couple of these tanks have just stood out to me a little bit more in practices for a lot of the teams here. Buzz and Maisie are two that really get played in North America more than any other region. So this is clearly a well-kept secret till the final day of the weekend here in our last monthly final for our opening one. Final pick going to come through here. Tough decision here for Code OG. And it's going to be a Cordelia, so this is going to be a defensive mechanism for them. They're going to be using this Shadow Realm to try and remove Buzz from the equation and end his pursuit of hypercharges that can be endless at times.
Okay, there's a lot to work with here for both these comps, really. I like the idea of, again, like removing one of these key support pieces from Havoc's lineup, with that Cordelius, right? I do think that as a team, Havoc's lineup is really good, but when they get segmented, when, players get plucked out of the game, maybe, beaten by Cordelius in the Shadow Realm, all of a sudden you don't quite have what you need, or the critical mass of like defensive options to shut this Melody down. Something for Havoc that I think that they're going to have in spades is raw mechanical skill. And I think they've picked a number of ballers that do depend on that to some degree, whilst also being pretty serviceable in general. You don't have to take the world over as Gus. Just get some, good connections, threaten, eliminations with Kooky Popper, make sure you're hitting your shields, and you're golden. Code OG have picked a pretty flashy comp, so let's see if they can make it work, because it's one that is not without its vulnerabilities as well.
Don't think it's perfect for either side, but I think definitely some opportunity for either end. I think Havoc are going to have to express some serious mechanics. It's going to take a lot for that Buzz to kind of pierce through a Cordelius and some of these brawlers at the other end have selected. Again, one thing that I think they kind of match a little bit by picking that Buzz and the grapple he has, Max and Melody can dash across the map or at least propel a team onto the other end in a moment's notice. So I think having that is a good option. Here we go, though. Jumping in, when catching up, it looks like Havoc are going to be up 7-2, folks. This is game number 1 of our quarterfinal 4. We'll see if Havoc have what it takes to pull an upset.
Okay. Yoga Gamer here with that gadget at the ready, but nowhere to put it. Code OG not really stepping up to a given opportunity here, and here comes Evex. That's nasty. 3 uses of that super gets connection. Charles able to take them to the Shadow Realm. Will prevent them from picking up those gems, but it's a little bit too late. It's a great Gus super from Vegeta that causes second best to bounce straight off them, and yeah, We got what we wanted out of this game. Havoc have the mechanical skill to back this composition up. And now Code OG are on the outside looking in. They've got to get over towards these gems, but they're being stopped in their tracks. And Diego Gamer shuts second best down before he can address the gem carry.
Saw a peek of a thumbs down emoji coming out at second best. Some things never change. New year, same emote. A little protesto going down for the lad. Whether he's winning, whether he's losing, chat. That's just how it goes for all y'all joining in for this year. One of the more fun things that we had from last year. He's a very animated player on the field. Not as much off, though. He's a pretty chill dude.
Yeah, I think so. Relatively kind of low energy. Maybe just saves it for moments like this where they're needed, which I sort of appreciate. Now, it's all about getting this Melody set up to do what she needs to, which is frankly take over the game. She is feast or famine as a brawler. Oh, Charles, the god, he jumped over the stun. That is so sick. And now he's dragged the Sandy to the Shadow Realm, who will, of course, tick down to the poison damage. That was some slick tech on the Cordelius.
Nicely played, and now they have complete control of the mid. They're going to be where these gyms are spawning. They have to be careful, though, about this Buzz. He's phenomenal on this Brawler, and he strikes again. Another Brawler for Code OG goes down. This is an immediate retaliation by the red roster.
Okay, second best knows they have to go in, but where the music notes, folks, doesn't matter. Diego Gamer does not want to be pushed up close. It's not where Sandy is at her strongest. Here's that hypercharge. The Vegeta is going to drop those gems. Second best gets up to 3. FX is still a threat here with that hypercharge, but if they go after the Buzz first, they can burst him down. Now, Cordelius has that super available, so even Vegeta ain't safe. Diego Gamer this time is able to deal with Charles, but again, running out of those gadgets to make use of. FX always seems to have a hypercharge. That is kind of impressive to me. But there's 9 gems on this Code OG side of things. Taking FX out of the equation will give them access to the gem well for a last.
The level of disruption that Buzz has brought to the table has been unbelievable. It still isn't enough in game number 2 yet. Gym countdown for Code OG, and now Buzz on that top left-hand side has to be somebody we watch. Diego Gamer is going to allow his teammates to creep up. They're going to be able to strike from any angle they wish. Diego Gamer right, phase shift left. Second best dipping. He has a super if he needs to get out of this situation, but the Shadow Realm will remove him from being able to grapple onto the blue side. This is going to be a match for Code OG, and it's going to be 1-1.
Not too shabby. Now we start to see this comp do what is intended to. Good old OG. Did he ever tape his shirt up? I think he might have. I respect the commitment to playing in comfort here, folks. All right, I'm liking what we're getting here. We are even on Hard Rock Mine. Now once more, it's going to be maxed out towards the middle part of the map here. FX going to use a gadget to try and get a quick super, but it doesn't have the stun component on it. It means there's no stopping power there. Gem already dropped here. At no point, I think, is Vegeta ever going to be truly safe unless they have that super, Kenny.
It's going to be all about whose aggressive brawler can bring him a little more value, and right now it's not Buzz. That's 0-2 this game. Hasn't been able to get a kill of his own, and instead has been removed from the map several times. With Charles lurking top left as well, he's got a Shadow Realm available, so he can continue to give his teammates the advantage if they pull somebody down.
Okay, well, we're in a bit of a lull here, but you'll notice that OG's walked away with 4 gems to his name. Vegeta has already been forced to drop them, so this is a great lead, and already 2 of those Buzz gadgets have been used, so you're running out of ways to just close the gap apropos of nothing. You're going to need to get in there if you're FX and actually put that damage down. I see some fast thumbs going to work though, so it looks like that's definitely been part of the plan. An early lead here for Code OG and an important decider round here on Jeb Grab. They definitely don't want to let this get away from them. It looks like a potential countdown for Havoc here, so a little bit afraid for Code OG, seeing that red glowing bar on the right-hand side of the screen. See if they can close it out here frantically. OG's trying to climb into the tablet. That's right, a countdown here for Havoc, but they get the gems loose. FX goes down, but this is not enough for Code OG to start a countdown of their own because Vegeta still holds the horde of them. And OG there actually looking to try and fight Diego Gamer. That was pretty ballsy stuff, but we are up at 8-6 now.
I mean, OG was spamming that button. He was pressed to get a kill there, and it certainly turned out well for them. Now it's Code OG's team who are backing away just a little bit. Havoc with 6 gems, still very much in it. If they can find a little more presence in the mid, grab some of this map control, they're definitely going to have a chance. They're going to be hovering over the super button. I'm looking out for Buzz to try and make a big play happen. Early game wasn't able to do so, but all it takes is one valuable kill to sweep all of those gems away.
And again, there's a lot to work with here for Havoc. The fact that they have that Gus shield at the ready means that it's going to be pretty hard to get towards Vegeta. I mean, Code OG might just have to ignore him here and end up in a really awkward scenario when it comes down to, 11 to 10 gem situation. And as we saw it there weren't a lot of supers available, and I know what that is. That is a fist bump here. Havoc feeling very good after that first round.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but that's got to be a celebration. Surely they did not lose that one. No shot. We'll get confirmation for sure, but I mean, that's a lot of smiles going around for Havoc, and honestly, a lot of success too. Buzz stood out to me, but honestly, just the way that they nearly got retook there. I mean, you could have easily hit the panic button if Code OG's team run away with all those gyms. They're the ones with 3 to 4 in the lead. Instead, though, it's Havoc pulling one out, but it's definitely a close call and did receive confirmation. Havoc are up 1-0 officially in the set score.
Yeah. Nicely done. Good to see from this Havoc side. And again, they had the chops mechanically, I think, to handle what Code OG were throwing at them. And while this team essentially functions as a gigantic billboard for one player's creator code, it also features some very strong players in their own right. Second Best looked pretty good when he was able to dive in on that melody, and OG did well to kite some of these engagements from Evex, but it's pretty hard to deny the buzz, for the course of the entire game. And you have so many things that say, no, get back, I'm going to stun you, I'm going to, use a shield to knock you back. There's so much for Havoc here. I've got to applaud the draft. They knew exactly what Code OG were trying to do as soon as they saw the melody first picked.
Yeah, actually, I want to return to the draft there, Uber, because not only did they seem to have a great read in what they picked, but they did ban the Maisie. I know a little confusion of that early on. We're kind of learning how this scene is regarding the Maisie pick, but tell me, how you think that would have really messed up what they were trying to do had they allowed that to go through for Code OG.
Yeah, so Maisie is another safe mid option, right? So and what she offers over the Max is some crowd control. She has a slow that's a part of her super. She has a similar dash that Max does, but also this range that is really annoying to deal with. She ends up being a sharpshooter at those longer ranges. So she's just a stronger, more versatile option, I think, to bring in a mid in some cases if you're not specifically trying to use AoE speed as a core part of your strategy. So she's a nuisance. Her hypercharge makes her very powerful, and she has an onboard nuke, so it's not something you often want to leave to chance. Hot Zone here, the kind of map where some of those longer range brawlers are going to be effective, and also ones that can control areas effectively. OG, with the dad stance there, I do appreciate it. He needs to obviously to make sure this draft goes a little more smoothly.
Definitely. That was a more unique one, but I think Buzz is just a power brawler for Havoc, something to clearly watch. Ark on the sidelines watching mentioned that Vex was really, really good at this brawler, and boy, did he deliver. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye out for any of these other aggro or tankier brawlers that he might potentially be good with too. For this map, Juju comes to mind. Lou is a real threat in the game in general, but on Hot Zone, his super can cover the entire Hot Zone, and getting a freeze off on the enemies can be such an easy way to kind of retake that. So those are a couple bans that I'm definitely watching out for.
All right, Ring of Fire is a fun one. We see some comps that are drafted to sneak a brawler up the right-hand side and pinch constantly. Safe throwers that want to sit back in their own bushes. Some teams really favor that mobility and all-in potential, just to basically say, we're going to lose a lot of brawlers, we're going to get eliminated a lot, but we're going to keep you from being able to stabilize. We're going to keep you in chaos. We're going to keep you staggered so that you never really can fight for this objective properly. Stu's great. Obviously, he's someone who wants to stand on the point and can dodge a lot of his incoming shots, especially when there's a safe speed zone that can be thrown down behind them to just increase their base move speed. Code OG have a very different plan. I think I see where this way is going. This is a very telegraphed start to their draft.
They're going to grab Poco and likely a tank later on. I'm kind of with you. I think when you see a Poco, you immediately assume that they're going for something more aggressive. They don't draft it yet. I think they kind of leave that door open depending on how much they want to draft into that kind of potential for Havoc. But we see immediately in the ban stage, B and Griff deleted. They didn't want this to become a open map wall break kind of strategy, I think. But Draco, Lou out of the equation too. I do think you're kind of running out of some of these tankier counter options. So I think Havoc have to tread lightly here. They have to be really careful. They have to play for this to be a well-rounded composition. Melody is a brawler that was left on the table. It's a good one to kind of dive in and out. It's a quick way to get a few percentage points at a time and chip away with it while also applying some serious pressure and damage to the enemies.
Okay. Big fan of that one. The Melody comes out. The Amber can be conditionally very good. The fact that she can also wipe out the bushes on the other side of the map means that there's, you have a bit more advanced notice if someone from that red side is coming your way. Also, just the threat you can generate by having that oil field down is pretty good. However, this is nothing about the tank that they're going to compare this comp up with. And Kenji, someone who's really happy to throw down. And frankly, that super is crazy. It gives you, a window of invulnerability can put down really significant amounts of damage. And he's also a brawler that, because of his star power, in a way functions like a tank too. You just, 60% damage reduction on that first hit you take in a certain space of time can be pretty powerful, but it's not that good against Amber, whose shots come very close together.
Whoa! Chuck coming out here too. This is a really spicy draft. I feel like there's so much to unpack here in the sense that Havoc are, kind of this underdog team. They've been around, but all of these players on the left-hand end are no slouches. They've got great results, but they're the ones kind of pulling out some crazy stuff here. Chuck has showed up before on Ring of Fire and in Hot Zone, but it's usually at a very casual level. I think it's not often at a pro, so I'm curious to see how they utilize this Chuck and if it actually ends up working out.
Okay, I like it. Obviously, the Chuck is really hard to pin down. Guys always on the move. Here it's, we see it on Heist a lot, right? To cover the map and to put that safe pressure down. Chuck does his best damage when he is running over you with that super. He doesn't actually do a lot of damage with his normal shots. So we're going to see the map canvassed with these poles, and second best just try and run rush on over Havoc as much as possible. There's that speed zone though, and you can see it does help Vegeta and Diego get a dodge a lot of this damage, and they can dip their toes on the point here and get themselves an early lead. This means that Code OG are now the defender, or rather the attacker. They've got to force Havoc away from this area. The Kenji is terrifying. It's something they've definitely got to respect, but they have decent amounts of healing here, and the Amber is not someone you just want to stand around and let damage you.
Second best able to establish all of his train stations too. So if he pops off with a super here, I feel like he's somebody that's gonna be really difficult to bring down. Melody is gonna take up close range to kind of get him out with the musical notes. Vegeta on the Stew, it's gonna take several shots and maybe even more than a full magazine. I think it's gonna take a lot of focus, and he's just gonna be able to kind of dash in and out as he pleases. We'll take a look and see how it's going, but it's more than even right now. I mean, this is really close.
Okay, another speed zone being used here. Second best again, doesn't really hit anyone, but is able to get behind that bomb stack and be a real nuisance. Accessing that position that second best is in is something that a lot of brawlers spend all round trying to do. It's really annoying, super powerful, and the fact that second best has the zigzag setup means that he can get so much damage and cycle these supers. He's going to be a real pain to deal with.
It's real cheesy, but it's really working. 90% now. They're climbing. They've eliminated the entire other team, and that'll be an easy 100%. It took them a while to get set up, Uber, but once they established control of that map, it was just Chuck moving in and out. And it's so difficult to kind of, even though you see the movement and where those stations are located, the zigzag is so hard to keep up with because Chuck's just flying through the map.
Absolutely. You can't, it's really hard to predict where he's going to come at you from, and it doesn't take much for Chuck to keep, more of those supers coming. It really represents zone control, but it's not a way that we normally see Chuck use, which is why is this so fun in general. Charles here, of course, has a gadget that punishes anyone trying to close the gap on him. The dancing flames around them hit extremely hard. And Vegeta is in trouble. Evek's going to be returning to the fray, and Havoc have at least kept someone on the point at all times. So they happen now to, generate a bit of a lead here. And if they keep trickling on like this, this actually is all well and good. But as time goes on, second best is going to get more of those poles set up and be able to be a bit more active and zigzagging across the point, hoping to run people over.
I think for that to work too, Havoc can be a little staggered because ultimately you're playing the objective. If every one of their brawlers is getting a good 5 or 10% with every life, you're probably hanging in there. But once Code OG gets kind of control of the map, and if second best can preserve his life as much as possible, I think Havoc have to have an established lead for that to really work, because they're going to chip away, and we saw a little runaway with it towards the end of that game number 1. So no telling if that's going to change up here in game number 2. Not sure how it's kind of playing out in the mid game here, what allowed Code OG to get there, but nonetheless, the Chuck pick is something that I'm definitely have to keep my eye out on in the future for this map.
No doubt about it. That is it's a development that is a little bit more recent as far as I'm concerned. We see here in this round, reading the tea leaves, if I must, that Havoc were able to, just spend enough time out on that point themselves, just dip their toes in, and sometimes making sure that even if you're losing these fights and you're constantly in 1v3s, just kind of having someone on the point at all times can, in some cases, result in a successful run of it. Especially once you get your supers rolling, as this Melody, make use of that hypercharge, then you can start to really take over.
This is going to be an early low HP for the Kenji, and he doesn't connect with that super very well. Charles ends up getting the kill on Diego Gamer, and for the first time, it looks like Kodo G are going to have possession of the hot zone a little earlier on. They've got multiple angles to attack from on the side of Havoc, but it's going to have to convert into kills. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to see this blue side run away with it in game number 3.
Okay. It definitely, yeah, it promises to be a volatile one. And look at this round. I mean, it has been nicely done by Evox to actually be able to find that super connection. And Second Best found himself in pretty unsafe territory. Now Vegeta, of course, with that hypercharge, he can keep dashing until it runs out. And of course, he covers the map with that fire trail. Second Best doesn't really hit anyone there. A little bit of a field goal, but the crescendo that comes out from Poco helps with sustain. It isn't quite enough, though, is the issue. Havoc now have that lead. So Kodo G gonna have to wager just a little bit more in order to take this round away, but there's a hypercharge now available on the Melody. I think this is getting extremely dangerous for the blue side.
I think so too. Havoc have plenty of health points, and I think for this composition to work on the blue side, they all have to be together. They're getting staggered, set apart. Second Best, they're learning his pattern just a little bit more. He's finally able to get a few tags, but they're going to be going for a super. Not enough. The damage could be already done, though. They're climbing to 100% right now.
Okay, there's Vegeta trying to keep it going, and that's all it really takes. FX is going to come in, of course. That shield staves off the first bit of damage, and oh my. Oh, buddy. Kodo G. It's been a tumultuous time, I think, for these 3 players, you know, trying to come together to form a team that, you know, felt like they could be worthy of representing the region. But these young guns are not pulling any punches. And frankly, the Chuck setup does not work out.
Dangerously close, but yeah, just not quite enough. Look, these are some big names on the left-hand side. I think a lot of question marks coming into this month if they have what it takes to compete with some of the best. Havoc have had some good results towards the end of the year. This is a team and a roster of players who are a little newer to the scene, I would say, at least to the public eye, but they've certainly got the skills and mechanics to back it. I think their drafts have been fine. I think this was a dangerously close set, obviously, and Kodo G certainly had a chance, but nonetheless, a 2-0 lead for Havoc cannot be understated. A reverse sweep is hard to do at any level.
You can see it here. I mean, this is, yeah, again, I feel like Kodo G's comps, they're so flashy. There's always like something that makes you go, ooh, okay, this is really interesting. Like this is definitely, you know, the kind of pick that you definitely need to be pretty sick at the game with. But, you know, some of these strats can fall over against the more solid, I wouldn't even say it's easy to play what Havoc are playing, but some of these more like durable comps that have some more contingencies against even the wackier stuff and Brawl. So maybe Kodo G might want to go back to basics here in this next set.
Yeah, I have to wonder too about the mindset of Havoc. You know, they started out fighting this second round uphill. They lost that first game of the head-to-head. They are facing a team with so much history here, and they look cool as cucumbers on the camera, not giving up at all here. You think they're going to ride it to a clean 3-0? Here, Kenny.
I mean, it's looking like it's close. I don't know if it'll be a 3-0 just because every single one of these sets have been so close. And I still do have a little bit of belief on our blue side. But look, they've earned every bit of it so far. They've been the ones that have been playing with really good mechanics. I mean, Chuck, for what it's worth, is a little bit more of a unique composition. It's not a standard, kind of like Uber pointed out. And Havoc have played the more, I don't want to call it regular Brawl Stars, but that is kind of the point. It's not some out-of-the-box thinking. They've been the one taking the more, I would say, normal picks, and they've been the ones making it work. I don't know if Kodo G need to reconsider if this has been the game plan all along or if they're just kind of getting creative on the fly. Regardless, though, I mean, Kodo G have to find something here. It's been close, but nonetheless, it's still a 2-0 deficit. You have to get a result.
And I think that, you know, at this point, they likely have a lot of their like comps sort of already baked in, pre-programmed, right? So like it also gets to an awkward point where you're like, hey guys, like these plans that we had, like we had these comps prepared in advance, or at least the idea of these comps. Do we need to pivot on the spot now, you know, decide a map, or do we stick to our guns and keep going with what we've been working with, try and be, you know, a team that busts out these spicy comps that, you know, that we've been cooking? I don't think like there's a question of like whether you want to doubt yourself at a point like this, especially in a situation where, like, I don't know if I'm not comfortable calling this an upset. It is on name brand, right? But we have seen these Havoc players here and there last year and have always had positive things to say about like just their mechanics. So when they come together like this and have time to prepare for a team, knowing they're going to be in the monthly finals, I don't know how upsetting it is of a win if they're going to take it, really.
I don't think it's the craziest upset. And honestly, like I said, these guys in scrims have been practicing really well. It's just you kind of never know what you're going to get in 2025. So I kind of just set the expectation based on that name brand a little bit. And I don't know if that's super fair to Havoc. Obviously, they've earned every bit of this. And now there's somebody that I'm definitely going to take even more seriously. I mean, they definitely come into this with some confidence. You could kind of see the way that Diego Gamer poised himself in that interview. They truly believe in themselves. They think that they can win this. They think they can go all the way. And they've had some good results in the past. I don't know what's stopping them here today. And honestly, keep it up, fellas. I mean, 2-0 lead right now on some very good veteran players that are coming together to see what they're tested in. A 3-0 results here would be a big statement.
Ooh, okay, the Lou comes in here pretty much straight away. Again, on a Brawl Ball map, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes to use Lou to his full effect, but this is another, what I would consider more defensive pick. It's really about, controlling space. However, Lou's hypercharge is still terrifying. The fact that you can instantly freeze people, and if you catch more than one player in there, that you could actually cycle these supers, it is ridiculous. Lou was one of the first brawlers in the game to actually receive a hypercharge, and I think people were quite astounded by the power spike that hypercharges in general could provide to this game. Lou still gives you that sort of clutch factor, and again, also can freeze other people on their own. Like, just shoot them a couple times, depending if you have the right gadget as well. You can, slow them on up. You might also have, I think, was it the star power that decreases their reload speed. So there's a few options here, I think, with the Lou that can be annoying to deal with. Second best, though, already gets himself the Ash.
They still go for it. Lou is traditionally going to be somebody that has the ice rink that he can drop down, slow down the enemies, and especially for a tanky brawler with closer range, if Lou gets a freeze off, it's easy pickings. They're going to pair this with Gray. So Gray going to provide a teleportation. If they go for throwers on the other end, he has the walking cane. So if he lands his gadget, he can also pull them, disrupt the walls a little bit, which would help the cause if they so choose to go that direction. With Larry and Lori banned, with Juju banned, they are a little bit limited on the options. Barry shows up here quite a bit. Barley shows up. The occasional splashy dynamite. So Havoc certainly have their options, but I am a little bit surprised that they still commit to this tank so early on in the draft, even though they see Blue in their faces.
Mortis here, coming out, of course. So, KodoG have a way of getting this Ash, or frankly, the entire team, where they need to with those dimensional doors. The Mortis obviously can, cross the map pretty effectively and really harass, like someone like this Gray, who doesn't really have the damage output in a pinch that's required. Also, Ash's attacks are relatively telegraphed, not unlike Frank, where you can dash behind them as they're winding up. So it can actually get really hard to hit the Mortis, and I just love Nita on this map. I think overloading your opponent's bandwidth with a deployable, especially with hypercharge, can make it really, really hard. And if you're able to stun them, or if you have the Bear with me star power, where you're getting health back for what the Bear does and vice versa, that can also be great for that sustain. I'm curious that we're not seeing any throwers here. Juju and, of course, Larry and Lori have been banned, but there are some options that you can go for. Barley in a pinch might be pretty effective, a good way to try and punish, but you're always so scared about the threat of this Mortis. So we take a strong mid-range brawler in Chester who has access to a stun, has access to a slow, has a bunch of things that really make him just very powerful. And I mean, Kenny, now that first shot is really strong with that star power. At no point is Chester really laughable in terms of damage output. He's very solid.
I wonder if this is their way of trying to address the Mortis. And to your point about the throwers, I think by the time we got to the 6th and final pick, Havoc have covered their bases. They go Mortis, so if they go with a thrower, low HP brawler that Mortis can dash onto, get a quick kill, get out. If you go Nita, you're addressing the Ashe pretty perfectly. You have the Bear that you mentioned. It's an extra spawner on the map that Ashe can't focus 2 brawlers at once very easily, and his rats get pierced through by Nita. So this is about as perfect of a response, I think, as you can get. I know the Mortis is a little wild, but I think that's more what they're going for. No matter what the selection was for KodoG, they had an answer for it. And I think my best guess is, because we saw it banned earlier too, and Chester's name suddenly popping up when we haven't seen it all weekend long, that this is maybe their best bet at trying to address with some high damage output into that Mortis a little bit, because if Mortis dashes onto you, well, Chester's going to do quite well to you at a close range as well. So no telling. I'm curious to see how this goes, and I think KodoG have potential, but I gotta say, I did like what Havoc did there again.
Yeah, I'm just big on this Nita pick, honestly. It just feels like such a great way to round out this setup. Let's see how it plays out, though. Their second best, still protesting better than anybody else. Charles is being respected somewhat, of course. That Grey Hypercharge can he also definitely, can change the landscape of some of these fights. But Evax is in there, and again, no shortage of mechanical skill on this Havoc team. KodoG, though, have it as well as Charles hits that Hyper.
Oh, that was beautiful. The teleport from the teammate as Gray dribbled it up the map. That's much more of the fellas of old that we've seen in previous years. But nonetheless, Mortis is certainly getting his values worth. Dives in, goes for a super, cycles a second. Now it's Diego Gamer dribbling. The freeze goes through. Nasty work out of the young fella.
It's important to point out that when you're frozen, you cannot receive the ball. You cannot interact with it whatsoever. You may as well be thin air in terms of actually stopping that goal from coming through. And Vex, that is a beautiful lifeblood. What a brilliant hypercharged super that comes in. Oh, buddy, zip him up. Code OG are on the verge of being knocked out in straight sets.
3-0, regardless of how you put it, is something I did not expect to happen. It hasn't happened yet, but goodness, the second we finally saw a little life from Code OG, they snatch it away. The Mortis gameplay, unbelievable. This guy is so good at these aggressive brawlers we saw with Buzz. We've now seen it with Mortis. This guy is a problem.
No doubt about it. He cannot be stopped, especially once he really starts to get going. Hypercharged super though, brilliant. I mean, it's very, very hard to stop you once you send it out. And when it goes out and it comes back in, so you're getting that much more lifesteal, that much more damage. And this is the issue with Code OG. Now, Havoc is showing them something a little flashy in the Mortis pick, and it's hard not to be overwhelmed by it. How do you feel like the Grey is functioning in this team comp? Because it definitely feels like, you know, with the hypercharge, it is pretty important that those portals do give shielding now when you pass through them. It doesn't feel like it's been enough durability extra.
It hasn't. I do see where they're coming from because, like you mentioned, that Gray hypercharge can really change up the way the map operates, especially the fact that you can have not only an extra teleportation down, but you also get a little extra shield. So building that up can definitely help. Havoc already have a goal jumping in here, though. They're up 1-0. They're on match point. Second best, OG and Charles have to find a way to overcome this. Little Lou Ice going down on the left-hand side, and second best cannot skate. He's going to be forced away, and this time I think that thumbs down is a negative one.
Okay. Can't blame him, really. Here's that hype that comes in. Second best does get frozen up. And Havoc are just, oh, they are just too good. It's over, folks. Pack it up. Havoc have been unceremoniously thrown out of our monthly finals.
And a big celebration coming out of these fellas. They've certainly got the mechanics. They've more than proved themselves here in this opening set. And of course, that means they will be taking on Elevate, a team coming in this month that we had many questions about, but they will have opportunity to see if they can go the distance to make it to a grand final. There he is, the man himself. Vex gonna get star player here. 6 kills, most in the lobby, and it's on a Mortis.
483 DPS. Yeah, those rounds were very, very, very short. Obviously, Mortis doesn't always have the ability to take a game over like this, but we're talking about a brawler who wants to close the gap. There are ways you can stop this, but sometimes it does feel like Mortis imposes attacks on you during the draft. It's like, oh, and now I have to draft these brawlers that have stopping power against this Mortis. Like, do I really have to now like change the way I wanted to approach this game in order to answer this threat? Like Gus can do it, right? Shield them, he bounces off them. That's a great way to stop the Mortis. There's a ton of ways. Havoc drafted a comp with 3 brawlers that had that ability in the first map. They respected the melody and said, we're now going to change our approach to protect us against that all-in potential. Whereas Code OG were too deep in draft to actually make an adaptation to stop this Mortis from running over them.
Yeah, and Uber, that's a great point, because what does that flexibility mean for this team, where not only were they able to pull out these great pivots in draft, but then they were able to play them with such mechanical perfection that not only did they slam home those 3 sets, but they did it in such a decisive factor, so fast, in fact, in Brawl Ball, that, Kenny, I gotta know, like, kind of, what was the skill expression that you saw from Havoc that made you go, whoa, most today?
Ark was saying it beforehand. He had memory of Vex being really good on this Buzz. We saw it brought out, and it kind of gave me some flashbacks of previous showings. It's been a little bit. It was last year towards the second half, but it's a good kind of consistent point. This has now been multiple occasions where these guys have been good enough. Maybe they've got what it takes to make a little bit of a splash in this region. They've got tough opponents ahead of them, but top 4 is a big deal, not only for this month, but future seeding for monthly qualifiers and such too.
I'm excited to see what they bring against Elevate in our semifinals. We're going to take a look back at that match that they just played against Code OG, and when we come back, we'll head right into that next match with Tribe Gaming Pioneers. Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We're getting into our semifinals now for North America and their monthly final. We've got Tribe Gaming versus Pioneers. Tribe Gaming coming out on top in a way closer than expected matchup against SK Kalalas. And of course, Pioneers taking it to the limit against Space Station Gaming to get all the way here. But both teams looking sharp, both teams bringing fun in the draft and great mechanics on the field. Of course, Tribe Gaming, as we're taking a look at them now, have to bring it together against an even tougher opponent. What can you tell me about the history between these two teams there, Ark?
Well, I mean, the big storyline here really is the fact that Pioneers are the ex-Tribe roster, you know, so it's like them going up against their own organization as times have now changed, and you know, Tribe not making the World Finals last year had to really kind of rethink things through, take on some fresh blood, and the Elevate roster of 2024 was that very move, and they were the #1 seed going into the World Finals in North America, so it made a lot of sense to pick them up. And so far looking so good, and you know, it was a fantastic thing to watch them flourish last year for me, realistically. I mean, we were seeing them go from strength to strength as many in the region were starting to take them a lot more seriously, and the World Finals as well went the distance, double match point against Crazy Raccoon. Very few come out of that sort of thing alive.
They've got the Stormbringer Zeus on there, Uber.
I mean, yeah, this guy's kind of done it all. Over the last couple of years, has really cemented his place as a mainstay in North American Brawl Stars. Even back in 2023, you know, I really think that we started to see this guy come alive. And in 2024, I mean, it was very, very clear that this guy was, you know, very, very dangerous. And again, justifiably part of the top NA team. Last year for us was a changing of the guard, where these lesser known players, also more from like, you know, Central America, really started to shine over the household names, you know, your STMNs and tribes that we've gotten so used to over the years. And now the story is those older players, or the more, you know, previously known players, trying to fight back that respect and recognition. But just because the team names are different, just because the teams have switched, doesn't mean that this Tribe team are going to give Pioneers any respect. They like that top spot, and they're here to keep it.
Yeah, Pioneers now. A lot of history with that Tribe branding, a lot of reasons to fight. I do wonder, what is the temperature emotionally between these two teams, between these orgs and these former players? What can you tell me about that, Ark?
Tensions are going to be running high, for sure. I mean, this is going to bring up a lot of memories from last year, a lot of roster mania memories also. But one thing's for certain for me with Pioneers, and the fact that, you know, Zulan and Tyrant have got the most monthly final wins out of anyone in this region. You know, 16 in total. This is Zulan's 33rd monthly final. That's crazy. That could well be the most of any player in any region. I need to double check my numbers on that. But you know, to be on your 33rd monthly final, it is kind of wild. You know, dating back so much with Tyrant, you know, 4 world finals appearances, I must say. 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 with Tribe Gaming. But again, that sore spot, not making the World Finals for 2024, really was a bit of a deal breaker. You know, not making it out of the LCQ, losing to Reply Totem in what was, yeah, sure, a double match point scoreline, very, very close down to the wire, 1 game away from making the World Finals, but that was devastating. Yeah, it was the biggest story of last year for me leading to the World Finals.
And all us NA Shields were sat in that studio in Poland, just so upset, because they were obviously, you know, there were no of those like NA teams that were able to get out of the LCQ. So it was a tough one to see them lose, and that's the kind of stuff that's going to put a fire in your belly.
I'll see how far that fire can take them. We've got our maps, our game modes set up for this head-to-head between Tribe Gaming and Pioneers, and it's so interesting to hear the emotions at play, not just the strategies when these two teams face off against each other. And I do have to wonder too, you know, they do have to practice against each other. They see each other at LANs on the scene. Are they still friends? Where are the friendships on these two teams, and where's the enmity lie there?
Yeah, North America is a region that for me are all very friendly. We heard like a little bit of smack talk between Zeus and Juan Carlos as well, but you know, generally a lot of that stays as, you know, just online or just like a little bit of you know, some stuff said here and there. But most of the time behind the scenes, these guys are all pretty close knit, I would say, for the most part, and it's all in kind of good competition sort of stance. So I'm all for it. It's the one time that I'm going to start against you guys today. I think for the most part. Despite that upset as well, I've got to say, it was a huge upset for me. I thought Code OG would make it through the semis. But I don't know. I have a good feeling of Pioneers. I think that they played pretty well for the most part of this day. And you know, my question is, were Tribe really tested as much?
Did this this Pioneers team ever beat this Tribe roster last year domestically?
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like they struggled. I don't think it's a terrible. I don't think it's a terrible prediction either. This is definitely one that's like could go either way. For me, it's going to be the most exciting game, short of what our grand final promises to be. But yeah, history has definitely been on the side of Tribe Gaming.
What would you say this matchup kind of pivots on as far as where they could differ from each other, come out ahead against each other, Uber?
Okay, so Fade and RBM are both really familiar with one another. They're also both incredible tank players. Zulan also is. So I want to see these teams lean into like some of those tank-centric compositions. But Zulan for me is the kind of player that will be the one to go and make the difference. He'll be put in those high-risk situations where he has the impact to either make the game or lose it. He's someone that, has to keep great composure. I love him. He's up to the challenge. He's such a good-natured guy. He's really motivated. So I do think that is a position he wants to be in. But Tribe Gaming are so solid. They're so dependable here, that it's going to take more than just a little bit of flash in the pan here, I think, to overcome them in a long series.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because those two players are so alike in that regard. I think that's where we're going to see a big battle on our hands, and I'm sure Fade certainly wanting to gain somewhat of an upper hand because RBM's just so notorious for it. You can't really deny that he is like the king of tanks for me in North America. I mean, looking back through though, I've got to be honest, I can't see an instance, even in the qualifying stages, where Tribe Gaming played Elevate last year. They must have just avoided each other every step of the way, which is kind of crazy when you think back to how things were. But certainly just, in what was a randomized bracket every single month, they never really crossed paths. So certainly from the sidelines, taking some notes and putting things to the test now today for the first time in 2025. I mean, when it didn't happen for the entirety of last year, kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is wild. I think that they dodged each other on so many occasions. They were like ships in the night the entire year. Whereas STMN are like, we don't get to dodge either of these teams. Every month they used to run into either one of them and sort of end up falling short. So they say that the toughest battles get given to the strongest soldiers. That was something that Bobby literally tweeted last year. So this time though, finally, we get these two teams dragged out to take each other on. And like I said, I Fade and RBM were teammates on that SSG team last year. It wasn't a stint that lasted very long, though, as that team was ultimately ill-fated and sort of dissolved. But again, these guys these guys know each other so well. Brawl at this level is not a big scene. That's why when teams like Havoc come up, we're so surprised. And even they have been, in this ecosystem for quite a while. They just haven't managed to, break in with consistent results. So we have NA teams here just taking their time. Looks like behind us there, I think we have some predictions. I don't know what yeah, we do. We have some predictions there as what the Tribe Gang thought that they would be able to pull off. They're probably all 3-0s, knowing how Bravado works. But here we go. Gold Arm Gulch is up first, our knockout map. Let's dive into the bands.
Yeah, I was watching Tribe's social media account going down over the weekend. Some interesting posts as well. They've been threatened by a player with a knife before, but that's what I saw from Zeus. They've got their sprays and pins in the fridge as well, it seems, on the side of Tribe. Always great on the social media side. Check them out as well if you haven't already over on X or Twitter, whatever you're calling it these days. But as the bands come in for Knockout Goddamn Gulch, we have seen kit already today. I really hope we don't see more of it, but I mean, I don't always get my wish here. Certainly in combo with a big tanky brute like a Daryl, kit band. Exactly what I wanted to see on the side of Pioneers, because Tribe Gaming are that squad that would absolutely want to pick it up and combine it. So I think already some good bands. The Grom band, very underrated band to be seen there, as well as the Berry. Juju left wide open here. Maybe not the strongest of maps for her, but certainly definitely an option that I think Tribe should heavily consider here. Tick, as well as the Grey and the Piper band out by Tribe on that side of things. So I mean, it's definitely left some options open for both sharpshooters and throwers, regardless of those bands.
Quite like that. This is, it's one of the maps with that does attract that Grom band. So Jean gets picked up here. Really popular, very safe pair of hands. I think Pioneers now might need to take Max in order to deny that sort of Jean Max look, which does seem to, I feel like it has like this inevitability sometimes, especially as those rounds start to drag on, get a little bit later. Max being able to be aggressive like a Hornet and constantly get magic puffs healing as well as, can feel quite oppressive to play against sometimes. Alternatively, Pioneers might just say, no, you can have it. You have the Gene Max. It's not, I wouldn't say it's a broken comp. It's just very dependable and solid. RT, I think, is something we've seen Pioneers trend towards on multiple occasions today already. Getting picked first, not a shock to see it come up.
I want to see a Pearl combined with this Gene. I think it'd be a nice little combo for the Tribe Gaming to pick up if they wish. But this Angela, this Eve, there's a lot of brawlers that can really hover along the bush. Still no Juju. Not worry too much about that for the most part. I think that you can get away with not necessarily going for it here. Angela, yeah, coming in for Pioneers. Don't mind that at all. Certainly the sort of late or sort of mid to early game, really, Angela's going to have a good time just trying to pick off and get some early utility down. But of course, the lake side of this map really does open up a lot of space. I think Pearl, I really do for Tribe Gaming here. It's a big tanky option that they could certainly utilize. The gadget pop is so strong with the Overcooked, and it's a good pairing with the Gene. Bring in someone and just immediately eradicate them out in the late game as well. It's quite a daunting prospect. You need something like that. They got the RT on the side of Pioneers to combine. Bell, sure, I get it. Bounce shot's certainly going to be able to show up a lot of information in the bushy areas. But certainly, you need to get that mark on the RT if you can. Try to eradicate that particular brawler or anything tanky that might show its face on the side of Pioneers. Gus still available here as well, which is a surprising thing to see. I think that some of these, either side have got to pick up a Gus here for me.
Yeah. It's really interesting though. I think the bans are really curious. Like the tick ban is can be pretty impressive to deal with. Okay, so I could have seen this going so many ways, but I don't know if I imagined that Kenji would be the one to round out this composition. But this was a pick that we saw RBM try to make use of extensively at Worlds. Always try and get the Kenji. You've got that all-in potential when you need it. If you need a double back for some healing, you can. It gives you a lot. He's a pseudo tank in my opinion because of that star power. And with the control that you can get, with the constant poke of Gene and oh God, how do we just see this sneak through? Hey, Juju picked up here. She's not an insta win, but again, a thrower that sort of provides some real pressure at every stage of the round.
Yeah, it's certainly not like her very best map. I mean, it's going to have a lot of mobility around the water areas of it. And if Juju's standing there and able to get some shots off that connect, that's supposed to be pretty devastating to something like a Kenji for sure. But without the Gree on the map, Kenji can get some good value. So, and in the hands of RBM, I mean, there's no one finer to really go in with that kind of brawler pick. Certainly not my kind of favorite here, but in the hands of Tribe Gaming, yeah, I mean, that's the brawler that can really get some great value. I mean, we saw like Lanao playing for Heretic over the last weekend for the EMEA region. It's still really viable in the perfect hands. Not for everyone, but certainly for someone that can really thrive with tanks. Kenji's still very strong. But Juju, yeah, final pick. Not very often that you ever get to say that in the current meta for sure. It's normally snapped up straight away if it's not already banned. So interesting to see it being saved into that final pick. But some big heavy hitters weren't considered here, which is quite surprising. But both of these two teams really are drafting for the players specifically, rather than just kind of going with the meta ideas. Players are in the game now, as it looks like from the player cams, but we're just waiting for the spectators to sort of catch up with that, and rest assured we'll get the game on as soon as we possibly can.
Okay, well, I will let you guys know that there is a game happening right now. As you can see, we're going to jump in and try and catch it for you. Wow, the gas is already coming in, and frankly, Pioneers are in trouble. The big Slashimi comes straight on down. Luffy in a 1v1 has the dash, of course, to come through. Fade with the shield. Gregory's on the field. Another Slashimi. There's really nowhere to go for Fade. He's trying to survive. Wow. Oh, buddy, he's done it. That is ridiculous, Fade.
I mean, he's a tank master himself, so he knows how best to play into Luffy, who's actually playing on the Kenji. I'm surprised that it's not RBM. Nonetheless, however, that was a very tense round for Pioneers to be able to secure there. Crazy stuff. But it's just the first. Let's see how the response is from Tribe Gaming. But, I mean, again, very clutch. That Gregory came in at just the nick of time there for Fade and kept calm composure and got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful. Obviously, having a star power that means Gregory comes out with that shield is, God, it's so important in situations like this. From what I can hear, we are still in game. That second round is being played out now. Thank you so much for bearing with us so far, and thanks to Tribe for at least allowing us to see what's happening on those towers. Yo, honestly, not that bad. Keeping on that view, I can kind of see what's going on right there. Did they just straight up draw in the wall in there, by the way? I hope they have a way to clean that up.
I'm just amazed that like Zula's playing in a very confined space. It's almost like a little wardrobe area or a corridor, in fact. But okay, let's see. I think they may have just dropped the game there. There's no like. I'm actually kind of surprised that we have to look at the iPads to get an idea, but it looked to me there like there was double-sided. It could well be a game there going the way of Pioneers. Certainly New Zealand's looking pretty comfortable in that regard. Some good communication flow. Tribe maybe on the back foot.
Game 3. I'm here for it. I saw them just load in there, so it is one apiece at the moment. Now we're going to go in. We're going to see some bloody gameplay. Zeus here in that middle part of the map. Nest egg drop down. This is going to make it hard for Pioneers. Should they ever imagine they want to step up and step close, they will be slowed up and they'll be easy pickings.
Well, a nice piercing shot down to RBM. If he was thinking about it, that shield is, of course, going to be pretty heavy deterrent on the side of Pioneers. They've got to be very cautious of that particular man, for sure. But some nest egg placement into the mid there as well could prove costly if RBM can find a pool in the later stages and try to line that up. Certainly leave someone very susceptible to being taken care of. Tyrant has the leg form now as well, and that's really protecting Zulan in the eventuality that nothing goes in. Nice taps as well. Now super down too. That poison's going to be piercing as now the gas closing in.
Okay, Luffy, healthy enough, looking to come forward. Marked up though. Tyrant looking dangerous now. Going to drop the legs, but gets blown up instantly. Luffy trying to stay alive here. RBM does take an arrow, and Fade is going to try and hide behind Grigri. How could you, Fade? KCP with another round win. That is pretty ridiculous stuff, and they've looked so good here on Gold Arm Gulch.
Very methodical. That was very, very calm and collected for me from Pioneers. Everyone doing their bit. Tyrant putting down the legs, really did land the mark and just keep everyone so low for the pickup. And Zulan was tapping, every single shot landing. Now, Luffy just trying to close the gap, but look at that. Zulan can just literally hover over the lake and nowhere that Luffy can really go. It just feels to me like this is a bit of an outdraft moment that Pioneers are really in control of, and Tribe Gaming struggling to make anything work. But this magic hand from RBM might be that very thing to turn the tide. Can't connect it with Tyrant. Oh, and what a tap! Zulan will pick Zeus up regardless. RBM's gonna be weak here. Poison trickling down. Tyrant with the legs into Kenji. What can Tribe Gaming do? Absolutely nothing. And the set will go the way of Pioneers.
Oh, buddy, it's a nice draft. You were the one that called it, Ark. You said, you know, I'm a little bit nervous about just how powerful the brawlers are that have not been addressed at all through the ban phase. And I thought, yeah, I guess, you know, you can play RP, you know, that's not banned. I guess you can play the Gene. Then I see Fade lock in the Juju, and I'm like, oh, we're in for a heck of a time. And it wasn't just the fact that Juju's incredibly long range and so oppressive in that regard. No, it's the fact that she can play towards like a late game kill condition where she could, you know, develop, you know, Grigri on the map. And have some not only the blocks shots for her, but, you know, dishes that damage out as well. And Zulan has done really well in that such claustrophobic situation. Normally, Angelo does not want to be in this position, but his snipes are so clean, and, you know, guaranteeing those pseudo one hits here against the non-tanky members of Tribe Gaming is massive. Zulan is on one today. That was a sick little highlight.
Yeah, everyone doing their bit. Tyrant landing the mark as well, just allowing those swift takedowns, and everyone coming together so nicely. Fade, fantastic on that Juju pick, and the Elementalist gadget as well, that additional shielding, really cutting the mark, and everyone's just doing wondrously well so far. It's still early days, though.
Strong plays by Pioneers. I want to return to the Kenji pick that we saw from Tribe Gaming. You saw this was, you mentioned this is something you've seen like RBM try and play at Worlds before. Kind of what was he going for here with it? What would have been the ideal scenario for the Kenji in this matchup, having it worked out?
Look, I mean, you need to get him, it's really simple. You need to get him up close without taking too much of that poke damage. The Kenji for me is not an issue. He's alive at the end of the game. He's healthy. He sometimes has the shield. More often than not, the rest of his team are dead, or the Gene's not there. There's no magic hand pressure at all because they got sniped by the Angelo. So for me, it's really about finding creative ways, if you need to not get shot in the face before the gas closes in.
Well, Tribe now. Definitely a bit of a missed opportunity in that last draft. I can't help but bring it up, but I just kind of feel like the Kenji pick was a bit of a mistake for me. I think that there's nothing it can realistically do against the Angelo in that regard, and I want to see RBM on those tanky picks too. I want to see him pick them up. Bounce Shooting Star. Don't necessarily think it could happen. It's possible in certain comps. A max rush idea is an option, but I think it's still very early. Tick's not actually banned out very often so on Shooting Star here, so kind of curious to see whether that might be someone to have, and Nanny Band screams to me Piper as well, because Nanny's the best brawler to play into that. So definitely, okay, first pick, but then the max counter is an option now for Pioneers. That kind of run and gun style really is going to be a struggle for Tribe Gaming if they want to go down that option. And then you can start to think, okay, well, maybe we combine take Melody as well here. I mean, that's the biggest option that I would go for. Gus is banned out, so they can't combine that with it. But regardless, Melody for me all day long here for Pioneers.
Okay, I'd be more than happy to see that. Once again, it's just not possible to ban out all the powerful brawlers. Melody and Zul. Okay, so something, like, I mean, it might just be a pick that you want to secure. Pioneers at this point are probably saying, oh, we can't let them have Jean and Piper, right? That just seems like too much. That game plan that you mentioned, though, still very much on the table. If for Pioneers, they have an opportunity just to try and round this setup out a little bit more. It's a long map. Sometimes we've seen before, you know, like Nani picked up to answer, but that's been banned. So Bell has sometimes been brought in here because you have good control, but you tend to be outgunned a little bit by Piper. So it's not always a matchup that goes favorably for you. But here, if you can push up as the aggressor, take that star lead, you can back away behind those nest eggs and turn them into potential kills if they get tripped.
Interesting. Not what I was expecting at all, actually, from Pioneers. Bell, never a bad brawler to have. Not the worst of synergies. You know, pull in your mark and applies to a very swift takedown, but some ideas that are yet to be explored. Are they just being quite coy in their style so far, trying not to give anything away to Tribe? But now they've got the option. Byron coming in. Okay. Still no real speed from Max or aggressive ideas from Melody, and they kind of need to pick the Max almost to have on their side so that it's not the final pick on Pioneers. And Byron's never a bad thing to have, right? But you know, you can end up being on the back lines the entire time, just constantly healing your teammates. And that's my only reservation really here for Byron, is that you want to be able to tap, not just be there for your survival rate the entire time. Gray for Tribe. Interesting draft, to be honest.
So it's really sharpshooter heavy of a comp for a team that's known for, like, you know, centering all of their setups around tanks. But it might be a concern like, hey, we just don't want to have to try and play a gap closing brawler against nest egg. That's just really, it's just too risky for us. We don't want to give away too many of those kills. So Pioneers are saying, right, what is left that actually gives us some equity into like a very long range matchup? Mandy is an option, right? If you feel like it's going to be nothing but those sharpshooters. And yeah, like we said, the Max was left open. She's a no-brainer in this setup if you really want to push into the map. This also lets you get back into the map after being shut out of it as well.
This is a really pivotal moment for me, because, you know, going with the Grey instead of that Max, it's really got to pay off here, Tribe Gaming. I mean, it was a glaringly obvious counter that they didn't capitalize on and didn't consider highly enough. So it really does need to be a comp that they can make work without it. And, you know, certainly the auto aimer gadget from Piper can stun, can have that slow. And the eventuality of being pushed, that's their best saving grace for that brawler, aside from obviously being able to jump away with the super and leave some bombs for good measure, or get the hypercharge, go with the aggressive jump in to the swing of action, try and get some good knockback and some slow. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough to play into this Max. As a Piper, those shots have got to be landing time and time again. The Grey has an exit strategy for sure, but how good is that when you're really pushed into a corner?
And there are some dedicated people out there that collect scrim data, right? Which aren't official matches, but, you know, it could be a fun way to try and get an idea of how these teams match up. And these two teams in scrims are really close. It's like a 60-40, and Tribe Gaming tend to win out in a few more of those situations. But these official matches are a complete departure from everything that a scrim entails. So don't read too much into it. But that's maybe a reason why people at home, you know, getting behind Tribe, a lot of them sort of voting for them. These two teams, my point is, are really, really evenly matched, and we're going to get a great round either way. I love the Grey setup there. Zeus was, I guess, making sure they were able to get that blue star and get out. It's a wonder to me that no one was actually able to punish that.
Yeah, no takedowns at all yet, just the blue star now finally, after 1 minute of play, over. In fact, some speed coming in from Pioneers. They weren't able to make really much from it. They've got a magic hand for Fate. 3 nest eggs down for Zulan on the left-hand side now, just really suppressing Luffy back into the back left-hand side corner. Now a super as well, so we can mark someone up. Typical from Pioneers, ready to play the slow game here. Miss mark from Zulan, going to be maybe costly. but they're trying to time this at the very final moment. So FaZe's got to land this magic hand, as now Tyrant and Zillion spiking this left-hand side.
Oh, the aggression! There's Luffy, goes up in smoke. Beautiful stuff there from Pioneers. Here comes Luffy trying to close the gap with a homemade recipe just for Fade. This now gives Tribe a lead, and the walking cane secures the kill on a Tyrant. Now they've got the advantage, and Zulan's got nothing to do here. Man, Tribe Gaming were losing until they weren't.
What a turnaround from Tribe. I did not see that one coming, in all honesty. Really quite tough to do so under such immense pressure. And Luffy jumping towards the end, even if the shot did land, not gonna matter. He had like the blue star in their side, regardless if it was a tie. So confidence now from Tribe, but leading up to it, I didn't feel like that was quite there. So quite an impressive sign to turn things around the way that they did, because I thought that was just going from bad to worse very, very quickly. But certainly, for the most part, I think the Pioneers had the better strategy. I think the timing was spot on there as well. Just a couple of micro misplays towards the end that proved costly.
I tell you what, though, that was pretty sick. Pretty exciting, because you see just how explosive both of these like setups can be. The gray TP let you get in, take those fights, and on the other side, it's the max speed that lets you come in with a G, and there's the threat of the magic hand. This is kind of a dream draft for me, because both teams have such clear ways to win, but they really depend on that individual skill, knowing when to go. It's not deterministic. It's not just like, oh, we got better numbers, we got more health. No, it really comes down to how these teams execute their comps. For me, that's what makes a brilliant game of Brawl. I think we're getting that here.
Well, players clearly in, have been for quite some time now. And again, apologies for spectate issues that we had this weekend. But the players are still playing under the fairest of conditions possible, so there is that to be at least in the back of our minds here, and hopefully we can find out where in the game they're up to in the final moments of what will be left of this set. But for Pioneers, let's see how they can respond, as their strategy was again the right one to have. They really wasted down the clock into those final seconds, but the push just wasn't quite there enough to secure the stars, or rather the exit strategy wasn't quite there to really come out with the goods last time round. So this.
No, sorry. I mean, Arky made a great point. It made me think of like, you do need to know what you do after you give the map up, after you get that star lead, right? That should be kind of part of your core strategy. And if there isn't a great getaway play, then you might be in trouble. Sometimes the best defense, though, is a good offense. Tribe seem to agree, at least, as Tyrant wants to come forward, but there ain't no time. And there you have it, Tribe Gaming back in this match arc. I tell you what, you blink and you miss it.
Yeah, quite literally. I mean, you know, the great pick for me there, as it displayed in the first game, was quite a turning point. Zeus there played it so well. And if you look back at each time that they were able to really take back the stars, Pioneers were about to escape with the wins. And it was Zeus that each time came in with the great pick, Dimensional Doors to really close the gap immediately so, and come back for his team. He was the reason why that they are still in the conversation, in my opinion, so far for Tribe Gaming. So certainly going into this third set, some discussions to be had in the background as to how they can keep up that level of consistency, because first set was so bleak, so favorable in favor of Pioneers, really. And it's only that Tribe started to really give a bit more of a fight.
Yeah, this is sick. Oh, they beat the Gene Max comp as well, and they did it with style. We're getting treated to a banger here.
And did it with style, and as you said, after a kind of devastating loss in that first set to Pioneers, so decisive in favor of Pioneers, this one's so obviously in favor of Tribe Gaming. What's the biggest swing that you saw in Tribe Gaming's play, what they're bringing to the battlefield, that helped them pull out this win here, Ark?
For me, certainly that great pick. I mean, that was really what saved every moment where Pioneers were about to run away with the stars. I think the Pioneers, they had the right idea for what we saw for the most part, just trying to play it slow and calm and collected. But on the other side of things, Tribe were not really deterred too much by sitting in their back spawn area. As long as they had the Dimensional Doors in the favor of that great pick and some good walking cane gadgets as well to get some good pulls and some good breaks, they were okay with it. They weren't too fussed around the fact that the max was there. Really, for me, I think as well, Pioneers should probably have won that through the draft. I mean, that's the way that I was kind of interpreting it going into the matchup. But, you know, I think that's the credit to Tribe, all credit to Tribe, really, because when you're pushed into a corner, especially in a mode like Bounty, and you're able to hold your own in the way that they did, that shows great composure.
I think, like, the most important thing about the Gene Max comp is that third brawler. Like, how you round it out, how you make use of that speed, how you make use of the peak potential of the magic hand. And I think that, like, there's a lot of debate on what their good third brawler actually is in that situation. I like what we saw from Tribe, though. A laser-focused draft in terms of what their comp was designed to do. And tell you what, oodles of mechanical skill to back it up. That makes me pretty excited for this next map in this series. Like I said, I mentioned this before, these two teams are always playing it close. This is real entertainment, folks. Gem Grab up next. We're looking at Gem Fort. Again, a map where Arc, we've already seen, the Lou looked at pretty close to be banned. We've seen some teams try for the Crow. We've seen the Melody be really common. And that has been left open here. Do Tribe take the bait?
I think Juju mid though. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. It's just that map that's completely surrounded by bush. Search for tank counter.
Yeah.
Where Tribe are thinking, and probably for that reason, gonna go with a tank themselves to follow up to pair with it. I mean, they really are valuing probably the Ashe pick, I would imagine, in the hands of RBM. There's no one finer for it, and they clearly think that Surge is the best counter for it. I'd be one to tend to agree with them as well. So whatever Pioneers do next, I think they've got to heavily consider the prospect of that. They banned out Lou for themselves as well, which again might be a bit of an error here. They need something for it. They're going to go with the Max again. No, it's not a bad shout. It's not what I was kind of expecting. Juju's not the worst 10 counters herself, but no, I think that Tribe might be cooking here.
I like the Surge so far. It can be really impressive on this map. And again, the way that his shots start to burst and break, within the confines of that Gemwell area on this map it lines up really quite well. But there's so many directions you could take this Max pick, right? Let's get a strong side laner. That's what I'm thinking. You've got to sustain it. You've got a safe mid with a dash for protection. Who's going to win the fight? Who's going to collapse the map? I don't hate the idea of Anita moving up on the left-hand side. Hopefully it's enough to overwhelm the Surge, who, as we've discussed, fares pretty well into tanks.
Anita is that brawler which is all about playing into tanks. Now, do Tribe continue to double down with this? I mean, it'd be kind of weird if they didn't. But Surge can be that brawler which can absolutely be with any kind of comp. It doesn't have to be there just to take away a tank counter. But I think with RBM, you have to go with something like that on this map. Frank's definitely a response of a possible here. It's going to be Ashe. Exactly that. That is pretty much RBM's bread and butter all day long. So I'll be incredibly shocked if it's not him playing it, but then I was kind of surprised that he wasn't playing the tank of Kenji in that sort of first set of knockouts. So I think with Ashe though, it's got to be in his hands. There's no one better for it. They are lacking a gem carrier for sure. It's got to be on their minds now as to what one they go for in that regard.
Yeah.
I don't mind Gus. It's quite hard though if you haven't got the wall breaks to open up some of the side of the mid. They're going to go with Sheen, and that can do just that, especially if you can get a magic hand connection to drag through some of those walls that are on the opposite side of the indestructible walls. You can open up some space for yourselves there as well. So do Pioneers now go with the Frank? Just open things up, get rid of some bush, get rid of some cover, and leave this Ashe hanging, I mean, why not? Close the gap.
Yeah, I don't like Amber here because as good as it is against the Ashe, I think she might get poked down pretty heavily against the Surge. Jessie! Okay. We talked about her a bunch. We talked about her on Kaboom Canyon as a good option. She never came out there, but if you want someone that is very good at really staking her claim to a certain area with a hypercharge that only improves her ability to control space in making Scrappy super powerful, fair enough. You've also got the potential to, take the slow gadget for Scrappy to, make it a little bit harder for Ashe to close the gap. You also might need the bear stun and not the faux fur, I think, with your Nita pick. Because Pioneers, their setup's decent, but they can't let the Ashe run up on them. I think they've really got to, mitigate the impact of it. But what we've seen, Mark, is the Ashe just walk out one side of the map and then split the map left to right instead of top to bottom, and then slowly pincer.
Well, to be honest, I've been waiting to see Jessie all weekend long. Every time, primarily in in hot zone, dueling beetles, but this is absolutely where Jessie can thrive. You get that hypercharged turret right into the mid, into a spot where, it's going to be hard to shake. But the thing is, KCP have got to earn it first. And at the moment, Luffy's being kept suppressed on that early stack stage on that Surge pick. That's the one saving grace. They haven't got the gems, but it's pretty evenly matched for the most part, 3-2. Let's see though, whoever takes that mid control, realistically, the hero is going to have a good upper hand. But if Tyrant gets hypercharged with that Jessie, that turret goes down, it could be very, very costly.
I mean, it happened right at the start of the round, but Zulan walked into RBM in the bushes and very quickly died a horrible death. Just got swept away literally by the Ashe. So that obviously gives you the chance to collapse into the middle of the map a little bit more. It makes it harder to get that Jessie set up in the way that you want to. Slideshow Gaming will be keeping you guys abreast of what happens And I feel like I've given more commentary on human body language than Brawl Stars over the course of this weekend, but I appreciate the chance to flesh out that part of my skill set. We'll let you know where we're at once we get confirmation.
Yeah, players still continuing on with things, and they will not be affected. That is the most important factor here. But it certainly does leave a lot to the imagination in that regard. But in terms of the drafts, I mean, Tribe have got a very good opportunity here to come out on top pretty well. I'm just worried about this Jesse pick. That is, for me, where things can change, and you might see on the other side of the field the response. Okay, we're going in. Fantastic. 8 gems to 9. Tribe only telling by 1 hit. Tyrant out of position though, low HP, forced away. Zeus coming in from this left-hand side onto Zulan. Really trying to get a good pull onto Tyrant if he can. Hypercharge coming in now. And it's Tribe that are going away with the countdown currently. Zulan trying to have a save for it. Gets good taps. Might get a reset here if Luffy can survive this. Body blocking all the way. Look at Tyrant going in the bouncing shots and not being too greedy. Fate just getting enough for his time. RBM doing his best. Tyrant falls over. Those gems will go back into the hands of Tribe.
The 1v2 from Zulan is a little cracked. It's a little heavy for my liking. However, Pioneers have got to walk into this now, and it's a magic hand at play. Scrappy Tower doesn't feel nearly as good when you're on the offense, but it's time to go. Fade gets drawn in. All the gadgets go over, but Zulan's going to pop the super. Luffy able to stay alive long enough, and RVM ends up with 14 gems to their name. Ooh. Oh, man. That was kind of sick. And I'm not sure if it was amplified by my desperation to see gameplay, or if it was just my general incredulousness about how nasty that was from Zulan. But it was an exciting round, to be sure. Tribe, take the first.
Very close, though. I mean, did Tribe deserve to get the save there? I mean, RBM for the win, absolutely so, but that could have easily gone the way of Pioneers. So, I don't know how convinced I am just yet of things. It's pretty much a 50-50 from what we saw so far. But, again, Tyrant looking to get those connection shots, get that hypercharge as quick as he can. And the speed of Zulan will be quite crucial here. Fade to RBM. RBM comes out on top. Magic Hand now available for Zeus. So Jesse just goes for it now, despite the max gadgets and speed. Just open up that side wall, but it shows better of it. The gems still very much with Tribe, and the control most importantly too.
Oh, nice. I love that scrappy gadget. Beautiful. Luffy slowed up there. Tyrant also going to have a little turret there to play through the middle of the map. There's also a bear charging RBM down. So this is all conducive to Pioneers being able to take that map control, but it won't put them in too much of a lead, especially because Zeus is threatening the use of the magic hand here. Zulan will have to bide his time a little bit now, but he has unfettered access to that right-hand side of the map. It's definitely something you want to look out for. He's been brilliant. Mechanics have been fantastic. Been putting a lot of damage down.
Well, again, tough to say who's out on top. For the most part, the gems have been pretty evenly split. Probably come down to those final moments of going on to that countdown. But again, tough to realistically say here. Tribe, they've got some momentum coming back in that last set. Pioneers haven't quite looked nearly as confident as they were in that first set. So some lessons to learn. And I'm going to go out there and say that Tribe got that one. I know it's a bit premature, but some of the celebrations have been a bit ambiguous. That one seems to be a bit more confident. And again, I'm judging on what I'm seeing with the players and their faces. It's a 2-0. We can get confirmation that those games went the way of Tribe. It was a clean sweep in that set. And they're now 2-1 up.
Okay, wow. That's kind of sick. I mean, Tribe are up against a pretty difficult situation in that game. The Jesse is really oppressive, but what do you think about this Nita in the end arc? In terms of how it advances the sort of the game plan of Pioneers, because she's got to play against the Surge, and that was picked into the Surge. I think that was one of the later picks here for Pioneers. Does it sort of work in your opinion?
Its aim is to play into the Ashe, but again, it's RBM on the Ashe. Yeah, it's very hard to realistically do much when that man is on that brawler. Just a solid draft from Tribe, starting to now cook a little bit better.
Oh, you touched on the Jesse too, Uber, and I know before the match you called out that it was something that y'all had been discussing as a potential you're expecting to maybe see it a little bit more often, but why do you think we saw it here, and why do you think we don't see it so many other places there are?
Yeah, I mean, Jesse's a really powerful brawler in that, much like, Nita, deploys a teammate or a pet onto the map, right? Scrappy is like a Bruce, but it's less tanky and it's longer range. Your hypercharge makes it even stronger. So your opponents are taxed their resources. They've got to clear the Bruce the Bear and they've got to clear the Scrappy. It's just so much. It's like being in a 3v5. She can be really overwhelming and you cannot just disrespect her and run at her because of that turret can slow you and all this other stuff. So that's the game plan there. Great for space control. As we head on to open business, this is also the kind of map where you can try the Nita or the Jessie. Nita even more so, right? Because she gets to push up and take some of these closer angles arc. I do think, though, that if you're Pioneers, this might be time to bring out the big guns. This is your tournament on the line.
Well, if you don't, you're going home, aren't you? It's at that stage facts. Now where, that's like, facts. You know, no better time like the present. Certainly, that's where I feel like this has been, you know, battles won for Tribe. You can see as well their confidence is boosted by that very fact. They are that momentum-based team, and I feel like that was where I feel like if that second set had gone the way of Pioneers, I don't think Tribe would have been in nearly this position. I think they probably would have got swept. But right now, feeling very confident, very much in themselves. And again, this is going to come down to draft. Pioneers need to pull out something now which shuts down what Tribe want as their comfort picks. Bans are in for open business. The hot zone B on both sides being banned out. The Griff as well as the Barley for Tribe. The Grey and the Janet banned out on the side of Pioneers. Interesting stuff.
Surge, Larry and Laurie, all possibilities. Nita can come in here. Frank is an option on this map if you have the architecture for it, i.e. can you heal that guy? You know, that means that sometimes you might want to think about Byron here. God forbid. Berry is an option. Blue is great. There's something so satisfying watching how Lou's Super and the Hot Zone just line up perfectly. They're about the same size, you know? It's quite convenient.
There's no final first pick, really. I mean, when Lou's not banned in Hot Zone, the hypercharge is just so devastating. Certainly some options for Pioneers. I think opening up the map wouldn't be the worst of ideas. The Griff being banned by Tribe is there for that very reason. They're banking on these walls being open. Juju's available here as well. Stu coming in. Great first pick for Pioneers for me. The Speed Zone certainly gets everyone in very, very quickly into the map. Breakthrough I don't think is nearly quite on the cards here because it's better to bring in another brawler to break those walls, if I'm honest. But then you've got to consider how much your throwers can realistically do when you go down that line as well. Yeah. But Stu's a fantastic choice. I mean, the hypercharge can get a fantastic flank, get behind the action in that regard. So I don't mind it for Pioneers. They're up against a very brutal first pick inside of Tribe. And again, with the threat of tankier options here, I'm a little bit scared. There's no Berry on the cards yet. That's where I'd be thinking if I were Tribe. Bringing the Berry, bringing the tank, now's the time. I think that despite everything that Pioneers have got here, if you combine those two brawlers, that's going to be a winning comp for me.
Do they have the same idea? This is Tribe Gaming. This is RBM's team. Are they huge fans of that Berry combo? We're going to see it here either way. They've got to make their last two picks right about now, and let's see it. Berry it is. Okay, we've read that one pretty well, and that should obviously give us an idea of what their last pick is going to be. It has to be someone that synergizes well with Berry, someone that can stand on the point. It doesn't have to be strictly a tank, but I think that's definitely the way to be going about it. Haven't seen Frank picked up here. We're just going to go back to the Ash shenanigans again.
It's a tank. It's a Frank. It's an Ash. It's RBM going crazy whatever comes next because you combine Berry with it. I mean, again, Pioneers didn't really kind of see this coming through. There's no way it's not. Okay, well, not what I wanted to see in any way, shape, or form. The worst brawler in the game for me. But again, when you've got a Lou and a Berry, I don't think you can realistically go too far wrong regardless. But Ollie for me is not the pick. You got Draco, you got Frank, you got anything but. Ollie is so weak. It's so weak, and we know that he's going to get an incredible buff soon for good reason. It's not the play, but I think regardless of not even seeing Pioneer's third and final pick, they will still win the draft.
Okay, it's pretty based here. You could argue that there are a lot of tanks that could do this job just as well. However, RBM's Hypnotize, it does obviously operate, like it does radiate out in a circle. So generally, Ollie does generate a zone of threat around him. I don't know if you agree with this, but you absolutely, I feel, need the Renegade Star Power to give you that 4,000 power shield after you dash in with your super. If you don't have that, you have about 10k or so health, right? A little bit more, 11k maybe, so pretty durable. But I think without that, you're in a bad spot. Ollie, of course, has some mobility in his gadget, Regulate, that allows him to jump and do a rad kickflip, hypnotize enemies where he lands. So there is some extra mobility built in there. Keep an eye out for that. Hypnotizing is a very powerful effect if you can hit it, unlike just then. It came up short.
Pyre breaking through. Nice takedown there of RBM. But in the meanwhile, 20% already on the zone here for Tribe. These berry hills got to be eradicated. And look at that, Zeus quickly then helping Luffy stay alive just that little bit longer. RBM jumping with the gadget, no real gonna find value from it. He gets the pick up regardless. As Fade and Tyrant now do come together already. A lot of time lost. 30% deficit still down. And look at that. Just very swift takedowns from Luffy and Zeus there. Pinpoint precision. Now coming back onto the zone.
Tell you what, Ark, in the Song of Fire and Ice, the Arctic is certainly winning, mate. Fade gets shoved back there by Luffy, who hit some pretty nasty little taps. RBM, another gadget used forward. Homie is limit testing what this whole is capable of doing, but it doesn't matter. 66% here for Tribe Gaming and counting. Pioneers really have to lock this down. This next rotation of supers might be where that happens, or at least it has to be.
Well, hypercharge for Tyrant. And again, couldn't have come at a better time. He's a fantastic Stu player. Has been for a long, long time. Great taps into RBM. Pressing him down. Despite his very heals. Finding a tough spot here to go in. And RBM immediately falls. Again, I'm still questioning this Ollie pick, you know. I think it wasn't the one for me. I think it still work. But at the moment, KCP are all over this zone. I mean, this is certainly looking already like a very convincing set with the way the walls are broken up now. KCP have got themselves into a fantastic spot. Bringing back this deficit. Getting things ahead. Unless Tribe take this zone, I'm worried for them in this game.
So RBM is trying to play against an Amber. I just can't. It's so hard to take this seriously. And here's a hypnotized hit. Unfortunately, that shield gets burned through pretty quickly. There's a lot of ice cream and snow and ice in general on the zone. Here goes Tribe Gaming with the Ollie comp. Managed to get that first round. Based.
Match point. Match point for Tribe now. And normally places in which they will close this as well. And you got to remember, Pioneers very defeated. They looked very decent though in terms of playing the objective there for me. I think that was a game that could have very much been their way. But the heals of this berry, I mean, you know, you got to ban it. You already have it. I mean, in Hot Zone, it's a ban pick for me all day long. But Pioneers can break these walls again and get Tribe back on those back lines at an earlier stage. It's not unwinnable for them here.
No, not at all. It is just a nuisance to deal with Ollie. I do think that just the extra 4,000 health that he gets when supers is kind of a big part of why Tribe are able to get these early leads. Not to mention that, I mean, you see just how good this Lou pick is on this map. It's incredible. It's so powerful. It controls that space and he plays inside, you know, one of those berry fields to get healed up. This is really, really oppressive. Pioneers, I don't know if they've accounted for this kind of composition, but boy, with the healing that RBM has, it's just another permutation of their same pick tank, pick healer, shoot in face composition that's worked out so well.
It's a substantial lead as well for Tribe. I mean, despite the setup being there, the wall's broken up and would otherwise put them in a difficult spot really to retake the zone if they can get forced out by Pioneers. I don't see it necessarily happening so far. I mean, the berry play has been absolutely on point. I think Zulan himself is probably feeling the stress of the situation. And Tribe looking like they're going to be, yeah, that's the win. It's got to be, right? There's no way that that is not a win. Tribe, surely we'll get confirmation in just a minute. But it looks like that they were able to stay on the zone. And most importantly, take the set. Tribe are through to the grand finals here today.
Clean work from Tribe Gaming. Love to see it, honestly. Really impressed with the showing that they put on here. And honestly, where there were maps where like the comps were skill-based, they were right there. They had a great showing on that bounty map especially. When it came now down to like having a strategy that was hard to answer, they bring out the Ollie. And frankly, they probably made Ollie look as good as possible right now. Just being a baller that maybe is a little undertuned in some parts of his kit, but there are a couple of things that work really well for him. He's got great base speed. Ollie is fast. He also has a longer range than a lot of tanks have, even if it doesn't do a ton of damage. He has basically a free shield with that super with the potential to, you know, hit people with effective crowd control. And he's got a lot of healing from the berry, by the way. That guy wasn't leaving the point for anybody.
I gotta bring it back to what we were talking about at the beginning of this matchup. This is the new Tribe Gaming roster. Pioneers representing the old Tribe Gaming roster. A lot of history between these two rosters, these orgs. What does it mean now that the new roster has prevailed, that the crown they wear seems to fit this head maybe a little bit better for the year 2025 here, Art?
It's looking very good, isn't it? Very good indeed, especially to come back in the way they did, because that first set, I mean, it was a GG go next, really. I mean, Pioneers absolutely dominate it. And I was getting quite excited for my prediction of that first stage, but as quickly as that, Tribe up the gears. And whether that was just bad drafting on their part, or whether Pioneers didn't really shut a lot of their ideas down, it just didn't really seem to phase them too much. They just kind of literally just got composed, stayed in the moment, and they were the #1 seed last year for a reason. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Tribe Gaming take the whole day.
Again, I just want to, I mean, fair point. The matchup, if they get Elevate in the finals, will be incredible, because Elevate's drafting has been chef's kiss. Like, they've been so sick in that pre-game phase. So keep an eye out for that if Elevate, of course, get through Havoc, which is not a given considering how they look. I think either way, we're going to have a fantastic last couple of games today.
Now, thanks for teeing it up. We're going to get right into that game after these replays. We'll see you on the other side. We're back for the Brawl Stars Championship North America Monthly Final. This is our second semi-final we're getting into. Elevate here with Havoc facing off, and we've got Ark, we've got Kenny here to take us through the action. An exciting matchup. Elevate, our team to watch earlier today. Havoc, a team that was not unexpected, but certainly not a slam dunk against Code OG. Taking a look now at Elevate once again, seeing how they're sizing up in this matchup. They got Juan Carlos, as Livy, and Czar. This roster, a lot of history here, a lot of achievements, all coming together under the Elevate title. And Kenny, this is looking like a strong contender against Havoc, would you say?
I would say so. To me, Elevate are more clearly favorites in this one. I know Havoc were super successful in that previous one, but you can even see on this graphic here, I mean, look at Czar and his Livy, a part of two of the greatest franchises in Brawl Stars North American history, and just the parallels that come with that. These guys have competed and are tried and tested against each other for so many years, and now they're finally together. They've got a chip on their shoulder coming into this. I thought they were the favorite to come out of this lower side of the bracket. I'm sticking with that here. I don't think that's going to change with one Havoc performance.
And Ark, that was you that put those extra notes on that graphic, right?
It always helps when you're extra handsome. Yeah, I mean, a huge perk in the BSC. I mean, that is
Never
really
hurts.
what can just tip the balance in your favor. If you're handsome, automatic buff for your team. Yeah.
Cheers for him. Now let's see how far it'll take him against Havoc, a lineup that we saw overcome the OG roster and really not even crack a sweat doing it. As we watch their player cams here, seem to be in for more of the same calm, composed gameplay going up against Elevate. Do you think they can bust it out here, Ark?
When you've got like 10 people drafting, yeah, I mean, there's so many people in that room. Getting some big, sort of boy band vibes, by the way, as well. To be honest, I'm very surprised that Havoc made it out of the quarterfinals. And no disrespect, but Code OG, they just had a wealth of experience behind them, which to me just says that their drafting was just not quite there. And I do remember seeing some fantastic plays last year from this squad, for a reason. They are being underestimated, I feel. And I think they are that kind of squad that could have a breakaway moment, having some of those brawler picks that people aren't expecting, the buzz again distinctly in my brain from last year. I remembered the player, I remembered the map, I remembered the brawler. So the gameplay is absolutely there, but against this squad of Elevate, I do have reservations. I want to see that underdog prevail. What a story that would be if Havoc made the grand finals in the first month of the season. But it's going to be a real tough order. I didn't expect it would happen in the quarterfinals. I'm still not expecting it to happen in the semis.
Well, we've got our maps and our modes. Do you see any room for innovation in there, Kenny? And we got our predictions up here too, looking like all coming out for Elevate, but that doesn't mean we can't see creativity.
This casting desk has been wrong before. In fact, we were earlier wrong about Havoc, so who knows? This one feels like a 3-1 to me. I think Havoc's mechanics are good enough, and the drafting that they did earlier may catch Elevate off guard for one set, but that's kind of the expectation I have. I really do think Elevate walking into this are one of the more seasoned teams. In terms of scrims leading up to this, no, practice isn't everything, but it's all we have to go off of so far, and I think Elevate were above the rest, one of the top two coming into this, and Havoc were honestly pretty solid as well, just not quite what I saw in Elevate or say Tribe Gaming on the other side. Those are the two I have my eye on out today, Arc. 82-18 though, that is pretty extreme. I think 80-20 is pretty close. I don't know, maybe a 70-30, but I don't think the community's too far off on this one.
I agree. Yeah, I wouldn't say 70-30 for me personally, but I can see the argument for it. Look at Juan Carlos getting so zen there. I mean, one thing I'll say about Havoc is that in terms of the qualifyings, they did sweep pretty well for the most part until they met Tribe Gaming, where they got swept. In the matches that they won, they swept. In the matches they lost, they got swept. Which to me says a little bit of a story regarding that, consistency, perhaps. As a team that are still relatively new to the BSC, and relatively unknown by the viewers of the BSC, they still got some stuff to learn, but they got that result today. Their best result, really, for me, so far against such accomplished players, like OG, like Second, like Charles. Again, a squad not too dissimilar, let's be honest, to Elevate. Players that didn't really necessarily have a solid home coming into this season. But from what I saw earlier from Elevate, I was pretty impressed. I think as Livy, Juan Carlos, and Czar today have done really, really well so far. But can Havoc continue this kind of assault? Because it was an assault. I don't think they should have made it through the quarters, but they deserve to. And that's what matters most here. And if they made it this far, they can certainly go all the way.
We'll see how far it can take them. We heard players talk about it a little bit in our pregame. But this Brawl Cup is something that people want. Having a strong first half of the year, still very important. So Havoc, as much as they can buy themselves here, will be able to take down some of the Titans of this region and give themselves a little bit of a buffer in this opening month. Byron going to be the selection on the left-hand side, Gus for the right. I think Gus and Byron, both super safe picks. I would say Gus a little more common in this day and age in the current Brawl Stars meta, but by no means is Byron about shout.
I mean, they got the Gus. There's no Melody's ban. I feel like Elevate need to pick Melody, or they're going to endure it, surely, on the side of Havoc. It's definitely a brawler pick, which is in their... Yeah, exactly that. You kind of have to. There's no way around it. And whether that was the plan for Elevate, I mean, the Byron pairing's not the worst, in all fairness, but it's definitely second best to the Gus. The Gus is the kind of key there to have. So the ban's there, taking 6, unique brawlers off the field. Definitely going to be a tough thing to bring in, like a tick, which, in other regions has been prioritized as a ban. That Melody changes things quite considerably now for Havoc. They're kind of forced to play the long game, and that's quite smart by Elevate. They're trying to take, Havoc out of their comfort zone. They like to be up close and personal with these really aggressive brawler ideas. Pearl going to come through from them. Certainly a tankier one, but it's going to lack the speed. Kind of wonder whether that might be an inkling as to where they're thinking with this third and final pick.
It is a slow furnace kind of traveling the map. It does have a shot that fans out. It's good at applying pressure. A little bit trickier to secure kills unless they're in their faces. Alongside a Gus, you're going to be a little extra ability to maybe power somebody up, give them that extra 5,000 or so HP. But with so many sharpshooters banned out here, we have Angelo gone, RT gone, Bell gone, Piper gone, and Gray, who's a semi one. It can be a little tricky to kind of draft in this. We're running out of options, and so we're just going to go for something completely nuts here, Arc. Fang? I mean, when was the last time we saw a Fang in competitive? Another surprise.
Definitely a surprise. A brawler which has had, a decent spot in Shooting Star historically over the years. It makes a little bit of sense to be in Havoc's hands, It is that brawler which makes sense for the squad. But I don't know how it's going to fare. I mean, the 8-bit, I'm not a big fan of it in shooting style, never have been. I understand the argument for it. But the Fang's to be able to like just ping pong off the back of that damage booster anyway. So it's not the best, the broadest to really bring in with the Fang there, but just banking on that damage booster, having packing the punch to eradicate it swiftly, I feel. Fang, it's a bit of a Hail Mary brawler, to be honest, on this kind of mode. And I think Elevate, to be honest, not to be too dismayed by it. I think having that Melody pick as well on their side is the saving grace in their comp.
If nothing else, these guys have come out with some surprise picks for sure. And I think if you're an underdog, especially in this spot, sometimes that can go in your favor. If you're keeping us on our toes in the draft, we're not really sure what's going down. I think these pro players are probably caught off guard a little bit too. Like I mentioned, we haven't seen Fang at all walking into this day. This is the first time, I believe, this weekend that he's touching down on the map. And he's certainly a fan favorite, but at a pro level, he does lack a little bit on the tier list.
So going in the aggressive, nice shielding there, but not gonna lead to any death on that side of things. Havoc still have a lead and that blue star and more to add to the tally. 5 now, and Diego only just surviving there as well with that splash from his Livy, but surviving nonetheless is the most important factor here. Is Elevate now waiting for their squad mate to join the party again, but no sign of any stars yet for Elevate.
Elevate are going to have to play a patient game. I think it's going to be really difficult for them to bring any of these enemy brawlers down. Byron's not going to be able to chip them down very much. Juan Carlos is going to have to be really aggressive. A shield going up. It is a trade, though, and that's still going to favor Havoc. Once again, a strong start for these fellas, showing some teeth and grit as we start our monthly final season.
4 stars from that Gus. Looking quite a tasty snack. Time is ticking, though, for Elevate here. They do need to go on the aggressive somewhat and get some results. Nice stun there by Avex there as well. 3 more to the tally, 10 and the blue now. Elevate's not really finding much of a rhythm right now, being quite slow to get into the mark. Yep, Zar knows it in that sense. Now with 30 seconds remaining, Fang Super available too here, so some more aggression surely going to be coming in. Even if they get a pinch, they've got a lot of stars to gain the son of Elevate now.
Lots of supers in a full house, but it's shut down immediately by Diego Gamer. Massive lead now. 10 stars being the difference. Zar diving in. They have to find kills quickly. And Juan Carlos speeding himself up with a super. As Livy back to help out his teammates. A kick forward from Avex. It's going to be a trade. 1 takedown, but they need more. And they're going to hunker down in the back right-hand side and survive it all. Havoc starting things out hot in game number 1.
Really convincing stuff. It is. You know, Havoc might be that team, you know. Imagine the upset if they continue like this. Like, I don't want to sound rude, you know, but like, they don't have a right in my mind because the teams that they're playing against have got so much background. There's so much history behind them and their achievements to date. This is what I love about the BSC in a brand new season. It's a complete platform for anyone to demonstrate their skill and where they feel that they belong. If they can back it up, then absolutely so. They deserve to be in the spot. It is still early days. Can Elevate take the learnings of that last game and give a bit more fight? Because they were way behind on styles early on. So let's see if they can build a bit more of a composure in this set and give a bit more feist.
2 very unique drafts playing out very differently right now. Zar in and out. He's just trying to move forward. The pop star able to dive in and counter out the Fang. And this time it's going to be Elevate starting with the lead. They are the first to strike.
Much better. Let's see now as they go back into the spawn side. Zar gets the hypercharge. Damage booster as well. But more importantly, the plugged in star power, the speed that will allow Juan Carlos to be able to navigate around will definitely help a great deal. But the aggression still there for Havoc in that mid control part of the map. If Zar can time this hypercharge though at just the right time and an area of weakness, it will alleviate so much for his team though. But Havoc in that regard doing a much better job of just healing up and just gradually pushing forwards. And look at the clock, 25 seconds. Hypercharge is now going back in a defensive way for Juan Carlos there. Oh, the fight going in and he won't come out. A takedown but a trade. It's a 1-star lead for Elevate here. The blue star on their side.
As long as Elevate have a lead, they're more than happy. Havoc have to be the final team to strike. They have a Fang super, a Pearl super, and a Gus super at their disposal. It's all going to come down to this.
Splash. The MX there, who's thinking about going in, but now thinking better of it. Trying to heal up, has got the shield to his side. It's going to be very, very tight. Diego, though, cooking very strongly. Juan Carlos is getting shredded down here, but stays alive. Oh, my word, Elevate still stays standing. They learned from their past mistakes. We are tied up in this set.
What was that, 172 HP on the Byron? That was so close to being a takedown, but well done by Elevate. I think they made good adjustments like you mentioned, and sometimes that's the way that the game goes. It comes in waves in Bounty. This is a real offense and defensive mentality. If you get that blue star first, if you're the first to find the kills, sometimes you're just going to turtle up. I think this is a team with Juan Carlos has 10,000 HP. Czar, of course, can expand, but Byron by no means is going to be able to get you a quick kill. I think you're going to play with your lead if you're Elevate and let that clock expire. You're just trying to hold on for dear life until the very end.
Evic's really looking to get super. I think that's what you want to have to defend against this kind of push. So far, very symbolic of that first game though, where Havoc had all the control and Elevate were just pushing into a storm which they just couldn't really battle against. And the stars gradually fed, so they're gonna have to be able to come out with something here and bring back the control. Nice gadget there from Vegetarian as well on the left-hand side. And Carlos now leaving the heals from Eslivy. But Eslivy needs super himself to really provide some support for Czar. He was getting burnt to a crisp. That pearl pick from Diego. Now, Havoc again back in the defense. They got the utility now to be able to defend much better against it.
Full house for Havoc. Utility galore, every super in their back pocket. But Diego Gamer's being forced in this corner. He does have a super which can eradicate those walls. And now you see the Fang flashing. They're looking to make a big time play, but the patience unmatched right now. Some good taps from his Livy. Juan Carlos working this right-hand side and 5,200 HP being applied to Vegeta due to that super. This means it's not going to be used on a teammate though. And this is a dash for Czar. He sees an opportunity, goes in. Hasn't found it yet though. There's a couple. He narrowly survives, but now he's juking teammates clean up and it's Elevate escaping with their lives.
That was great from Czar, and support from Eslivy was good. Hypercharge is there for Juan Carlos as well. Probably going to go back on that turret in the exact same spot as it was in the last game. Exactly that. Poison trickle down for Diego on the right-hand side, but he's got overcooked at present. The shielding's going to be quite nice as well. Oh, what a lovely cheat cartridge there from Juan Carlos at just the right time as X gets taken down very, very quickly. Vegeta not even going in here. Staying still for a little bit there. A bit too long for my liking. Regardless, Elevate, turn around the set and get it done. One on the board. They reverse sweep it. Nice stuff from them. Because it wasn't looking nearly as clean in that first game.
Game one had some learnings. Definitely a curve to this one, and even a team as good as Elevate sometimes needs a little time to get adjusted. 3, 4, and 4. Everybody doing their part on the left-hand end, and a well-rounded one for Havoc, too. It's actually Diego Gamer getting our star player here highlighted in that purple. 254 DPS for him, but honestly, just an all-around interesting, you know, ban stage, draft stage, everything about that was pretty unique. Havoc have clearly shown that they're trying to bring out some unique picks, and I think that can throw off drafts a little bit. I think that's why we're seeing teams like Elevate, while we saw teams like Code OG maybe go for some more unique things. I could be totally wrong, and maybe Code OG and Elevate, this has always been the plan all along, but I don't know. I feel like Havoc are throwing some stuff out there. Sometimes it's sticking. In this case, it didn't.
Gotta be honest as well, that 8-bit, that wasn't too much of a fan of. Really was a bit of a decisive make it there for me. I mean, that like defensive strategy towards the end was what kind of gave the win over to Elevate both times there.
Yeah, we talked about the adjustment from game 1 and game 2 there, and actually, Kenny, I want to ask you, like, what were they adjusting to with Havoc? Was it that the fact that they brought Fang was a little bit of an unexpected thing, or was it just kind of like an overall pickup of, you know, their cleanliness and executing their rotations?
I think partially the Fang pick. I mean, it's definitely an unusual one. I don't know how much preparation they have into that in general, but also just kind of settling in, making sure that they got that opening kill. Because in that game number 1, they weren't playing with the lead as much. They were down a lot of stars, so they kind of have to make up for it for the end game, and their composition doesn't really favor that way. They're not looking to be on the offensive. I think a Byron plus an 8-bit that can teleport away are more looking to play the back lines, use their distance to their advantage, something that Pearl maybe struggles a little more with. Fang, sure, he can throw a little boot at you, but what's it going to do? Not even 1,000 damage. They want to keep them at bay, and I think they did a much better job of setting themselves up for success with strong starts in games 2 and 3.
Heist, safe zone, bans coming in. For me, Angelo's got to be up there. Melody's got to be up there. I mean, they are must-have bans here. Juju, I can understand not being banned. Very much open to being picked then, as is Chuck too. But it's a very wide open map. It does not seem to deter on the side of Elevate. I'm for it. I am for it, but it does have some weaknesses here, I would say. Carl, Daryl, those kind of brawlers to really dive into the safe as well. Very much going to be on the mines as well. On both sides here, but I would say more so for Elevate, who've got a good stance in this draft, going in the back and forth. But Eve Band, Ando still available as a good option there, but as well the Melody Band, I think, for Havoc, very much necessary, as well as the Berry and the Colette and the Bell from Elevate.
Few different directions to go for sure. Angelo was one that was on my mind as well. The 3 brawlers I had written down were Juju, Angelo, and Melody. Those are just kind of key factors for me. I think Juju's just at a place where you pretty much have to ban her at all times. Surprisingly, I think she escaped the last one, but that's very rare. She's banned more sets than she has played, so definitely a statement on how good that brawler is, and I think just another showing of how good it is to be able to travel over water. 8-bit was one that was on my mind too. I just think the extra long range, the turret setup, you know, depending on how the wall break plays out, sometimes you'll see a Brock come in here to kind of disrupt that a little bit, but Angelo plus 8-bit I think is a pretty strong pairing. You got Angelo, who's not great for high safe damage, but going to be a pretty favorable matchup into a lot of the other sharpshooters, and 8-bit's tanky and can apply a ton of pressure if he can get to the other end of the map. He is very slow. That is one con I will say for the arcade machine.
This is where, to be honest, Havoc going to be put to the test for me, because again, interesting stuff. We haven't seen barely any Penny in North America this weekend, which is honestly very surprising to me. It's such a great brawler pick. It's one that I've just kind of not been talking about because it just hasn't been utilized by North America much, and I really quite like it here, especially if you can just put your opposition on the back ropes. Very hard to get out of that kind of chokehold, especially with a hypercharged turret, and now the Daryl as well coming into play to Elevate. The Carl is still an option for Havoc if they want to go with that same kind of dive approach for me, so there's definitely still options here, but that 8-bit cannot be left on the safe, so Elevate do need to take care of that for sure. But some scary stuff going on this left-hand side for me as well. I would go with the Carl here for myself. I think that Havoc have got the best opportunity to do that and match the Daryl, but maybe they want to have something stronger on defense, maybe even like a Lou. They really are scared of that Daryl. Lily, yeah, I don't mind it. I would probably prefer the Carl, but it does relatively the same sort of job. Can't be left on the safe in much the same kind of way, but it's not going to do nearly as much damage in my opinion.
Gonna have to be a surprise attack for sure. The Shadow Realm is what makes Lily so valuable. It's a surprise pick every once in a while. Just touch on the Penny real quick too. It's so interesting because last month when we had our Brawl Stars Invitational, all these EU pros, they were catering to Penny a lot. She was one of the most played and most banned in practices leading up to it. Got a fair showing. She's barely cracking the top 15 coming in today. Or excuse me, she's just outside the top 15 in terms of picks this month. So they've definitely cooled off on her a little bit. And to your point, yeah, I'm a little surprised to not see her as much. I feel like she's just a safe pick. Here comes that Shadow Realm I was talking about though. Getting sneaky, going straight onto this high safe. It's going to take a sec for his Libby to bring her down. She's actually staying up for a good amount of time. It allows for a Vegeta to expand, but Elevate definitely with an opportunity to counter now that they've got a couple kills.
Yeah, Evix did well there to create the space, but those gadgets won't last forever. You know, that's the thing. Even with your 4 to your arsenal, it's only going to be there for so long. So the 8-bit did connect, but now on the side of Elevate, they are connecting to the safe. As the Gree helps, as Libby tank some shots forward, Zark getting some good value there as well. Another salty barrel down, and already another turret. Probably not too far away from Hypercharge himself, as Juan now going in on the safe and diving in a big way, giving Elevate the lead now. Evx has got super now, going for an assassination attempt, possibly going for his Libby here. And being a bit hesitant actually, and then goes and misses it. Some big signs of nerves for me on the side of Havoc.
Yeah, definitely a few mistakes there, and I think the Salty Barrel just such a great answer as Livy, Czar able to keep raining down on this high safe. Just a couple more tags will do the trick. Elevate extended their lead in this match. It's going to be 1-0 in our second set.
Elevate were in control, really. That one moment at the beginning where the Lily just dived in and then forced them on defense, had a little bit of an opening there for the 8-bit to land some shots, the extra credits onto the safe, but not that much more to say about things on the side of Havoc there. And when the going got tough, they just got really flustered, and as quickly as that, all the firepower in the world came down on their safe. And again, good opening start. She's trying to find Juan Carlos on that left-hand side there as well and connect some shots. But now, it's time to ticks down. Again, that's the second gadget. Evix can't do this all day long. There is going to be an end point, and when that happens, that's when Elevate can return fire.
without supers or any kills there, it's going to be really tough. They have to find a way to get 8-bit to the other side too, because Lily alone is not going to cut it. Another miss coming out of Lily. No salty barrel even needed. This is going to be another gadget. Still one more in the tank. It's going to be a dive forward. Zar able to counter. Juan Carlos there to save the day. It's going to be a trade out. Now a dive in from Juan Carlos once again to the other side. Crosses the lake and we'll get a little chunk of damage for his time. Nice shot from Diego Gamer, but we need to see Havoc possess map control and hold on.
And this is the last gadget for Evics now, so this is now just going to be tied up realistically for me, and they're trying to do just that. Diego gets some good shots on the right-hand side. The 8-bit as well now with damage booster getting some good results, but can they seal this up? They've got to realistically here, and they should do. Yes, they do. Nice stuff from Havoc, because if he didn't secure it then, the counter push was going to be deadly. It had to be then, and it had to be now for them to secure that game. So, whew. They dodged a big bullet, but I'm still not convinced that this Lily is enough to do the damage. It is working for the most part now, at least in that game, but in the first one, it wasn't doing much at all.
Lily definitely a tricky one, but with 4 gadgets, you can get a lot of value out of it, and the same strategy employed once again. This time it's going to lead to a 12% lead, but there goes Juan Carlos rolling away. Is Livy honestly doing a pretty decent job of keeping himself afloat on defense, whether that's using the gadget to add a shield like we're seeing here. Now the teammate scooping him up, whether it's using Gree to assist him as well with an extra spawner. That's an overwhelming amount for Eve. So it's going to be, or excuse me, for Ivex and Lily. So just a tough one overall, as Livy's still lurking on this right-hand side. Juan Carlos looking for a roll, and this is where the damage can start adding up.
Oh, look at the rolls as well. Finds Diego now taken care of, but that was some fantastic results there for Elevate, now finding themselves on the defensive, and the 8-bit is definitely now a cause of concern, focusing their attention onto the damage booster, as Juan Carlos is still popping up hypercharge going forwards now as well, as Evex does find 1, does find 2. Can he find his Livy now? Is he even going to go for it? He does get the triple, and now on the save for Havoc. Good damage raining in. Havoc are looking better and better.
Tie ball game here in game number 3. 8-bit turret established on the top right-hand side. Diego Gamer looking for the takedown. Doesn't find it. Avex lurking. Popping up right in front of Zar. Drops a salty barrel. Not enough, though. He's already cycled another super. Gree gonna deter him for now, but all of Havoc still remain tall.
Tie game at 52 apiece. The last gadget there from Evix going in, trying to find Zara as well, and doing pretty well for the most part to judge his whereabouts. But the defense is strong. And now, Hypercharge Bazaar. Hypercharge Juan Carlos going to go on the defensive with it. Interesting choice. I don't mind it with the amount of time that's left on the clock, because they know that all they need is one push and Elevate. If they time it well, can get this set.
My issue is where he placed it. It's going to be able to be targeted by Angelo if they're not careful. Thankfully, they're able to distract for a moment, but it's only got 800 more HP. It's not going to make any connection there. Now they're going straight for that high save. Turret down. No more extra defense for them. Zara has a regular turret he could deploy. He's not doing so yet. Juju going to drop a super. It focuses enemy resources, but it's not enough to equate to much of anything. Vegeta getting aggressive here. Low HP. Zar will capitalize. 3% being the separator now. Daryl rolling in, looking for the high space race, and it's going to be a back and forth here. Elevate. Small lead now. 5 seconds to go. Angelo closing out. Zar has to be on full defense here, and it's not quite enough. Elevate hold on in the final moments and will extend to a 2-0 lead.
Talk about cutting it fine though, man. Really? Oh my word. Probably the biggest sigh of relief that Elevate have had all day long. It's gotta be so close. What a match. What a game. Juan Carlos on 11, which is quite a high statistic for a Daryl, honestly. Playing out of his mind. And you can see there with the DPS on the other side of the field. Havoc did really well. I am still not sold on the Lily pick, but I think in the hands of Evix, they gave it the best possible chance. And it was whiskers away, honestly, for being a set going the other side. But, whew, Havoc are playing out of their minds. I mean, I'm really impressed. Their showing today has been so good so far, despite being very much behind in this series. I mean, they're a team to watch already on my horizons for this season if they keep this up.
I totally agree, and obviously a 2-0 deficit is not the result that they're looking for, but clearly these fellas can play. And one thing to touch on too, the way they're doing it, the way they're playing, this isn't your normal everyday draft pick. Sure, we see Lily on the occasion, maybe every once in a while a Buzz. They're not bringing in the stereotypical brawlers. This is kind of what I touched on with Tribe, why they're so hard to draft into. If you don't know what they're going to go, how can you prepare for it? I think Havoc are doing a good job of catching enemy teams off guard. Sure, it hasn't equated to sets here, but it's definitely equated to games, and it was a clean sweep in their quarterfinal.
That's got to be so frustrating for Havoc here to become so close game after game and then to lose it just by that sliver there. It looked like they just had a slightly narrower window than Elevate did to kind of push through and make the most of their composition. But what are you expecting to see them learn here heading into this last and potentially final set for them?
It's very close. I mean, you know, it really is. This could go the distance. I don't think it's over yet. My reservation is just simply that, you know, do a squad like Havoc have the experience to turn things around, to reverse sweep? That's really which separates, you know, the very best from the up-and-comers, I would say. So if they can, I mean, they would have just ticked off a second thing today, which is by far their biggest success so far in their careers. And the draft is still yet to come through for it. So let's reserve our thoughts until we kind of see the big picture here. Dueling Beetles, Juju Band, the Stu, and the Lou for Elevate. The Poco, the Draco, and the Grey banned out by Havoc. And a first pick, Byron. It's not the first pick brawler that I was having in my mind in any sense, to be completely honest here. And less so for Dueling Beetles. Amber, I get it for Elevate. Nice start for them, for sure. The tanks have still yet to show any sign, and that's the only thing that I can think of on the side of Havoc. I mean, I might see a berry picked up now by Elevate, and something then in the back pocket for later to combine with a tank and have that option. Berry is never a bad thing to have, and certainly not on Dueling Beetles and Hot Zone. You want that in your back pocket. What are they thinking with this? Oh, okay. Wild stuff here, Kenny.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because the bans on the left-hand side were 3 of the 4 I had noted, Barry the other one. But on the right-hand side, I think Havoc just eliminated a really cheesy composition, to be honest with you. Poco plus Gray plus Draco. It's just kind of cycling that teleport in and out. And that made sense to me. I get the bans, but like you said, Byron is a first overall pick. It feels like North America is selecting this brawler a lot more than the other regions combined, to be honest with you. Coming into today, he's picked 8 times entirely between our other 3 regions. And we still have more to play out from this entire side. There's the Barry coming in. I guess they're going to be powering up a brawler here. It would be a darn shame to me to pick Byron and Barry, which are so capable of porting a brawler, and not picking something tanky. I wonder if they just go for Frank for the HP points, or really what they're thinking here. But otherwise, I feel like you're doing yourself a disservice if you pick a Byron and a Barry, and it's not to assist somebody.
That's my only thought with the Byron. Was thinking they're going to go Byron Frank, you know? And I thought that Elevate would surely get the berry and kind of take some of that idea away. I mean, if you're going to play Kenji, why wouldn't you do... yeah, Ash, I mean, that works too. I mean, no, I just kind of... I don't know why they didn't reserve the Kenji until later on the side of Elevate and pick the berry. It would have been pretty decent to have that combination, but you're leaving yourself now open to a point where this is dangerous. I mean, looking ahead to an Ash, to a berry, to a Byron in Hot Zone. I mean, is any brawler going to be enough to really counteract what Havoc are cooking up here for me? They're going with Barley. I don't think even that's going to be enough. I think this could be a pretty heavy outdraft, to be honest here, Kenny.
I think the Kenji and the Amber can get through Ash's super. I think Kenji, honestly, probably a decent matchup into Ash, right? I mean, that's not something super normal we've seen throughout the weekend, but with the amount of healing Kenji can do to himself, he can slice through a super. I think he can keep himself afloat. The problem is now they've got Barry and a Byron backing him. Barley, if he doesn't have control, it's going to be really difficult for him to kind of retake. I'm really nervous with Elevate's comp that if they have a poor start, let's say, they're going to be backed in their spawn with no wall break. It's going to be Zara dashing forward, feeding a super, and it's going to be Amber playing behind close quarters and has Livy too far away to strike.
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. It's going to come down to experience here as well. Elevate, you know, have got a comp that can win. It's just been very hard to just have the aggression that they need with the amount of heals that are behind Havoc's comp here. And they're already dropping like flies. I mean, as Livy's the last man standing yet again. But, I mean, you know, it's still very early in this set to say for certain. But what you can say is that Havoc have been playing the objective all the time so far, and Elevate have yet to really get an open door. This could be one of them, though. The healing tonic down. does keep them still alive here. But again, I mean, where are they on the zone? 3% now, 5%. It's not really much to say.
Same can be said for Havoc, I think. I think they're going to have to punch their way too if they lose any brawlers. The issue is their healers are healing their healers, and their other healer is healing the tank. It's just a constant cycle of keeping each other up. Is Livy finally releasing a super, but Vegeta there to give his teammates a walkway? The puddles of ice cream really helping out as Diego Gamer's holding his own on this right-hand side. I feel like he's been able to preserve himself pretty well.
Despite every attempt from his Livy now with the hypercharge as well. They're just not on the zone as Elevate has just got no DPS to handle the amount of heals that are coming out from Havoc here. We're now approaching 80%. A hypercharge for Berry, as we know it's going to be getting nerfed relatively soon because the cycler ability of that particular brawler is so strong. And look at that. Hypercharge for his Livy not going to really do much because Havoc can just evade it, literally leave the zone and come back straight on it. I think this is honestly just chalk it up from Elevate. It's now draft. The GG go next. I cannot see how they can break this comp, and it was their own mistake in the draft. They just didn't value that Berry pick, and they've got no reason not to. We've seen every region going with it. The win rates are through the roof. Why would you value a Kenji above it?
Not sure either. Not going to speak for the fellas, but coming into today, Barry had a 67% roughly win rate, one of the higher ones and one of the highest played on top of that. So he's certainly a proven commodity. Letting that go, something that will definitely leave me with some questions as well. Kenji, certainly a solid brawler, but Elevate going to need a much stronger start here. That's exactly what they're getting. They need an early pick, but somehow they keep Vegeta up. As a result, though, Diego Gamer goes down. A slide forward, ice versus fire, and fire will survive, but only 3 HP. Juan Carlos going to have to back off for now.
Yeah, Elevate just confident the objective. They're trying their best to dance around the situation. Zal spending some good time on the zone, but as quickly as that taken care of, and then it's again that same story. It's Lee's the last man standing, and everyone just evades the Barley shots. It just buys a little bit of time, but not really much at all. I'm going to fall down yet again. Zal going to go in with another dive attempt, but surely going to be outmatched upon his landing, which he is. It's just, there's no way. There's nothing that I've seen from Elevate so far, which gives me in any way confidence that they can turn this around.
Dominant performance so far from Havoc. Elevate already have more percentage points, I believe, than they did in the entirety of game number 1. And Zar looking to swipe forward, doing his best. There's the healing and some good output. They have Ash, who has the ability to heal himself. They have Vegeta, who can heal him. Diego Gamer can heal him. And as a result, they're just going to keep walking over him.
Yeah, and more heals coming through from Diego. Again, Zar doing what he can on the zone, and then just evade the hypercharge from the Barley and wait for it to wear off and get back on the zone. Again, chalk it up, boys. Elevate. GG's well played, but that draft wasn't it. I mean, again, leading up until that, their experience has really prevailed and shone through. And I hope that that's not the moment in which they've just given over all control, because, Havoc wanted to get something on the board. They've got nothing to show for this series thus far, and that was an open door. And then just walked straight through it. 10 for Alex on that Ash pick. But again, the shining star for me is always the Berry here, and the heals had to be there to allow him to get that job done. Just an outdraft. It's that classic meme, isn't it? We got outdrafted, and Elevate now, I'm going to put that in the past and come back the way that they started this series in the next set, because that wasn't it.
Right there with you. I mean, even in the replay, it's just so convincing. Havoc never really let loose of control. The best Elevate were able to muster in that set. 29%. Not a great result. And you can see the frustration coming out too. I get that. I mean, this is a good team. They've been drafting well all day. That's the first set they've dropped, I believe. So I'm sure they're kicking themselves as well. The momentum was swinging with them the entire time. And that's kind of the first signs of cracks that we've seen out of this team today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this little bit of a setback does for Tribe here, and for getting them, for Elevate and getting them set up to fight a little bit harder here. But I'm glad for Havoc to have this win on the board in a set. They've been fighting so hard, earning so much. It's nice that it's not going to get a 3-0 here.
Always good to go the distance, isn't it, really? And for a team like Havoc that are really looking for that opportunity to prove themselves, to demonstrate that they've got what it takes to hang with the big boys, I'm all for it. I really am. And, this is a map that I feel like you actually kind of have to ban a bus. And I didn't think I'd be saying that today, but against a team like Havoc, this is the very map, the very brawler, which just popped off in the quarterfinals. And Evex on it, again, that memory stained into my brain from last year. He goes crazy on it. And yeah, look at that. I mean, they're even banning it themselves, which is kind of interesting to me, but Elevate actually had to do it. it just is a real problem on this map for teams against Havoc. So I'm all for it, but still some heavy contendership here. Gus mid, going to be really nice for me, and a great pairing with some tankier brawlers. Ash certainly going to be that brawler for me to go for. Juju first pick, yeah, I'm all for that here as well. A good tank counter in itself. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Certainly for Elevate, not going to necessarily prioritize the mid too quickly, but I would advise that they go and get that Gus in early and get that sort of pairing going on. But the Juju not being banned here, definitely a tough thing to bear the brunt of.
If it's any indication of how strong they are at playing the Buzz, the fact that Elevate don't have the first overall pick, they ban Stu, Melody, and the pick they give up is Juju. And so the other side's going to grab that. I'm looking out for Janet here, somebody who escaped the ban phase, and honestly, when I see Kit, that is a pretty nasty combo. We ended up seeing that yesterday in a different mapping, different game mode, but Janet flying in the skies with a Kit on the back, or just having Kit to get those extra frags, I think can be solid. This is a game mode where I'm not always convinced that Kit is the best overall selection, but nonetheless, this is a team that made it work earlier today. We'll have to see if they can do it again.
You'll have to see it. Gus picks up by Elevate, and that gives me some strong hope. The Kit, I mean, in pairing with something as a final pick could be quite devastating here for Havoc. So they're gonna have to definitely batten down the hatches as far as that's concerned. It's certainly a map where Kit can really utilize the cardboard box gadget to go invisible and then really play into the minds of your opposition where you've gone. Ash is a perfect brawler to take off the hands of Elevate. I really like that for Havoc. And now Elevate probably kicking themselves just a little bit, but they couldn't really go for it other than what they've got. They want to obviously pair this Kit with something, right? So they were kind of hoping that it would be left open. Now that's off the table. But it may not have been the plan for Havoc, let's be honest. So they do need, in my opinion, a bit more of a mid. They're probably going to play Juju mid, though, to be honest. But I don't know whether it's the best of brawlers to have against the Gus, to be honest. I mean, the range will be there, but it's going to be pretty dangerous. Max mid, it makes a lot more sense to me. I'm all for it, but question is, what do Elevate pair now with this Kit?
I'm not sure 100% what the left side's going to end up doing here. I mean, if you end up selecting the Kit, Gus isn't somebody that's going to be able to easily secure kills. It's going to take him a few taps. Damage isn't really where Gus shines. He's going to be more of that point guard, dishing out that bubble to his teammates, so Kit can be a little bit more aggressive. On the right-hand side, I feel like this is a more well-rounded comp. I think they needed a mid, like you mentioned. I think Juju's going to have to kind of play this wall / a pseudo right-hand or left-hand lane here, but now it's going to be a little trickier for Juju. They're playing into Daryl, and even though you do have Gree as a little extra support, Daryl is going to be able to stomp any of these enemy brawlers if he gets up close outside of maybe a phase shift or some rats from Ash blocking things out. The Kit plus Daryl combination, tested and true, can be very solid. Elevator going to put their faith in it here. Havoc, underdogs for the day, have an opportunity to do something special. Elevate, number 2 seed, walking into this competition for our opening month, but these players certainly have what it takes to play very well. They're gonna have to do it for one more set if they want to bring us to a 5th and final here.
Yeah, I think that the Daryl was the secondary approach. It was the back pocket of what happens if we don't get Ash kind of approach. Zar going in, finds Diego as well, now in a good spot to continue the assault as Carlos as well gets a lovely pinch. Those gems, very risky there, still in the hands of Havoc, but only just.
Now a rush down to the other side. Momentum swing with the max super will at least allow them to expand across the map a little bit. Juan Carlos hunkering down, trying to dodge out Diego Gamer. Now a dive in. Zar looking for a kill, and Juan Carlos there to follow up alongside his Livy. It was a whole team focusing that down. That way they could bring down the big beefy Ash, and that's where the tides turn. Juan Carlos able to continue forward. But nonetheless, Havoc standing their ground. They're actually the ones with the gym count, despite the kills probably going Elevate's way.
Nice gadget. We're not going to be doing too much to FX there. There's now pushed back in for mid for the 7th gem is there for Havoc. We're starting to really get some good momentum. Now the kick connection onto the Daryl is there. The balls of Yarn flying forwards to the hypercharge comes in for the max at just the right time, but now the roll is there. Oh, could be a steal potential here. They can't get them away. Zar fighting for his life. A good gadget pop there on the Juju for the shielding. Keeps Havoc with the gems just about, maybe a couple trickled over. Delay the onset of his countdown for a little while. The hypercharge popped, and now the rats hit the ground. Elevate are faltering and falling back in the spawn. The gems now, all the taken for Evic, they want them as well. They're going straight for the Eye of the Storm. They want the 6 on the Juju, coming back with some. Evic shuts the idea down. Oh my word, it's back and forth.
Vegeta with the phase shift away as well. Now they're playing defense. Once again, a reset. Immediately reclaimed, and now Gregory's on the ground as Livy forced back. And he's going to have to wait for his teammates. 10 seconds to go on the shot clock. Zar has a super. Going for the cardboard box. Going to be looking for mind games, but it's a phase shift. It's a little extra speed, and they're close to bringing him down. They do. They reset it once again. Zar still contending, but not enough to get full kills. They're taking their time to start up this clock arc. They better hold on. Now it's split between two brawlers.
It's crazy. So much work to be done. Shield hands over to Juan Carlos now. He's got the hypercharge as well, going straight to MX, and the Brats are going down. But look at that. Such a good takedown. The gems are not there. Zar lands. The gems are flying all over the place. I don't think Elevate going to be able to get out of the spawn yet again. It's just trays of gems back and forth all the way through. And Elevate just can't get the snatch. They can't steal them away. They're constantly going down, but then back into the hands of Havoc.
With 5 seconds to go, right in the back for a very short amount of time. Diego Gamer able to hold on to 14 gems. Momentum officially has swung arc. Havoc are now in the driver's seat for this set, and what could possibly be turning out to be a set 5 banger once again on our Sunday.
I mean, you gotta hand it to Havoc, in my opinion. I mean, they're really standing firm and up to the heat. Despite looking like they were going to get swept going into that third set, Elevate really faltered and they took advantage. And now they're actually giving a very, very good fight that Elevate don't really have an answer for right now. Trying their best to reset, and every time Havoc were able to stay firm. Really commendable stuff. But can they make this all the way to the 5th and final set? Nice schedule there from Livy. Shielded over to Zar, who's invisible, and then goes into FX, who knows where he's going to be now. So not the greatest of moments, but 5 gems is Livy now. The 6th still laying on the map there now. It's better for Elevate, but as we've seen, this can change so quickly.
Whatever happens, safe to say Havoc have been nothing short of entertaining. Juan Carlos sweeping through alongside Kit. But as Livy has been forced away, now they have to go defend their teammate. That's a big time kill. Diego Gamer goes down, and alongside it, 1 gem with it. Juan Carlos able to hold on to this one. He's going to be encroaching on this left-hand side. Rolls forward. The slowdown there. Powering it up with the shield as Livy. Not enough to give him the assist, though. Zar scoops up a couple gems, but will go down as a result as Livy extending, trying to grab these. Has the bubble to work with, but has to be careful. A nice dodge there out of the long-range Diego Gamer shot as Livy will hold on. In fact, grabs that kill. What a shot.
Very tense. Hypercharge for Evix as well on the max. Now Havoc looking to try and time it forwards. If Jesus can get a super as well, combine with it at just the right time, it will really force back things. And as Livy needs to heal now. He's the gem carry. He's got to stay standing. Zar finds Diego, gets the stun to the middle of the map as well. But now the Hypercharge Rats are going to pose a big problem for Juan Carlos, who's going to hand over 1 gem in the process. Now an 8 from the middle. As quickly as that, Havoc tie it up. Another 9th now spawning in, and 1 away from a countdown.
As Livy on this left-hand side, not something you want to see. Vex on the Ash can work with these side lanes much better. The close quarters is exactly where he wants to live, and Juan Carlos separated from Zar. Zar does have a super available, and he's got to make it count. Hypercharge being activated, and now it's a tag team. Juan Carlos, we're going to be able to roll out now. 5 seconds to go. They're playing the clock, looking for a kill right-hand side. They tie it up. Low HP for Vegeta. There goes Juan Carlos again. The Rats trying to defend him. Not enough, but the gems go down. Gregory grabs the kill, and Juan Carlos there to scoop every one of these up.
Oh, there's a 12th there as well, but he hasn't got the roll. He can't go for it and come back. So now, Havoc tied up. Meanwhile, though, as well, Vegeta very low HP has got to heal back up. Zar immobilizes Evix there as well. Juan Carlos has the roll. He has the hypercharge now, but he's got 11 gems as well. He's going to be cautious despite the shielding from his Livy. Gets 12 and doesn't outstay his welcome now as the 13th sitting there as well. Countdown yet again for Elevate, but one that can be then cancelled out again by Havoc. They keep control of the mid.
And Vegeta going to be holding his ground. There's going to be another gym spawning. This is a fight against the clock, but eventually these gyms are going to run out. Back and forth the gym count goes. It's going to be a roll forward. This time a distribution, a bubble to the right hand into Vex, trying to do his best. Gets a frag though. All the gyms spilled out. Havoc taking advantage of the opportunity. Multiple brawlers with double-digit gyms, and sure enough, Havoc pull off another miracle. We're going to set 5.
What a banger. This was not on my bingo card. And Havoc are again performing so well under immense pressure. I mean, this was looking like a sweep if ever I saw one, until that missed draft in the 3rd set. Now Havoc are coming back and starting to reverse sweep the situation. And Elevate have now got one opportunity to get this draft right. But, I mean, it wasn't a bad one in that set. Just simply that they just wanted the Ash over the Daryl, in my opinion. But back and forth every step of the way. What an exciting one to have go the distance.
Never underestimate what a set can do for a team, especially a team of youngsters, some unproven talent, some guys that have not yet made a grand final in their career. This could be a first though. And that one outdraft, that one insane set, I think has propelled Havoc forward, given them the confidence they need. We know the mechanics are there. Now they've set themselves up with a draft. They squeeze by in this 4th set. And now they've got a real opportunity to take down what was seen as one of the top dogs in this region.
Yeah, you talk about what one game, one set could do for a team in Havoc, but I want to know, you know these players, you know Zar, you know Ace Levy, you know Juan Carlos. What does a turnaround like this do to their momentum? Is this going to hurt them? Is this going to slow them down? What's their mental like right now, Ark?
I think it's going to hurt them. I genuinely do. I think that all these players are very momentum based. I think certainly as we back in the Tribe days, you know, that was when we saw Tribe crumbling, and that they would never really be able to kind of recuperate themselves along the way. You can see that Juan Carlos as well, definitely getting, you know, visibly irritated by the situation as well, because they know they're better than this. That's the problem. And I really feel like if they just drafted the Berry themselves instead of the Kenji in that 3rd set, they wouldn't be in this position. They would have got it done there and then. And it's playing on their conscience. They know they made the mistake, and they know that that's, you know, only needing to be one to lose a monthly final. And now they're paying the price. So as we go into the 5th and final set, this kind of pressure's mounting. It's going to be very much on their minds as to the gravity of getting this one right, knowing that they've got no more safety net. And Havoc can sense it. They can smell it. They're so close to making the grand finals, which is insane to say. To be honest, coming into this month, this was not what I had on my mind. And not only did they take down, you know, Code OG, but, you know, now looking likely to be the victors here, unless Elevate get this right. Sneaky Fields is the map, Brawl Ball is the mode, the bans being the Stu, the Nita, and the Lou, but Elevate's the Poker, the Nita, and the Rico for the side of Havoc. What an important draft to get right.
All on the line here. And because Juju escapes the ban phase, can't blame him. Elevate, give it away. So Havoc are going to take advantage. It's going to be a great overall selection. I know it's Sneaky Fields. I know we oftentimes get aggressive brawlers here, but the success rate of Juju, very solid this weekend. The ban rate really high. So if she's going to escape, whatever happens, I can't blame the thought process here.
Amber coming in, and I was saying this earlier today, I don't think that's a bad shout. Literally, in the draft for Sneaky Fields, I said that, you know, if they want to bring in an Amber to take away the bush, it does take away what Juju's bringing to the table. And I think that's not the worst of ideas. I would still prefer the Elevate Bandit in the first place. That's my reservation. I mean, why take that risk? I think that it's a must ban. Every which way you look at it. Ash for Elevate, but again, where's that synergy going to land? You want your Ash really to be within the bush, playing sneaky, you know, closing the gap quickly, having the speed gear in the bush. But Amber's job is to burn it, to take away what the Juju can bring to the party. So again, you're looking to now close the gap with something else, which to me says Max, but Elevate can't show that hand just yet. It just doesn't really provide, the best synergy in that regard for me.
Conflicting strategies for sure there. I mean, even if they want Ash to reign free, like you mentioned, grass gone means less speed gear opportunities, less sneaky kills. Look, they've made it this far. He's phenomenal on this brawler. Why not put your faith in it for one more set? This guy has had some unparalleled mechanics today, to be quite honest with you. I've been super impressed with what Havoc have brought to the table. Buzz, a brawler that maybe isn't the most popular in the meta, in North America a little more maybe than some of our other regions, but clearly this is a power pick for them. This is a confidence pick. It's set 5. It all comes down to this. Why not do what you do best?
Byron coming in for Havoc. It's not a great map for it, if I'm honest. You know, it's not got the best lines of sight. Only really down the left and right hand side lanes. It's just there to support the Buzz, and that's certainly a concern. You know, in the hands of Evex, I mean, that's a winning draft, despite it not necessarily feeling like one to me. We saw how convincing their set was earlier today in Brawl Ball, and they've been left open with that comfort brawler pick. Cordelius is designed to eradicate what the Buzz is going to bring, but it's not a pick that LA would be picking otherwise. You know, it's very much just a response rather than going with what they really wanted to have, which I think was probably a max. But they are now playing into the hands of Havoc. I think that Havoc took back a bit more control in that draft, and it was more reactive on the side of Elevate as a response. So tough to say, really, for me, how this one's going to go. But with Havoc getting consecutive sets to lead us to this 5th and final, you've got to feel like they've got a draft which they're happy with.
2-2 overall. It all comes down to this. Havoc could pull off the upset, but Juan Carlos with a breakaway, intercepted by Vegeta. It's gonna have to be a stun, and it's perfect. He survives with 640. Buzz will hold on, and it will be enough for them to branch out and take over the grass.
Oh, very clutch. And again, this Buzz pick, I feel like it's going to be quite the spectacle as time goes on. The X-ray shades come into play from Evex there, providing nowhere to hide for Elevate now. Passing the ball forwards. Juan Carlos on the defense and doing a good job with it in the realm. That Gree will not be fighting him until he comes back out. And then the shots, well, SSG's going to take care of it himself. It's quite nice for Elevate on the defense. But third in the left-hand side, quite a smart play for me. As Livy doing a good job to really just open things up. But again, how's it going to affect Zar as time goes on?
The X-ray shades are one of the reasons that Buzz has certainly come to more relevance as of late. The dash through, he makes the connection on Desar. A pass forward as well. Oh, and he misses it. He's been perfect all day, but now he's going to have to make up for it. You can't give up opportunities like that.
That was such a fumble. And I didn't expect to say it on a man like Evex on this brawler pick, because it really is where he feels most at home. Some nerves coming into play as the less experienced team in this stage of the competition, showing a few cracks. But until that moment in time, it was perfect. It was a goal that should have been scored, but now Havoc have got to stay composed and just ignore the fact that it happened at all. Elevate got gifted that moment there as well. They might then find the game off the back of it. The Rats coming into play. Take care of the Gree now. The pass for will be there. And Juan Carlos has got to score this. And no stun from Evex. He took the risk, and it wasn't good enough to defend it. Elevate now have been gifted this goal. Evex now feeling himself with the hypercharge coming into play. Gets the stun off, but then forced straight into the realm by Juan Carlos.
Perfect play there by Juan Carlos. They're taking advantage of the opportunity given to them. Can't fault them for it. Doing everything they can here. 15 on the clock, and Havoc have a lot of work to be done. Ball in the bottom right-hand side. Diego Gamer moving forward. A jump in from Juan Carlos, a pass over, but Vegeta dumps it the wrong way. Would have been nearly impossible to put it in anyways, but Juan Carlos gives them the dagger here, and Elevate will be on match point.
Oh, Havoc, not like this. Not like this. You come this far, wide open net, and it just clips the ball off the box. I mean, it's just PTSD for me. You know, back to the World Finals. You know, I think it was Joker that had that fumble there, and so similar in style. And again, something that Havoc are going to be kicking themselves, specifically FX4, but they've got to pretend like it never happened. Now the ball being brushed through, everyone from Elevate falls, and this should be, if SSG can't do anything about it, a goal pushed through in the opening 22 seconds of the match.
Havoc have been the better team most of this set. Unfortunately for them, by giving away that gold, it was enough of a counter push to go to the other end. Juan Carlos trying to help his team out a little bit. That was a good way to jump away. Used a gadget plus a super to stay up. Now it's Diego Gamer in trouble. Juan Carlos right-hand in as Levy cleans up with a gadget and a little bit of a flamethrower in the middle. They're still holding on, but they have to find a way to keep progressing up this map. It's been a lot of success so far for Havoc.
Well, let's see what Elevate can do here. Already, good suppression of Zar there on the left-hand side. Again, that gadget going to leave nowhere for Juan Carlos to hide. Looking to try to counteract the buzz. Oh, good taps on Diego as well. All those big flames coming in from his Livy here, opening up the map. But again, it is Elevate that's still behind. They need to get this goal. There's not much time now. Ticking 1 minute 15 on the clock. Esvax as well on this defensive. Ooh, bit of a miss done there. Zar not going to be able to do much with the ball though. Forced to the side. This could be an opening.
He's hovering on that super right-hand in. Looking for another big play. He's made plenty of them so far. There's the dive. He has to end Juan Carlos. That is the brawler that can bring him down most easy. Doesn't quite do so. Now Juan Carlos has a hypercharge available. Same can be said for Zar. A lot of purple buttons for this blue side. And here comes a lot of rats and a missed shot coming out of Buzz. It allows Elevate to move forward. Diego Gamer falls as well. Weak brawlers right-hand in. It's going to be Vegeta dueling as Livy trying to move this left-hand side. Look for any angle he can. Instead, it's this ball being cornered top left-hand side. Now it's Elevate's turn to try and bring it out.
Yeah, Zara and Juan Carlos were just too low. That's contesting. Good splash damage there now. And Evix coming back through with more contesting damage. And Juan Carlos surviving on there. As Livy can't really do much though with the Grieger coming in. They bought enough time on the side of Havoc. I feel like it's going to be going into a double match point situation here now. One final ditched attempt. Not enough time realistically on the clock to get the ball out and then score the goal. Not with the amount of bodies that are left. Havoc gets it back. And now it's all for the taking for either of these two teams. Double match point.
Over 80% of the community are riding with Elevate. The entire casting desk riding with the history, the name brand, but that hasn't stopped Havoc today. This would be the second team they've conquered on their run to a grand final. One more to get the job done. This is what we live for, Brawl Nation. It's going to come down to one final game.
Again, the X-ray shades. Evix showing up everyone there for his teammates to get the good splash from Juan Carlos, but the splash down was solid. Now all three members of Havoc stay standing. Good, fast passing footwork, and now a sure walk in for Evix. And Havoc are one goal away, if nothing changes, from making the grand finals.
More than made up for his mistake. 24 seconds on the goal. As Livy and his new teammates for the year have to be better. There is no way around it. They have to be perfect from here on out. 2 straight goals is what they need. Juan Carlos has a super. And for now, it'll be Havoc with a 1-0 lead. We'll see what happens here as we progress through this game number 3.
I mean, this is irony, isn't it? Just the wrong moment in time. Let's see if we can bring it back. And whether Elevate can bring this one back as well and get a goal scored. Because they are behind and they are feeling the pressure of it. I think they can do it. They've got a comp that can definitely have a moment to say for themselves. It's going to be very, very tough. Havoc really could do this. And what a moment it would be for their careers to make a grand finals.
Doing our best to be patient here, folks. Bear with us. Just waiting to see how this all unfolds. Currently, it is match point. It was a 1-0 lead where we last left off. Havoc had an early bucket. Lots of great gameplay coming out of these guys, and this momentum swing started with an outdraft from the other end. And that's set number 3. When it came down to the end, Havoc just beat Elevate pretty convincingly. Here we go, jumping back into what we can. It's gonna be Elevate on the back foot. 3 brawlers standing tall in the mid and Zara on the left-hand side. Juan Carlos, super available, drags Vex down to the Shadow Realm. A one-on-one as Livy wins his. Zara up, kick forward, 30 seconds on the clock, and Zara will have a wide open net. Make no mistake here, they're not gonna make the same mistake Havoc had earlier today.
Oh, thank you for that script. The perfect timing to see it happen as Elevate now tie things up. But in an overtime scenario, that's my sort of thought coming into this one. Is it going to be really on their side? They would like to get this goal right now in the final seconds, but the boxes are about to go down. And with it, potentially a grand finals appearance opportunity now. MX with the takedown, a 3-man versus 2. As Livy falls as well. All 3 members fall and Elevate. And Havoc are going to steamroll through. They are in the grand finals. They leave Elevate
Havoc have conquered another name brand Brawl Stars team. Underdogs for the month. One of the best stories we've had to kick off 2025. These fellas came to play. These fellas dangerously close to being eliminated in a 3-0 fashion. Nope, not today. New blood from North America, giving it some new life and showcasing to the world we are great.
I'm going to label these guys the Legend Killers. It's madness. Absolute madness to me. They've taken out as Livy, Juan Carlos, Czar, OG, Charles, second best in one day. They are slaying the legends of North America, and they've got their eyes in the grand finals. How nuts, how crazy would it be if they were to be able to add RBM, Luffy, and Zeus to that list? Absolute madness.
And the stats to back it up. Look at the Ash versus the Buzz. 16 kills coming out of Avex. He's been unbelievable on this brawler today. I can't understate this. The brawlers that he has faced off against, the teams that he has gone against, legend killers you call them. Some of the best to ever do it. Some of the biggest legacies we've ever seen in North America, and for some of them internationally as well. We've got guys on this other roster that have made top 4 at Worlds before. These guys, I don't know if they have a first or even second place to their name. So the fact that they've made it all the way to our grand finals and will now face down the ultimate final boss of this region, it's something special.
Yeah, this was a story that was maybe supposed to be for the SK Kalalas NA division, but these Havoc roster players are our upsetters all the way to the grand finals now in incredible fashion. We've seen some of the most brawler variety in their drafts throughout this, and I can't wait to see what they're going to bring to the finals here. Gonna take a few minutes for them to relax before they face off against Tribe Gaming. We're gonna take a look at that last match against against Elevate to see how they got there. Then, wow, the grand final, Tribe and Havoc. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. We're in the North America Monthly Finals, the first one of 2025. We've made it all the way to the Grand Finals with a team perhaps a lot of you expected, Tribe Gaming, and Havoc, a team that none of us saw coming and that has made an incredible run all the way here to now face off against these greats. But Tribe Gaming, nothing to shake a stick at. They've had a little bit of a rest since their win over the Pioneers here, and they are not messing around when it comes to Grand Finals. So tell me, Uber, Kenny, we're getting into it with Tribe here. They've got everything on the line. Will they be the last team to fall to Havoc?
I mean, I just think this is so emblematic of what NA has looked like for the last couple of years. Each year, it's been the young guns that have come up, that have taken the scene by storm, that have understood the metagame and have put the time into becoming mechanical bosses, and also develop comps that counter out a lot of what the meta looks are. Someone must have kidnapped Android 18 because Vegeta is popping off. This Havoc team entirely are absolutely looking stellar, and they're crafting some great counter comps, against what we saw from Elevate. Tribe, though, are truly the final boss, and I can't predict against them still. They are, as far as I'm concerned, as of now, the top team in this region.
Now, Havoc here, they've got Prince of the Saiyans, they've got Diego Gamer in his name, and Evex to round it out. So much of what they brought today has been so exciting, Kenny. But tell me, what has excited you most about this team?
honestly, the way they're doing it is just so unique. I mean, Havoc have been a completely different roster than I think, seen from any team truly that's made it this far in any of our grand finals. They're doing it their way. I mean, they're not some team that made it out of the upper bracket to get here. Tribe Gaming have been the most consistent, and unfortunately for Havoc, the reason Tribe Gaming got here is because of the insane amount of work, preparation, mechanics, and draft knowledge that they prepared. But heck, Havoc had done it twice already today. I'm still betting on Tribe. They were my favorites going into this. I'd kick myself if I changed my mind on that now, especially considering that they've been great today. But what's one more? I mean, if Havoc pulled this off, it would be something special, and it would be a true parallel between a team and Tribe Gaming that Zeus was talking about it. Signed by his dream organization, playing in front of people with one of the biggest orgs in North America, and on the other end, they're the little guy. They're the upset, the guys that weren't talking about it. Boy, were they confident, and if you're going to talk trash, they certainly backed it up.
I mean, look at this here. I mean, this is like what we saw last year, right? This is what NA was like. So unpredictable. And all these free agent rosters, like you're seeing here, the Taco, that's Juan Carlos' team, by the way. MTM is Motomami's FA. That is all players that basically ended up becoming part of that Elevate team and that Pioneers team, right? So these free agent teams already last year were shaking things up and winning monthly finals. That's what's so impressive about them. We have a history in this region of underdogs, dark horses, taking things over, and today may just be no different.
Might be. We've got our map pool and our game modes ready here, and from what we've seen from Havoc Gaming, have we noticed any trends of success, any maps that they seem to excel at, any game modes that they have an extra handle on here, Kenny?
If you can play Buzz, it's certainly been good to them. I mean, heck, they even rocked a Fang at one point, but Kaboom Canyon, and looking at this, Triple Dribble, just to name a couple, he can grapple onto those things. I think it's possible. Now we're even seeing Buzz enter the ban phase. I mean, we saw it with Elevate just a moment ago. I think it's going to be really hard to draft into Havoc, honestly. I mean, they've pulled out some stuff from the back burners, some brawlers that we literally haven't seen all weekend that aren't meta relevant. So how do you prepare against a team that's hiding that many well-kept secrets and playing them so well?
We've got our predictions right here, Uber. Maybe you can answer Kenny's question.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of us just felt like, what we've seen from Tribe is it's really hard to, in the first monthly final, put another team in a position to sort of take them down. I appreciate what Ark's doing. I think one of us has to do it because, voting with your heart over your head is very reasonable after what we saw in that last game. Tribe Gaming can also play Buzz. Just play Buzz. Just take it away. I honestly don't think it's like objectively. I think the reason why we joke about it because it's not objectively the best pick on a lot of maps, especially this one. But it's just been a stylistic decision for Evex, and he's just so talented on that brawler that he's been able to overcome some of the limitations that he faces on some of these maps. The open maps, though, I think you're alluding to it, Kenny, are just not appropriate to try and play Buzz in. It's just far too hard, and you just get lit up with poke damage a lot of the time. But hey, you can leave it in the drafts and then bring it out when it really matters. But to start this map, of course, Kaboom Canyon, a lot of the usual suspects are Jesse and Gale, brawlers that control that middle part of the map really effectively. Earlier today, we saw Cordelius get a lot of value on this map. That was someone I think you've got to strongly consider banning, especially because he's a good option against anyone who's trying to use like an all-in style, like with Lily, for example. We've seen a bunch of teams just trying to run it down on some heist maps with that particular pick. So tons of options here. And Tribe Gaming, of course, should have a really deep pool to draw from.
Definitely an interesting one to see unfold. And to your point, I think the only two teams who really talked about Buzz today have been Tribe Gaming and Havoc, so kind of interesting to see them clash. Will that be a factor? Will some of these surprise picks kind of come through in our banned pick stage? Regardless, Tribe Gaming are where they are for a reason, and I honestly respect Ark for making this pick. He said he's going with his heart over his head, and honestly, after what we've just seen, I agree with you. Somebody's got to believe in these guys. It doesn't really feel like a 90% chance of Tribe Gaming winning this thing by any means. I mean, the audience still siding with the favorites. And when push comes to shove and you're picking the team that has to win, that's the narrative you're going to get. However, what we don't get is how people feel about the score. I mean, genuinely, this is now twice where I haven't felt like Havoc were going to bring it to 5. And sure enough, they win the first one 3-0, the last one a reverse sweep. These guys have made magic all day long, and I mean, it's down to one final match. Maybe they can do it and pull off quite the miraculous run here this month.
They need a couple moments here, is what we're hearing from our League Ops admins. So give them a chance to rest up a little bit here. Zeus is consulting the Holy Bible of how to beat Buzz. For a matchup like this, I'm quite sure the Tribe Gaming have got what they need. An RBM, of course, whether it's a tank or, a different kind of style of pick. Looks excellent. I do think that we've got to look very closely at the Ashberry comps on a lot of these maps. This one less so, but you know, when we're getting over towards Hot Zone, when we're getting over to those really sort of space control centric maps, that is a combo that probably just needs to be looked at in the ban phase and dealt with. We're at the point now in this game where there are simply too many brawlers to ban out. You cannot eliminate all of the quote unquote, you know, busted brawlers from the mix. You are going to have to pick some, you're going to have to face some. That's just a fact of the matter. 88 brawlers in this game. You just need to pick the best 3 for your game plan and for your game style.
It's that simple, right? We just gotta nail these 3 picks and hopefully it works out. It's hard, man. It really is. This game only continues to grow in strategy and in depth every single year. The competition gets stronger and stronger, and everybody becomes a little more evened out. Haven't had the days of somebody running away with this region in quite some time now. Back in the NA East, NA West days, it was even to that as well. There were at least 2 to 3 teams contending in both the sub-regions. We've come back together the last couple of years for one giant region, and it's just been utter beautiful chaos. We'll see if that can come through one more day. Havoc, lower bracket versus the big dog Tribe Gaming. Should be a real fun one to get underway with this grand finals. I mean, I'm curious to see what happens. You never know. I mean, maybe Tribe Gaming are just them and they walk away with a convincing win. But nonetheless, Havoc has certainly shown us something to make us believe in them.
Yeah, we talked them up even at the start of the day, I think, about especially the mechanics, right? But I think what has kind of blown me away is that they've just had so many great answers to certain brawlers in the pick and ban phase and comps that suit themselves so well. Again, it looks like they've got the entire brains trust in that one room there, so that's great. They've got access to a large number of intellects, maybe enough to power CERN, honestly. So they're in good hands there. But again, I do think, you know, having a large number of people to crowdsource opinions from, whether it's coach, analyst, or whatever, is really important. And clearly, whatever combination of minds that Havoc have been using to drive their macro strategy has been excellent. I feel for Diogo Gamer, bro. He's just chilling on his own, you know?
I know.
All the boys over there, obviously, you know, Diego's in Mexico, so obviously a bit of a trek, I think, to join the rest of his team, but, you know, hasn't looked like that's affected them whatsoever. This team is so locked in that they're on the same page. Let's see, though, what our draft has in store for us. Do you have any special looks left if you're a Tribe Gaming? They're the team I'd expect to maybe have something in reserve. If Havoc do, I mean, that's even more impressive. Let's see as Kaboom Canyon looms.
They're going to take their time getting these bans through. Every second matters, and these draft stages fly by so quick. Making decisions on the fly, one of the most challenging things. We'll see what each team locks in. Tribe Gaming versus Havoc. Match number 7 of the day in our grand finals. Maisie, Crow, Lola on that right-hand side, which would lead us to believe that they've got the first overall pick. Those are the more unique ones, the more focused ones. On the left-hand side, gotta get rid of the Melody, gotta get rid of the Juju. Amber, probably not a frequent and, you know, a must ban, if you will, but I think definitely a good one to just kind of throw out.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I do think that a lot of these tough brawlers have been dealt with, but Gale's open, Cordelius is open, Mortis is an option on this map. You can even play Nani on here or any other sharpshooter. Angelo, pretty good. Remember, on pure offense, the Angelo doesn't always like have a lot of safe pressure, but is really good at controlling the map. You definitely need something with like higher rate of fire or something that can, you know, snowball the game out of control in your favor once you do get the control. Angelo is to get control, not to abuse it.
Definitely agree. It's somebody that certainly relies on the matchup, not necessarily there for the high safe damage. You're gonna have to look to other brawlers if you want to do that. I think you do need a good blend of it, but he can at least win the one-on-one duels, which I think it can be very important at times too. Tribe Gaming gonna be on this 2-3 turn, 8-bit going to be their selection, so very beefy for somebody like Angelo, for the Pipers of the world. For the amount of damage they do, 8-bit's so healthy with a baseline, I believe 10,000 health points, that it's gonna take them several shots, especially for somebody like Angelo, where it takes them a while to reload to that full potential. It's going to take a lot to bring him down. And also 8-bit phenomenal at high safe damage. Of course, the con with him is going to be really slow, so it takes him a little bit to get across that map, but once he does, you have to make it count.
Worth pointing out that when Angelo is charging a shot, he cannot heal. It counts as if he is in combat. So just a little bit of poke damage taken from the 8-bit. If Angelo wants to keep fighting, that damage sticks. You can't passively heal that off while you're continuing to try and put pressure down. So little by little, Luffy can put Vegeta in a position where they will have to give up space if Vegeta can't consistently hit these shots. This is why 8-bit is quite strong against Piper as well. They can soak those shots. They have the health pool and the range to match some of the nastiest sharpshooters and you don't want to be caught slipping by them. What are your thoughts on seeing the Eve come up here? I guess she can generate a lot of pressure, and honestly, she does decent damage in her own right, but surely Tribe Gaming have to have had something ready for this, Lily all-in comp.
Yeah, Colette's still on the board too, so I wonder if right-hand side just goes ahead and scoops this up. One, to deal with 8-bit. Two, to make sure that they have enough high safe damage on top of that, but also it would be a great counter mechanism into this Lily. So that's kind of where my eye's going. I'm sure they're going to take their time, think this through in the final second, but that's kind of a brawler I'm keeping my eyes on. Instead, they're going to go with Barry. That's certainly a way to apply a lot of pressure to keep the Lily afloat, but again, it's going to be a challenge to get somebody like the 8-bit onto the other end. The Eve's going to be good, I think, at doing something like an Angelo as a single shot brawler. You have all these extra projectiles. That can be helpful, but to your point, it's kind of like Angelo, right? It's not really there for the high safe damage.
Yeah, just being able to traverse in and out of the middle part of the map is just kind of flexibility that goes a long way. So it's Berry getting mixed up here. So this also means now you can actually use Lily to control the middle of the map. Berry stays safely on your side of the wall. Lily comes in and is kind of sticky, hard to shift, and neither of these teams have any real wall break to speak of. So that obviously means that like someone like the Berry is pretty safe behind that wall. They are going to stay. So that's why it's important that you have someone that can just go around them as opposed to needing to sort of blow them up. Vegeta, a previous match MVP, I believe it. Sky on the screen here has been absolutely brilliant today. It's just great to see this level on display from NA. And it bodes well for the future because it doesn't matter who wins here. These teams are going to forge each other into, legitimate threats on the world stage because, let's be honest, a really tough LCQ for NA. They didn't have the number of teams at Worlds that I think, a lot of NA fans would have liked to have seen them. And a lot of those teams just fell short. SSG were frankly disappointing, and Elevate couldn't quite get there. And typically, Worlds has been dominated by East Asia, EMEA rosters, with the exception, of course, of STMN making it all the way back in 2023. So, I think this is still a very good sign. It shows that the future is bright for this region.
Definitely a breeding ground for what we hope to be some more international competition. Like you mentioned, STMN in 2023 were a team that made it to the grand finals, but we've yet to have a winner emerge from this region. We're here in our grand finals, folks, trying to get in now, and Tribe Gaming gonna have a substantial lead, I would say, but potential for damage on this right-hand end. RBM gonna be fighting with the Vex, who's playing the Lily here, Zeus on the back lines, and Havoc taking a little bit of control. Long way to go, though, if they want to try and eliminate this high safe.
I like the Berry. It means you no longer are just using Lily for a one-dimensional all-in ploy on the enemy safe. You can actually use it to stick around and be a legitimate threat here in the middle part of the map. Diego Game are going to be annoying, just working around these they're actually watery areas, by the way, for those that aren't familiar. So that's why the Eve and Angela respectively will be able to cross those without being hampered. And Diego Gamer, there it is. That Angela gives you the control, and pretty important considering there are hatchlings all over the bloody place. Diego will need to address those, but God, the safe pressure's been very good.
They haven't allowed Tribe to escape quite yet. They are going to hold on to the lead for now, but this is where things can get out of hand. It's going to be a dive forward. It's going to be one kill, and they need another one. Diego Gamer able to bring down RBM, and now they're expanding. The pressure applied. 5% being shredded down. They just need one more sliver of damage, and there it goes. The final tick coming between Angelo and Barry. It was a close call. Came down to the wire.
Yeah, generally a great game. I love that we're seeing like some mind games now happening with the Lily. Just when, Tribe think that the Lily's just going to go over and hit the safe, they double back with a super and blow up one of the defending players before returning to their job. God, once you have control of the map, once you can use your Berry just to keep throwing damage on the safe that simultaneously heals up the, Lily that is hitting it, it's just really annoying to try and peel this off. I mean, notice on a couple of occasions, right? The Angelo is not shooting the safe when they can. They're instead wanting to make use of their shots and getting a player advantage, and they're shooting the opposing brawlers. They know they can get some damage, but it's not the best use of that uptime of Angelo. They'd much rather clear the way for the Berry and Lily to collapse onto the turret.
And they're playing through game number 2. As a point of clarification as well, we brought it up in yesterday's broadcast, but just know that competition is still good. It's just a spectator issue on our end. Getting into the game is where we're struggling. These players, all their internet issues are on their own, should be untouched. They're a lot of them playing together too. A little frustration coming out of Zeus's face. Certainly been contended with in this grand finals. Here we go. This is our second game. Havoc with a small lead here, and red roster with some mid control once again.
Okay, here comes Diego wanting to push up now. Zeus A little bit sticky here through mid, and Diego, again, not great sometimes on defense here. And Hatchlings just never really stop. They just keep coming, fam. It is pretty absurd. They are going to be dealt with, though. And Tribe Gaming need to really turn this mid control into some damage, because look at their save. Luffy comes in. I appreciate that. At least that 8-bit now is starting to have some impact. But Evex is doing what they do best, and that you dive on the save and try and beat it on up. Vegeta now as well, just not quite there in time to give some healing to Evex, but that's still a good chunk on the save taken by Havoc.
Diego Gamer still working this right-hand lane. Vegeta alongside him, popping a hypercharge, but RBM somehow surviving it all, cycling in his super to get those frequent heals, and Vegeta is forced to use all of his resources, kind of travel with him, and finally he goes down, barely surviving. Diego Gamer still maintaining control in this mid, and Zeus poked all the way back. What a frag there out of Diego Gamer. That was a nice extra bonus out of that interaction.
Yeah, respecting, of course, the Sam damage and jumping away now. Time spin ball for Evex to get back in the fight. Got to watch out the catch, though, over on those Knuckle Dusters meant that Evex was slowed up and drawn in, but they're still going to go over to the safe and do what they do best. RBM, though, is a little bit scary. Eventually, Havoc, though, are able to deal with him. Diego and Vegeta double back, but Zeus still gets picked off. This has been sublime from Havoc. What a well-deserved first set from them. A great draft, again, making use of the Lily. It's just a component of this comp that is not being respected enough by so many teams, and they will be punished accordingly. Beautifully done, Havoc. A solid lead and a great set.
Wow. Starting out 1-0 in our grand finals. What a crazy world we live in. I mean, I can't say it enough. Havoc, big time underdogs, I think, making it this far. I mean, in quarterfinal one, say what you want, I think they were more than equipped, and definitely, maybe not the favorites. I mean, I didn't think they were favorites going into it, but it didn't blow my mind that they ended up winning that one. Now that they've made it through the semifinals, now that they're here in the grand finals, the fact that they've had a lead at all, wild stuff. Tribe Gaming were the team to beat in this region last year. They got a couple grand finals under their own belt. And obviously 2025 is a new year, though. Everybody unproven, and Havoc certainly earning their turf and their footing here.
Absolutely. Love to see this. And this was really well-composed play from Havoc. I really like the picks they come out with. Excuse me. The Sam's always a wild card, but it's an RBM team, so you know, I won't let that shock me too much. At no point did he really was he able to really get on that safe. Even Vegeta in that instance there, making use of the super to shut the Sam down. And the best berries do understand what they have the damage to actually win out some of those encounters that, you know, berries not necessarily designed to succeed in. This is great though for the youngsters. Ark's got to be pleased about this one. An important first set taken in this grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Ark thinking with his heart, not his head. Maybe we should all follow Ark's heart here, but Havoc gotta be feeling awesome. How does Tribe even begin to respond to this game?
Get back to basics a little bit. I mean, the Sam is a bit of a risky play. I think that's a very RBM-esque pick, like Uber mentioned, but I feel like we're just kind of zigging away while other teams zag. This truly has been so interesting. Every single set that Havoc have played, I feel like it's almost kind of a first time for a lot of things, right? I feel like they're bringing new things to the table. They're mixing it up in the bands and the pick stage. They're keeping teams on their toes, and it's really working out. 1-0 lead for them. Now that we go into triple dribble, I feel like there's potential for so many crazy tank options. I mean, we've seen these guys go with the Lily all day, which is a little more of a surprise pick. I'm curious to see what Havoc throw at Tribe to make them kind of rethink things and reimagine on the fly.
I mean, Ash has got to be hotly contested on this map. We're just seeing them with their hypercharge just get propelled into dominance. Lily here's great as well. It's pretty absurd to see like how tanky rather Grigori is with the star power that gives them a shield when they come out. They just cannot be burst down, and they are a legitimate nuisance here. Again, any brawlers that can spawn other entities onto the map. You know, we know that Larry and Laurie can be good here. It's fallen off, I think, in their usage rate in NA a little bit. But obviously Nita is one that you sort of can't forget. I want to see Surge potentially as an answer to some of these tank picks and a way to really just sort of lean into and steamroll your opponents. And maybe, you know, a combined tank with heals if you are on the side of Tribe. Go for something that is pretty classic to you. But Havoc have shown us they can kind of play a bunch of different looks here. So I don't know. Like, I really don't think that they're going to be limited in terms of their brawler pool.
Totally agree. I mean, they've caught several teams by surprise today. They've caught us on the casting desk off guard with some of their picks. It's unpredictable. It's really difficult. So I kind of feel for Tribe Gaming in this instance. When you're picking and banning, you're kind of going with the standard. I mean, but these guys don't play like the rest. I mean, it's part of the reason I think they've made it this far. I mean, just look at the ban stage. We see Hank banned, Nita banned, and then on the other end, Larry Laurie, who's a good brawler, not frequently banned. Frank, good brawler, not frequently banned. So clearly two of these teams have different ideas of how this is going to go than what our other teams do in this tournament.
I mean, Hank doesn't even have his hypercharge yet. I mean, and it looks really good. I get triple dribble is the kind of map, I guess, that you can bust it out, but I mean, he's so susceptible to throwers. He's pretty weak against those. So I think the Havoc's picks make plenty of sense here. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of Frank, but obviously his ability to open up the map entirely when it suits him, I think is one of the things that makes him such a dangerous combatant to go up against. And that surge ban comes out in the end. I like the max pick here. Lets you take advantage of moments where your opponents are low on brawlers or out of position.
Really feel like we haven't seen the Frank much either. It's just interesting considering coming into today, 4th most picked across our other regions. Stu a very safe standard pick. In response, they're going to go with a double support combo. It's going to be one that heals, one that speeds you up a little bit. Curious to see what they kind of pair this with. I mean, obviously, it's going to be something interesting. They banned the Nita and the Hank. I feel like that's very intentional. I feel like there's probably a brawler in mind that they've got. With the Frank banned on the other end, maybe it was that, maybe it wasn't. Like we mentioned, that Ashe pick is still available. So curious if Havoc scoop it up, if they go a different direction. We've seen them get aggressive all day long, so I'd be kind of surprised if they stray away from that.
Okay, Ashe is going to get taken away from Tribe here, going for what seems to be the tank to look out for. Makes sense. I mean, you can try the Lily. She has the mobility to close the gap and blow up some of these brawlers pretty well, especially like the high mobility ones like Stu, but that feels like a bit of a risk. You also don't have to play a tank with this. You probably want someone who is going to benefit from being somewhat more static. God forbid, armed and ready. Try and make 8-bit work here. The Maisie gets picked by Havoc. Bro, this comp, honestly, I like it a lot. Maisie gives you so much. She's just a real sort of jack of all trades, very effective. And Buster is going to be the backup tank option here for Tribe. And honestly, against like a Maisie and Stu comp, kind of makes sense.
I think it makes sense too. I mean, I definitely see the picture. Max and Buster is honestly a very underrated duo in Brawl Stars. Oftentimes you'll see that with a Gene and Knockout. Instead, we're going to get a Barry here, but Barry can kind of keep himself afloat with the amount of heals that he gets. So he's going to be able to power up Buster or Max and charge a super that way. Going to have a little walking ground for Buster, who can walk up with a shield. They've also got the max speed, so you can speed plus shield. That's an immediate retake for any composition almost, especially ones with projectiles like the Maisie and Stu, as you mentioned. Here we go. Set number 2. Immediate start here. Red roster forced away in the early game. A gadget to go out. Expansion and a little walkway coming down with all the ice cream dropping to the ground. And both sides just looking for that first interaction kill.
Again, the throw of pressure here is enough to force FX away for the time being, but Tribe are being corralled slowly. Look at Vegeta. Slowly working up for the south side of the map here. This is about to get all good for Tribe. In they come. Diego Gamer, though, just played straight into that montage super. Okay. All right, fair enough. Tribe Gaming, more than happy to play close together. They bust through the line.
I think they have to play as a unit. I think that's what makes them shine. Oftentimes, Max couldn't be able to be support for Buster, and now that they've got the Barry alongside it, they don't want to leave him by himself. These aggro brawlers could pick him off immediately. Vegeta goes down early in the attempt for the second goal. Now an opportunity for Tribe Gaming to dribble up the map. Ashe going to be playing the lone defender as Vegeta respawns. Speed to go through. RBM gets the first. Zeus expands. RBM dashing, trying to dive back. Diego Gamer goes away, uses a gadget, but it's not enough. They slide that ball through. A slick one coming in for Tribe Gaming.
Oh, and I like that their comp was resilient enough to deal with the fact that their Ashe, who was the pick that they're almost certainly going for, was going to get banned from them or taken away from them, and they're still able to find something that works. And honestly, the Maisie pick plays pretty heavily into the hands of the Buster. Buster takes space away from Maisie so well. I mean, her biggest strength is that she has relatively high damage and is very effective at range. That gets utterly nullified. Also, as good as Stu is, they don't have a way to do damage outside of leaving trails of fire on the ground outside of those shots. So Buster also just passively builds that super, Kenny. He just hangs out with his teammates and all of a sudden, bam, he's got the wall.
So much retake potential. Here's one of them. Max speed being distributed. RBM popping a gadget. He's looking for Ash. The follow through as well. That's a big time super though. It's going to bring two of them down. Vegeta versus Luffy on the right hand side. Super available for Vegeta. He's going to cycle this in and out. It's ringing around the rosies for Luffy as he tries to maintain some ground, buying as much time as possible so Zeus and RBM can respond appropriately.
Okay, well, Zeus trying to control this space a little bit more, at least hamper the movements of Havoc as they come forward. Little helpers there, going to be cleared very easily. Buster doesn't really have a problem getting rid of both. And we're back to it now. Vegeta a bit of a nuisance in mid, a bit of a hypercharge coming out from Berry though, and you've got the safest of safe zones to play amongst. Well, you'd think so. RBM though actually gets burst down despite that healing, and we have got a cornered ball and plenty of time for Havoc to regroup.
A little bit of a team wipe too. Couple big time mazy plays. So Diego Gamer going to be able to give his team a little bit of ground. Before this, we saw that ball being pocketed on that top left-hand side. And so it's going to be in control for Havoc. They can either keep it there, dribble it out. For now, I think they're just going to continue to probably keep getting kills. Hard to say, of course, but I think ultimately it's still 0-0 in this game. Number 2 is convincing one for Tribe off the start, but a lot of dashing in and out just from glancing at that tablet screen.
Yeah, definitely still a lively game that's being held. Maybe another very hypercharge being used there. I'm seeing a very large field of that healing, so pressure definitely getting put on now as, yeah, you can see just how close they are to scoring this Tribe team. They're getting forward, and yeah, looks like they get themselves a goal. Nicely done. That's going to make this quite the interesting game.
Going to be a reset here. Here we are casting off the tablet screen of Zeus as best as we can, but at least it gives us a glimpse into what's going on. Yep, that's what's going to be happening. 1-0, 15 seconds on the clock. Vegeta working the left hand in. Diego Gamer super available, and it's Ash there to try and strike them down. It's a reflection from RBM. Zeus going for the super low HP, and that ball kicked away. It's in Zeus's hands. He throws it back at Vegeta. Not going to be able to cover the distance in time. This time it's going to be Tribe Gaming taking the set.
Okay, I'd love to see that. There's some life in this Tribe team. There was no way they were going to get swept by this Havoc team. A little bit of a misstep in map 1, but now I think they have a bit of a better sense of what they're dealing with. And maybe Havoc kind of picking up the Ash into their comp works against them. Maybe they don't really have a shell that works all that well with it. You can see here there's nothing that sort of like ostensibly synergizes with the Ash, nor sets it up for success. These are all, in a nutshell, or in a vacuum, excuse me, 3 very, very powerful brawlers. The Stu, the Ash, the Mazy, but together, they don't quite synergize the way the Tribe's comp does.
Feels like a real sink or swim, right? They're all on their own. If they're getting the kills and they're running it down properly, it's going to work out. But Tribe Gaming more than equipped on defense, I think, between the Buster, the Max, and the Berry. As long as all of them are sticking together pretty closely, I think for more times than not, it's going to work out for them. I think this is a really strong composition, one that definitely didn't come to mind immediately, especially for Triple Dribble, but I love this Max Buster synergy, and especially in the place that Berry is in, or current meta in the game. I think that's honestly a good third to show with it.
Yeah, 100%. I already enjoyed what we saw out of the draft here. It definitely helped Tribe that they were so flexible and bounced back from a bit of an awkward pick being taken away from them.
Yeah, I was just looking back at Havoc's earlier matches, seeing how they had done in Brawl Ball. That was 2-0 in games over Code OG, and they went 2-1 with Elevate there. So not what they wanted to see in that game mode for sure, but hopefully their momentum hangs tight through this one. What are you expecting to see as we head in, Kenny?
1-1 overall. I mean, that's a pretty good spot for Havoc. Considering they took the first one, sets themselves up for a little bit of a cushion, but not a lot of room to breathe when you're playing a team like Tribe Gaming. You got to play pretty perfectly. Safe to say that Tribe Gaming are one of those teams where the draft really solid, the mechanics really solid, really no weak points on this team. So got to see continued success from Havoc in this draft stage. I think that last set, probably one of the ones where it didn't necessarily work out as well. 3 really good brawlers on the map, but like we mentioned, just kind of no way to back up those brawlers, and the mechanics had to be pretty perfect. You got to really run it down, make sure you're getting every single opportunity and kill, can't give up an inch, and if you do, well, Tribe Gaming showed it. They're going to take a mile.
100%. I think that they have a redundancy built into their comp such that the cheeky play of like, okay, so it's one thing if you're having to know what Tribe are going to pick. You know, like you see the draft play out in front of you. It's pretty telegraphed sometimes when they're picking a berry. That doesn't mean that you necessarily should steal that tank away, because there are enough tanks in Brawl Stars that are just made vastly more powerful on virtue of having max speed and berry to heal them. So, you know, just taking the Ash away obviously wasn't enough to stop them. On a map like this, it is Ring of Fire. It's a bit more open. It's not like dueling beetles per se, but the same strategy is still valid. You can still try and set up like a healer tank composition. I can't believe we're going back to this era. Poker double tank used to be such a oppressive setup, and one that was abused frequently in this region. Here are our bans though, and again, none of the components of this tank and healer combination have been looked at. It's the kind of map where 8-bit definitely gives you a good start in comp.
As a first overall pick, pretty interesting. I couldn't help but chuckle. I mean, throwback to the Poco double tank days back in the blind format. How far we have come in just a few years over. Pretty wild. Lose Stu getting banned. I think Juju a very standard one as well. Since Tribe Gaming were the first overall selection in our draft, they get more pointed with their bans. It's not necessarily always the next 3 best brawlers. It's more of what do we want to get rid of to kind of set ourselves up for success here. And again, 8-bit, a very solid brawler. I think a really good one and maybe an underrated one to the public's eyes, somebody that's going to get utilized a little bit more in our pro scene, but I just don't see it frequently drafted on this map, and especially as a first overall pick.
And I think seeing the Draco come in here from Havoc tells us kind of all we need to know. I mean, this is a brawler that you're expecting to see get eliminated, but it's really good at just taking up a lot of space and spending a lot of time on the point. Also, once Draco gets into the enemy bushes, it's such a nightmare to deal with them. If they're in dragon form, they're obviously throwing those cones of fire. And Colette here is going to come in. I think the star power push it is really good. She's great at shutting tanks down. And, you know, while 8-bit isn't strictly a tank, they have the health pool that allows Colette to be at her most effective because she does % maximum health damage. So you have good pressure on these tankier brawlers. You have the ability to displace people and some sustain with her gotcha gadget.
Great call out with the star power, and I think Colette, like you mentioned, 8-bit is not labeled as that, but has the health pool to certainly be countered by Colette. And traditionally in other maps and modes, I would say it's more of a heist interaction that we see, not necessarily a hot zone interaction, because Colette going to be a little more rare. But I think when they pair this with Draco, would have been one of the better ways to do with Draco too. So kind of get a little 2-for-1 value out of that turn. Barry, a solid selection. We know how good this brawler is. Win rate through the roof this weekend, one of the most frequently played in all of our regions leading into today, and of course North America has been no exception.
All right, well, I think that healing is pretty good against Colette, even if those large health pools aren't, is that's not really a factor of the game that she really interacts with. So giving your teams more staying power, and Surge having these windows of invulnerability where you can pop up, gain a level, and sometimes land on someone doing that extra damage, it's going to be very powerful. This Tribe Gaming comp is we are setting up shop and we absolutely don't want to leave kind of style. But that doesn't mean necessarily they've got anything built in here that, you know, like will answer obviously what Draco can do with that gadget that will allow him to stay alive for that extra couple of seconds. And Vegeta's hoping the Tribe line up for him, so those impalements can be as effective as possible. Byron will be coming in here, and Byron really feels like he shuts down that healing with his own super. Obviously that sort of that burst of damage is big, but also that damage over time can negate you know, what Barry tries to provide for his team.
I was kind of scrolling through in my head some of the more played brawlers this weekend, and I was really looking for a mid, somebody that not necessarily there to be aggressive like the Draco, for example, but just somebody kind of to lead the team. Gus came to mind, but Byron, I think, to the same effect. And honestly, the more I think about it, I think to your point, I like it a little bit better. It plays into that Barry healing a little bit more. Not necessarily easy to bring down something like an 8-bit, but I think it will power up the Draco pretty well to add to his already great survivability.
Okay, here we go. Once again, it's playing around these healing fields. RBM able to dodge some damage and get up to the point. And again, Zeus just keeps moving that healing zone up with RBM. Hard hitter. RBM obviously can pop up and dodge that damage, but wasn't able to avoid that time to collect there from Diego Gamer, who actually is opted for the shield instead. So a little bit of a different selection in star power. Still very effective for sustain and survivability.
Byron going to be a good synergy with Colette as well. It's something historically we've seen in Heist, but I don't know. Ring of Fire might work too. So far, so good for Havoc. They're extending the lead, but Tribe responding with a lot of ground control. Look at all the puddles of ice cream going down from the Intergalactic Unicorn. This is impressive stuff.
Yeah, but you can see, though, how that tick damage from Byron is counteracting the effects of the healing, right? Tribe cannot just simply spam heals and survive this. So I really love this comp from Havoc. These guys have honestly really thought it out. And they're putting some of the professional coaches to shame here, I've got to say. Diego Gamer's not going to be able to walk away, but Havoc had that slim lead, and Evex probably has a gadget that he can make use of here. The heal as he goes into Dragon Form off the star power is pretty darn clutch, as now he's vomiting damage in the direction of Tribe and cycling those supers. Now Havoc have reached, I guess, a critical mass of strength.
And with 83% in climbing, they're doing phenomenal work. Vegeta there to keep his teammates up. They're going to try and buy as much time as possible. 95 in climbing, RBM diving in, but the damage may already be done. All they need is to tiptoe their way in. 37 health points, enough to give them this game win. This ever so important set 3 is going to start out with a game win from our underdog.
Dude, the Byron last pick is so good from Havoc. What better way to counteract that persistent healing than just, you know, throw this Byron damage in? And presumably if you're taking the star power that lets you, penetrate with your shot every now and then, you're inflicting that ticking damage on multiple enemy brawlers. It's kind of, scary. At times, the Berry is able to be more aggressive and the rest of the tribe can come forward with that hypercharge. But outside of that, there's no guarantee that it's going to be enough healing to keep them healthy on the point.
And game number 2 underway. We'll get in there whenever we can, folks. But for now, it's going to be Havoc with a 1-0 lead. And, the more we've gone into this, too, again, not to overharp on it, but I think these guys deserve all their flowers. The draft has been crazy today. It's been out of the box thinking. They truly have put everything into thought, and the execution's been great. I mean, no complaints from me at all, regardless of the result in their grand final. I think these guys have escalated up the power rankings for North America for sure.
If you've seen on Twitter, Vegeta sort of posted a tweet of him getting an iPad. It's a photo of, I think it's a photo of him and a pretty well-known Brawl Stars player. So that's going to be a fun story if we get to dive into that a little bit later. But yeah, that iPad's working out, brother. I'm going to keep it real with you. That looked very good. Now, we weren't able to load into that game, which is, unfortunate. But there is one happening right now. And again, with the power of my 2 eyeballs, I'm going to try to relate to you exactly what is going on here. I must say that Tribe not looking quite as animated as we saw from them early in the day. They definitely are locked in. And you can just see how effective all of that berry splash over the point is.
Yeah, honestly, putting in that investment of a new tablet to good work. For now, it's going to be Tribe with a narrow lead. Over 20%. They have to hold on here, though. Job's not finished. Luffy goes down. Zeus doesn't have enough health points. This could be a retake from Havoc.
Oh, it's going to be tough. RBM's going to be able to at least trade 1-for-1 here. Just needs to step on the point for a couple of seconds. I mean, the fact that he gets everybody with the help of Luffy is going to be more than enough to secure things there. Nicely done from Tribe. Good way to fire back here on Hot Zone.
To your point, honestly, I mean, we've gotten a lot of interaction with these player cams, and the vibes seem different. These fellas are locked in. I'm curious to see how they adapt this year, because last year, their names were known, but they weren't the guys in this region. They were A guys for a while. They were competitors for a while. Now they've got a target on their back, and they're facing down some new blood from North America who have more than proven themselves today. It's just a different mentality when you're coming into a region where you're supposed to be the guy. Having expectations versus not having expectations changes everything.
RBM's in a bit of an annoying spot here. That one eventually gets broken through, and now Evex doesn't really have anyone to challenge him. The Byron heals are so crucial on this map, and honestly, they're not that easy to hit. You also can't really auto-aim them, so you've got to line those ones up properly. That's why, Byron is considered a little bit of a higher skill cap brawler. There, of course, Luffy on your screen. RBM as well, who's, have definitely have some difficulty, I think, so far in this game, have tried, but sort of getting control of the middle part of the map once there's enough healing set up behind a Draco that is in super. And I'm seeing Havoc on the point. They are chilling. That point is blue. That's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, I think you're right, too. I'm going to need everybody at home to join in with me as I have my fingers crossed right now. Hoping we can jump back in here. Bear with us, folks. But yeah, it does kind of look like a little bit of a back and forth. I'm really trying to use my terrible vision to kind of zoom in on that Zeus screen and see what the percentages were looking like.
Yeah, I think Tribe might actually just put this into their favor here. Now, of course, really starting to get cooking with this berry healing. There, look at Zeus spinning like the best of them. That looks like they've got they're putting damage into the enemy bushes. So that's a pretty good sign here for Tribe. That means they're in a good spot. They also just got an elimination here. So I like how things are looking for them now. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I'd put it all in on them.
Looks like percentage points ticking up for the red side. Now back to blue. Again, bear with me, folks. There's a reason I wear glasses, and it looks like the final few percentage points are going to trickle in. Had to have been a close game, 100% to 90. But in this set, Tribe Gaming will take advantage. It's going to be a 2-1 lead for now.
Oh, they're working for it, and you can see I think they're really feeling the pressure. Luffy's like, come on, man. Like, this why is this so hard? I mean, we already got through some incredible teams to get here. Like, come on, bro. We have to beat SK Kalalas and Pioneers and to get pushed like this by Havoc. Come on, man. Like, dude, I get it. But that's what competition is all about. And that's what the BSC is all about, especially in this region. What a game that we saw. RBM and Luffy with unreal levels of damage. Enough at least to cut through this healing that Vegeta was diligently providing to the rest of Havoc. Healing like crazy and also putting out 313 DPS is no mean feat. I'll say that much. But once again, the berry comp just seems a little too good. And I hinted at it. I think it was back during Brawl Balls that you don't necessarily need a tank to combine with this berry. It's the kind of map where just have these hard healing brawlers, maybe with a shield gadget here or there, with some invulnerability frames, and you're cooking.
I think that's a good point out of you. Honestly, Barry's kind of proving his own worth, and especially in Hot Zone where it's a control-based map. I think Barry can kind of stand alone and shine for what he brings to the table, the healing or just keeping himself up. The longer you can keep your teammates in the middle, well, the better for you.
Oh, and I gotta ask you guys, touching on the attitudes that you can see on the player cams, like you were, Uber, Zeus, we flipped over to the team earlier on, laughing, joking. We see a little of that when they squeak out a victory here, but who is it ultimately of these three players that's gonna be responsible for kind of turning the tide of the attitude on the team? Or is it Killer off in the corner, the coach, bringing his competitive experience to bear here?
No, I mean, I would, if it needs to be someone that drags them up, I think it would be Luffy, right? But I think this team is probably feeling pretty good. Albeit tired, but I think they're probably feeling pretty good about the result previously. RBM doesn't strike me as the most sort of, animated individual. But again, sometimes you need that cool head on the team as well, especially when he's the one that's being put in the tank role, which is often the most important. We get a bit of layer cake here. We haven't had layer cake in the BSC for a long time. It's a bounty map that you can actually play really differently to what we expect. It's not like a shooting star hideout where it's all about these sharpshooters at long range. Kenny, we get to see a little bit more close range comps on this map, even some throwers mixed in even more.
For sure. I think that's one of the reasons I always enjoy kind of seeing a flare of it in the BSC is because it's so contrasting to the shooting star-esque maps, right? Where it's the Pipers, the Bells, the Nanis of the world. At least historically, nowadays with the draft, we get some crazy stuff out there. But this is a map where I'm going to look out for Kit as a realistic option. I think this is the time and the place where that could be a realistic ban or a pick. We see Kit Daryl and some other combinations as well work out quite well. So there's a few different directions you can go, including the throwers that you mentioned.
Be into draft in just a second. Again, this is the kind of map where there's no reason not to play tanks. I do think Buzz is particularly dangerous here because of those walls. His hypercharge can allow him to really get across the map and also dig people out of certain positions. Also, Buzz can charge his super passively by being close enough to enemies on the other side of these walls that a lot of the time when there are going to be engagements, he's going to be ready to throw down and get a stun. But it's bounty. So you don't always want to take the risk of your tanky brawler just getting picked off by thrower pressure or something similar. Such a varied amount of brawlers being banned here, but most importantly, that Gene Max combination is not on the table.
Yeah, I think that's a good call as well. Gene Max can be very solid. This will be a map as well where that kind of Gene Max Buster synergy has been very solid. Another Byron selection. This is the first overall pick for the right-hand side, so it's going to be a 2-3 turn for Tribe Gaming. No Janet available, and of course, the menacing Juju is going to be removed from the equation. Also love seeing RT on this map and this mode, so definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and pull out something a little more creative.
Okay. I mean, obviously they can still go with these berry comps, right? There's no reason why they can't do that. I think it's so interesting to see a Byron first pick. When was the last time that brawler was so hotly contested? It was brought out in that last map here for Havoc and it looked good. I think it might be their answer to mitigating this constant aggressive healing that's being used by Tribe Gaming, but on its own, it's not the silver bullet you're looking for. It's not the answer to that. It just goes a long way to counteracting it. Luffy here, telegraphing that this team wants to basically just cycle some supers here, lock people up, and be really scary whether on offense or defense.
Workhorse back in action. They're going to pair this with Lou, so they can kind of remove the tanks on the other end if they want. That's kind of a preventative pick, or at least to tell Havoc to be a little fearful if they do go that direction. To your point, Barry has made me a believer this weekend. I think Barry has been very solid, and the numbers show it that. He's one of the more pick brawlers, higher win rate, whether he's got a tank, whether he's got an assassin, and if he doesn't. I think on a map like this, where assuming there's no wall break, depending on what Havoc do here, I think it can still work out for him pretty well.
Okay. I mean, you say workhorse, more like the work unicorn leading the way here for Tribe Gaming. I do think that there's no reason to stray away from this. If it's not drawing a ban, if it's not being respected, then you can abuse it. But now, Kenji has someone who's really going to allow him to play ultra aggressive in people's faces. Kenji also, has invulnerability frames himself during a super. And when he reappears, being able to maybe get a Byron super to back him up means that, it's not... What are you supposed to do to stop this guy? You're going to freeze him solid as Luffy? That's an option, I suppose. Oh, we got the Hank. It is happening, folks.
Yes.
This is the map for it. It's probably one of the best maps for Hank. One of the only maps that you can really make him work. And I didn't think to ban it.
I believe this is the second time we've even seen him on this map today. I believe he showed up in our quarterfinals. It's a really interesting one. So we're going to go Byron double tank. And, say what you want about Kenji. He does have the health points, I think, to be considered that, especially with the self-sustaining shots that he has. But Hank is kind of menacing on this map, especially when there's no real easy way to get quick kills on him. He's got a lot of health points already. He can hide behind these walls, pop out with a bubble at a moment's notice. Now he's got Byron backing him too. Byron's gonna have to be really focused though. He's gonna have to really distribute the heals for both of these guys to give them a long-standing chance. I don't know, if you're Tribe Gaming, why not the Ash? Good brawler. You're one of the best in the world with him. Yeah, I'd say go for it.
Yeah, and again, Hank wants to be the one that's sort of out and sort of dictating the game. I've used that phrase a bit here, but what I mean is that Hank is really vulnerable in between those balloon bursts while he's charging up the balloon. So Tribe Gaming run him down. He actually doesn't have the DPS to stop this comp with all his healing in its tracks. What it does have, of course, is that burst damage that can blow a brawler up or half health a tank like we just saw there. But when Tribe decide to go, especially if there is like a loose super, a hyper being put down, there's not a whole lot that Hank can really do to argue with it. Alien's dead here, though, by the way. Yep, swing and connection with that bubble. Zeus is in deep trouble. They get hit by both slashes of that super, and things are going about as bad as they could for Tribe.
I mean, they even use a super there to try and freeze Kenji, and it's not enough. He just skates away. He uses his regular shot, doesn't even exhaust anything. There's RBM getting one for his team, but it's still 7 stars for the other side. RBM gonna match this. Blue star now the only separator here. Immediate bounce back from Tribe.
Yeah, and now you've got this map control from Tribe that means that you can operate both tropes. One of them with the Ash, the other one with the Lu. And Diego can't actually get close enough to get big bubbles. So now that Hank has turned into a liability. Dangerous here. FX has to try and come forward, but they're low. There's a lot of little helpers that can be downed with a slash, but again, easy enough to dodge that super. Zeus is running away. And that, folks, that's a hypercharged blue super. Oh, buddy, we're going to get to, I think, a 20-star threshold here, and Havoc might not really have a say in the matter, Kenny.
It's a rare sight in the BSC. At a professional level, it is really hard to equate to that many kills, but it's 7 stars on RBM's head, and now he's got another Ash super to that back right-hand side, and it's just enough to get a kill. Match point going to Tribe Gaming.
Wouldn't it truly be the ultimate flex? Hear me out here. The ultimate flex, if you're Havoc, to come into BSC monthly finals, be underestimated by everybody, win all the games up until the last game, and then pick Hank and troll. Doesn't matter what the result is. Don't worry about the rest of it. We sort of cut the end of the clip off at the Hank pick, but I mean, it's the ultimate flex. Honestly, what a way to stick it to the establishment to get into a match point scenario and play Hank, bro.
You're making it hard not to cheer for him, Uber. I mean, that's
right.
some fantastic logic. I love Hank as it is and in an underdog's hands. How can you not pull for him?
Yeah, I know, but they're playing Hank, which is tantamount to trolling at some point. I'm going to be honest with you. They are going to have to really set Diego Gamer up for great success. And you can heal, obviously, pretty well with this Byron, but Vegeta needs good sightlines on Hank, and sometimes it's a little bit scary to be back-to-back with the Brawl that gets a lot of attention. So RBM's going to be kept honest for the next few seconds by that super. You notice that they are picking down in some damage, but here comes Diego Gamer. Where's that bubble going? We know already. And players at this level also, even if Hank is charging a bubble behind him, RBM knows how much to space from Hank, even though there is no bubble between them at that very moment. It sort of gets flicked across them. So you'll notice that RBM is purposely maintaining a staggered distance away from Hank at all times.
In this game already playing out very differently than our first. I feel like a lot of kills are going underway, and we obviously hit that 20-star threshold. So Tribe Gaming for now going to hold on to this match point. If they win this game number 2, will be the end of our monthly finals, and Tribe Gaming will be crowned Kings of North America once again. They're the defending #1 seed, obviously under different stripes and a new organization name. But Havoc have certainly been spunky. They've shown a lot of flair and are definitely a team that I'm going to be looking forward to regardless of what happens here today and upcoming months.
I'm just saying it would be so based just to troll with Hank in a game like this. I don't know. I would like that. Anyway, it does look like there's a couple of stars being picked up here by Tribe. Oh, there are a lot of stars, I think, on Luffy there right now, if I'm not mistaken. They're smiling. Okay, I like that. Still kind of locked in, though. Still playing pretty far up on the map. Ooh, yeah, it's a healthy lead. We're heading into the countdown, Kenny. The final moments here. Havoc have gotten close with a blue star. They need more than just a 2-star. They need to kill 2 people or Luffy, and I don't think that's going to happen.
And Tribe Gaming pull away. 8 stars separating them. Havoc had a good run, but it ends here. Miracles stopped, and Tribe Gaming, the crown is heavy. They're going to continue to be North America's #1, leading off in 2025.
Oh, man. I mean, it takes a lot to be a champion here in the Brawl Stars Championship of NA, right? Not only do you have to take on your ghosts of your past, these teams of yesteryear, the ones that have been nipping at your heels the whole time, but then you need to pivot on the back foot and immediately address the threat of a team coming out of absolutely bloody nowhere. Havoc really puts them to the test and honestly put many teams to the sword, getting rid of Elevate, but they just pulled up short against Tribe Gaming. The Hank pick, a head scratcher, one I'm sure they would sooner forget.
Clear difference here in the stat lines. 5 kills. The entirety of Havoc in that final set. 9 kills for RBM. He outpaced him. Luffy as a Lu outpaced the entire team. I mean, this was simply a huge difference in set #4. Major credit to Havoc. They were a lower seed in this tournament. They did not make it through the upper bracket, but here they are standing 2nd place in the region and a huge start towards our mid-season Brawl Cup.
Yeah, Havoc has really shaken things up and set a line in the sand. That is going to be a lot for other teams to move up to, but Tribe, I'm happy for them because they had a lot to prove coming into this, not just against the former roster of Tribe Gaming, not just against everyone else that would be coming from that #1 seed, but against this unexpected threat now from Havoc, and it's an incredible story. They rose to the occasion, and I'm glad to see them make it all the way out here. But gentlemen, you've watched this team year over years, you've seen these people play. What do you think of the performance they brought here today, Uber?
Look, just really rock solid. This is exactly what you want to see a team who've come off a break after being the best team in this region. It's quite clear to me that Tribe have kept their sights squarely on, really performing internationally and aren't just satisfied with being the best here. So I'm sure they're going to be happy. Hey, it's 100 circuit points. It's really important. But their eyes are set on Brawl Cup in mid-year and, of course, those World Finals. You want to have your sights set high if you're a team like Tribe Gaming, such that, teams here domestically don't have a chance to catch up to you because you're still pushing yourself harder and harder to compete internationally.
Yeah, and Kenny, I have to ask you, you've been keeping track of the drafts, the picks, the bans. Tell me a little bit about the variety that we've seen out of North America this weekend. I feel like after watching all 4 regions at this first monthly finals for all of them, this has been the widest variety of brawlers that we've seen out of all of them.
I totally agree. And honestly, I think Havoc's survival is partially helping that. Honestly, I mean, these guys have reinvented the wheel a little bit when it comes to draft. We've seen brawlers that near irrelevant showing up a lot here. So I think that certainly changes things up. I'm interested to see how it all tallies out after this 4th and final monthly final for our opening month. But nonetheless, a lot of fun. Entertainment value at 10 out of 10 for sure.
And we've had some thrilling games here. If you're just tuning in now, you've got a lot of fun VODs to watch, but I would stick around because we have an interview with Luffy right now from Tribe. I'm so happy to have you on. Congratulations, an incredible hard-fought victory. How are you and your team doing after that last match?
Wait, what? I didn't hear the question.
How you guys doing? What are the vibes in the room?
It was good. It was good. We were having fun.
I'm glad to hear it. I'll pass it on over to Kenny and Uber for some questions.
Yeah, Luffy, congratulations once again. Obviously, last year, you guys came into the year very good players, but this year, the expectations kind of changed. You challenged Crazy Raccoon at Worlds. You were the #1 seed last year. How has the environment and the team mentality changed this year now that you guys are the top dogs?
We wanna win it all, so we're grinding like the same as last year, so we're grinding the same as last year. Yeah.
Obviously, you guys, you have an idea of who you think the best teams are going to be, the ones that you're likely to play. Did you expect to go up against this Havoc roster in the grand final? Because it seems like they gave a lot of other teams a lot of trouble.
I thought Elevate was gonna win, and yeah, they I don't know, they firm the way they pick is really hard. Like I don't know, they always run some like crazy brawlers. I don't know, crazy comps. You know. It's kind of annoying to play versus that. But yeah.
You did seem annoyed at some points, Luffy. I won't lie. I could see the frustration. It looked like an intense series.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, Luffy, I want to give you a chance. I know you all work hard over there, and I know there's some unseen faces that are working hard alongside you. Anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anyone you want to thank?
Shout out to my team, my mom, my family. Shout out to all the fans.
Thank you so much for coming on for the insights, and congratulations once again as the winners of our North America Monthly Final. Yeah. We'll let you go and enjoy the energy, the fun vibes, and wow, the victory. Well earned with your team there, and I'll turn it back to you, Kenny, Uber. We had an incredible, beautiful, delicious day of matches. Saw a lot of fantastic plays, but you know, if somebody had to go back, just pick one VOD, one moment that you'd recommend. Off the top of your head, Kenny, where'd you send them?
Gotta go to semifinal number 2. Yeah, got to. It was honestly, Havoc were a huge storyline for this. I know Tribe Gaming ended up being the winners, but I think the biggest surprise had to be the nail biter that was that second semifinal.
I gotta agree. Honestly, the Tribe Gaming Pioneers game, the Pioneers SSG games were good, but they didn't end in such a nail-biter scenario. I also think Elevate Havoc was the game we got the most footage of, so go and check that one out because it's definitely well worth watching.
And I think we got Ark hanging around still. Ark, I know you had a prime view for some of those matches, and you were right in the mix for the rest of them. Where are you going to send somebody to get a, you know, just a little taste of today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so much more to come as well. I mean, next month especially, with the amount of changes in the game, some new hyperchargers coming in, complete and utter gadget rework as well. So I think that, you know, this year is going to be so spicy for esports. I just love that North America, it was the way that we kind of ended on with Havoc, just that run. It's what I want to see more of in other regions too, is an up-and-coming team really causing a big upset. And as those changes go into the game and the updates that we're going to see as well, it's only going to get crazier.
It's only going to get crazier, but I couldn't think of a more incredible team to cover the action. Anything else you gentlemen want to say? Kenny, Uber, Ark, anything to the people?
All good here. I mean, it's been an excellent start to the year. Honestly, I think it's going to be a really competitive one. We've had the privilege of covering South America and North America this weekend, and I think all of these semifinals, grand finals have been quite the bang. So definitely stay tuned for future months, especially like Ark mentioned. There's going to be some crazy stuff going down in Brawl Stars, the game itself.
Yeah, big changes coming. You know, keep your eyes peeled. I'm also looking at regions with the young teams that are really starting to push the old guard right now. NA is one of them, but they're happening all over the world. So there's a change coming, as there is every year. So keep your eyes peeled on our regions in our monthly finals because they're pretty tough to predict, tough to call.
Buy the sprays.
Buy the sprays.
Buy the sprays. Code Ark, right? That's my code that I'm using?
Code Ark.
Code Ark.
So on.
Fantastic. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the action. We'll see you for more Brawl Stars Esports soon. Follow the socials.
vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance, sauvage et fier, je danse, personne ne peut m'arrêter, sauvage et libre à jamais. Plus de chaînes, plus de limites, je cours, rien ne m'évite, sous la lune je suis en feu, un éclair roule dans tes yeux. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Tous ces rythmes qui battent dans ma tête, dans ta tête se déchaînent. Ces jours de fête, toujours la fête. Je suis là, ici et maintenant. Rien n'arrête mon élan. Le choix est mien, je le prends, je suis libre à chaque moment, chaque moment. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on